Welcome to another Ice Guys Live Betcast, our first betcast of the Stanley Cup Playoffs. It is Tuesday, May the 3rd. Ian Cameron will have, of course, Andrew McInnis is planning on joining us throughout the night. Alex B. Smith as well on the betcast tonight. So we've got the Ice Guys clan, at least many members of it, on the betcast tonight. It looks like we might also have Jimmy pop in at some point. Now, he is covering the Bruins. He's in Carolina for these few days here this week, covering that in terms of the Bruins and the Hurricanes series. So all of that is going on right now, and of course we are getting ready for 4 NHL Stanley Cup playoff games tonight. The first one is about to start in just a few minutes from now. The Penguins taking on the Rangers, and it is the New York Rangers now up to minus 145. I'm seeing here as home favorites in this game at the moment. So we've definitely seen lots of money come in here on the Rangers tonight. A lot of it's the reaction, I'm sure, to the absence of Tristan Jarry for the Penguins and Casey DeSmith being the goaltender who will be in between the pipes tonight for the Pittsburgh Penguins. So Casey DeSmith, a big stage for him. No doubt about that whatsoever. There's a question about, is he ready to handle this kind of stage? I guess we're about to find out in a few minutes. He's one of those goalies that's had a little bit of everything this year. He's had a mixed bag, if you will, in terms of his abilities. You know, he's had some games where he's actually played well. There have been some games where we've seen Casey DeSmith play well. I remember a game specifically against Nashville. It was a Sunday afternoon game. I believe it was a TNT game. It was a late Sunday afternoon Turner game. And if not for Casey DeSmith, Nashville's leading that game for sure, in my opinion, after the first two periods. But instead, he ended up making a few big saves. He ended up really doing a good job of keeping his team in the game and giving them a chance to come back, which they did. They tied the game in the third period, and then they ended up winning in overtime. And Casey DeSmith was a big reason why. And then on the flip side, Casey DeSmith also struggled against the New York Islanders in a game, right down the stretch. I believe last couple weeks of the season, he gave up 5 goals, and the Penguins ended up losing to the Islanders. So that's really what you see out of him, is a little bit of everything. He could play well. He could not play well. I know the Penguins are probably going to do their best to try to, and Jake Gensel in a pregame interview said it, that, look, we got to play a 200-foot game. We got to do everything in our power to really try to frustrate this team. So it sounds like Pittsburgh wants to be a little bit defensive-minded. The Rangers certainly are capable of playing that way, and they have been playing that way under Gallant. So it's why, you see that 5.5. You're tempted maybe at looking over the total in this game. Anytime you see a 5.5, even in the playoffs. But more than anything, I could see this being a game where it starts off very slow, and maybe we capitalize on a live over at some point, kind of like we did with the Hurricanes and the Bruins last night. If you follow me on Twitter at Bobano, you would have seen that I got in on over 3.5 live about halfway through the second period last night in Game 1 between Boston and Carolina. The game was scoreless at the time, and boy, did we ever capitalize on that. We got a great number. We got a great price with that live over, and we ended up taking advantage of that. There's no question about that. So definitely an interesting turn of events there. And like I said on Twitter after cashing that, there's going to be so many opportunities here throughout the course of the playoffs where you're going to get games that start off slow. You're going to get games that start off with very little offense. But that does, and that you're going to get these situations that set up perfectly, for a live over when things open up. A lot of times you will see it eventually that the game will open up and you'll start to see, a better chance of, both teams able to capitalize at the offensive end. So we're just about ready to start here. The anthems are done at Madison Square Garden, the world's most famous arena, and they're about to drop the puck. If you missed it earlier today on the Ice Guys show, I am on the New York Rangers in the series price bet, which I mentioned on Sunday's Sunday's playoff preview show of the Ice Guys, the one we did with me, Andrew, Vito, and of course, Bobby Ryan. I'm on Rangers to win the series, and I'm on them smaller in Game 1. I did take them in Game 1, as I mentioned today on the show, at minus 130. It's up to minus 145, minus 150 even by the time the puck dropped. But it went up, and definitely we'll see how it goes. But I do like the Rangers in the series here specifically, and a little bit of a smaller opinion on them to take game one, just in case, it could be a little bit of an adjustment period early on here for the Penguins and for Casey DeSmith in net. I mean, it's hard to ignore the fact that, on paper, when you look at Shesterkin, who's been one of the best goalies in the NHL this year, and now all of a sudden he's facing Casey DeSmith at the other end. It's certainly on paper advantage Rangers. There's no question about that. As far as player props go in this Penguin Rangers game, which is just underway, by the way, they're in the opening minute now of the game. First shot on goal by the Rangers, stopped by DeSmith, which you always like to see. Get the guy in action, feel the puck, maybe calm him down a little bit, settle in, and Penguins hoping he does that. Really, in terms of props here, I'm on a couple of different ones. I steered away completely from Kreider and Zibanejad and Panarin, when it comes to the New York Rangers. I really look more toward Lafreniere for the Rangers, goal scorer prop, point prop to score a point as well. Same with Vetrano and same with Andrew Kopp. I'm really looking a little bit, for some of those depth forwards that I think the New York Rangers now have, a little bit of quality depth now. Where earlier in the year, so much was on the plate of the big guns, Kreider, Zibanejad, and Panarin in particular. But Lafreniere got better down the stretch. Again, Kopp and Vetrano were terrific additions. Strome is capable of, picking up his offense in the playoffs. He's been able to do that before at times, chip in during the playoffs in the recent last couple of years. So that's really what I was targeting more than the big guns, simply too, because you get better prop prices with all of those guys as well. But great stuff indeed here. Dennis Garcia, nice to see you in the chat. Dennis Garcia, someone that I know very familiar with, and someone that's involved in the goings on at Pub Sports Radio as well. Jimmy the Bag, myself, our shows over on that channel. He's a big part of that in the chats, and good to see him here, joining us here in the chat for the Ice Guys live betcast tonight. So hope you're doing well, Dennis. We appreciate it, and hope everything is going well with you. And your wagers here tonight in all sports. And Dennis Garcia is one of those guys. He's involved in many different sports and very good with horse racing as well. Mirror. There we go. There's my horse racing sound effect right there as well. So, all right, we are about a couple minutes into the game, exactly 2 minutes in, still scoreless here with the Penguins and the Rangers. Early on, though, Rangers carrying the play a little bit here against the Penguins. Penguins have been bottled up and been stuck in their own zone here a good amount for these first couple minutes here. So we'll see how things continue to progress in this one. Let's turn our attention a little bit to the game that is about. We'll obviously keep our eye on this game, and we'll mention any goals that we see, the usual. When it comes to the betcast, we'll update all the scores. We'll look for some live bets, but we're set for now. We've got our pregame stuff locked and loaded. If anything becomes available in terms of pregame, in-game opportunities, we'll certainly look in that direction and go from there. But let's turn our attention to Washington, Florida. This game's going to start at the bottom of the hour, 7:30 p.m. Eastern time, down in Sunrise. Florida Panthers minus 240 to minus 260. Home favorite, 6.5 the total. There are a bunch of different pregame ways I went about this here in this game with the Capitals and Panthers. I'm on the team total over 3.5 for Florida. Laid a $1.45 with that. I am actually on Washington, Florida, both teams to score in the first period, and I was able to get a plus 150 at BetMGM on that. I find that book is very, very good in terms of getting really good prices on those both teams to score. The yes part, I should say, of the both teams to score. Some other books have as low as plus 125 on the Caps, Panthers, both teams to score in the first period, whereas you can get that at plus 150, at MGM. And I thought that was a terrific price. Totally within the realm of possibility that we see the Washington Capitals end up, scoring in the opening period, because if there's one period of the hockey game that the Capitals or the Panthers rather are a little bit vulnerable in, sometimes they start off a little bit slow, it's the first period. So you could very well, in my opinion, see Washington find the back of the net in the first period. And obviously you got to like Florida's chances of doing that. Florida probably going to be a good chance of them scoring in each period against this Washington team that I really don't trust defensively here. Their defense has been not exactly what I call up to par throughout the course of the season. I can't say I'm very much impressed or confident in the abilities of either Ilya Samsonov or the guy that has been named the starter tonight for the Capitals, Vitek Vanacek. And Vanacek actually most of the season, I guess you could say, was a little bit better than Samsonov. But I'll tell you what, it was not very good for Vanacek down the stretch. I thought he started to really, really have a tough time. I think in the final month of the year, he wasn't as good in between the pipes for the Capitals. So definitely over the 3.5. Now, I bet that over 3.5 overnight when it was minus 145. I think now it's gone up to I see minus 180, minus 190. So you're probably, if you're going to lay a reasonable price on the Panther team total, you got to look at a 4. You got to look at a 4.5 now. So there's definitely been a difference, no question about that. And the other bet that I like, and it's probably my favorite bet of the entire game, I haven't even gotten to that yet, in this Capitals-Panthers game, it's over 6.5. It's just the full game total, because I definitely could see this as a game where it's 5-2 Florida or 6-3 Florida. Hell, we could even see Washington make this a game and maybe 5-4 for Florida. In fact, one of the regular season games head-to-head Capitals-Panthers this year was a 5-4 final score in favor of the Florida Panthers. So 5-4 is very possible with these two teams. And I think either way, you're going to find these two teams with a good chance to get up and over 6.5 here in this game tonight. Back with us here on the Betcast here, Cheshire Cat once again here. What do you think, Cheshire Cat? How are you?
Well, hey there. How are you? It's good to see you. What do I think about this next game?
Yeah, this Caps Panthers, since we're on the topic. Yeah,
so,
what do you like?
Yeah. Why not? I really like Verhaeghe to get a point. I like Marchment to get a goal.
I'm on Marchment props. You better believe it. Yep.
All right. And I like Sheary.
Sheary's a great prop because he's on the top line. And I've talked about Sheary, that he's been a top 6 regular now for the Capitals for the last week or two of the regular season. He's been producing in that role. I think that's a great prop to look at. Connor Sheary.
Well,
you can go Ovechkin, the big guns, but no, Sheary's the value in my mind.
Yep. He's plus 400 for a goal.
Yeah, and it's a really good price. There's no doubt. This is a good prop game because I think you're going to see a lot of red light action, in this game. A lot of goals early on. Rangers really buzzing. Good save just now by DeSmith, but wow, Rangers really pouring on some pressure here on this latest shift, but still zeros on the board. And that's got to feel good if you're DeSmith. Man, the last thing you want to do when you're in a loud environment, and look, MSG is a tea party in the regular season with the home crowd. But they ratcheted it up at playoff time, and they're pretty loud here early on in this game here. And to see DeSmith make a couple of big saves early in this game, settle down, maybe try to gain some confidence rather than on the road, tough place, give up an early goal, it makes a world of difference.
Yeah. I try to like DeSmith, and I try to think that he's great. It's just really hard for me to get there. I don't know. I know that he's decent, so I shouldn't. Obviously, he's decent. I think his goals against is 2, right? 2.5. Is that right?
Yeah,
yeah. So he should be fine. I don't know. I didn't really want to watch this game. I thought you guys were making really good points earlier today. It's going to be one of those really low scoring games, and those ones.
If DeSmith plays halfway decent, it will be. If he plays decent to good, it probably will be. And what a stop he just made now. Coming in, it was Frank Vetrano, I believe, letting that shot go. Terrific. This is a good, promising beginning for Casey DeSmith because the Rangers have had the better of the play, the territorial edge, and he's had to make a couple of big saves early on here in this game. So game 1 gets to the first TV. Good news for you there, Dennis. Yes, scoreless 5 minutes. You want the over, but you want, exactly. You want a better, you mean you're talking about Washington, Florida, I think. Yeah, I want a scoreless 5 minutes. Don't want to take over 6.5 minus 140, but I do want, you're definitely talking Washington, Florida. That's a good strategy. That's the Alex B. Smith philosophy. Alex talks about that all the time.
It's a good one.
All right, Chester Cat, say something. I got to crack a beer.
Okay. Yeah. So in this first game, I thought I really liked the props that you picked. Those are all the same ones that I'm on. But as far as the total goes, I thought it was going to be a low-scoring game, so I didn't put very much on those props. But I like the side. I felt kind of confused about all of the sides today. because my initial thoughts were Pens. For some reason, I could see an upset today. I don't know why I was feeling that way, but I could see an upset. And then I also liked the Caps at that price. I was like, that's insane. And they're still a really good team. They're decent. I mean,
Yeah, you're in the Nicholas
TJ
Earl camp. Nicholas Earl wants no part of laying anything with Florida or trusting Florida, and he's on the Caps at a big price. Yeah.
Yeah, there's no way I would do that. And you can kind of see how the game is going. If the Panthers are down 2 or 3 goals at some point, which they very well might be, then you can live bet them and you won't feel like you just lost a shitload of money. I don't know. That's what I hate about the sides on teams like that. And then who else? It's the Avs and the Preds. I feel a little weird about that one, but I feel like the Avs run over them. I took the -2.5, so I'm expecting them to win. And then in the last game, I think the Flames are going to beat them, and I think it's going to be a dominant win. But it could be a really close game too. I could see an upset happening there. Yeah, so I don't know. I felt kind of weird about the whole thing, about the whole card, honestly, except for the Avs. The Avs felt like I definitely knew I knew that they were going to win. But then after I saw everybody else was jumping on that, I was like, fuck, man. I don't know. I don't know anything. What do I know?
Yeah, when you look at it too from a Florida standpoint, their props, you could go in so many different directions, and I'm looking at them right now. But I know one thing here with Washington. The one guy and you're zoning in on him as well with Washington, and I am too, is Connor Sheary, scheduled to be on the top line here tonight for the Capitals. Plus 400 at BetMGM to score tonight. I mean, it's phenomenal.
It's a deal,
price.
man.
How is that? How is he plus 400 when he's on the top?
I don't know.
Classic situation where there's just no adjustment at some books. Not all books. Some books have him down closer to 300, 250. But then there's some books that have him 400. And he is, like I said, he's going to be, I'm just going to check again. Yeah, with Ovechkin and Kuznetsov. Right wing, first line for Sheary. You can get plus 400 on him.
Dude, I love that they messed those special player props up yesterday. Sorry, I was expecting Tampa Bay to at least get a goal, and if they got a goal, then we would have likely cashed Kucherov and Stamkos because they would have been involved in getting the goal, but whatever. Matthews and Tavares pulled through, so I was happy about that.
Yeah, I'm interested too in like Marchman over a points, like -115. Marchman to get a point. Sheary to get a point's plus 115. That's just as good as the plus 400 because to get a point, like he could easily score, he could easily assist on something Ovechkin does or Kuznetsov does. There you go. There's your point.
Yeah, Kuznetsov is
for a point. He's on the top line with Ovechkin and Kuznetsov. How insane is that?
That's crazy.
Win or lose, that's crazy value.
Yeah. Kuznetsov is plus 275 to get a goal. That's crazy too.
Again, top line. Yep, capable scores. A little more streaky, but we know he's
definitely
capable. We know Florida can give up goals, especially early in the game, which is why I think Washington finds the back of the net in the first 20 minutes.
I also put a flyer on Forsling. I like that line that he's on.
Yeah. Yeah, Forsling's had a nice season, I think, for the Florida Panthers. He's been getting better. He's been getting more ice time from Andrew Brunette because there's greater confidence in his overall game. I think that's definitely made a difference. And when you look at Forsling tonight, he's going to get the second D pair for this team with Gudas. So it's Weegar. The returning, by the way, Aaron Ekblad, who we said earlier today. Ekblad back for game 1 of the playoffs. That's amazing that he's actually back this quickly. The initial diagnosis, Cheshire Cat, was that he's out for the rest of the regular season and at least some of the playoffs. And here he is tonight, game 1 of the first round. Wow.
I mean, what was it? Was it like a torn ACL?
Yeah, it was it was an injury.
I was watching that game. It was gnarly. I was like, "Fuck, man!" Yeah, wasn't that against the Knights? It was against the Knights, I think.
Yeah, and it was gruesome. It was a lower body injury. He had to be helped off. He had to be helped off the ice a little bit. in that one with that injury. They didn't say specifically the body part, which is always frustrates me about the NHL and all the teams. They just don't, give you the accurate. They don't say, oh, it's a foot or it's a leg or it's an ankle or a groin or a neck or a back or whatever. They're very, very, it's almost like, geez, it's like some buried treasure. They can't reveal their. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty insane that way. I think we have a penalty coming up to Pittsburgh. First power play of the game is coming up to the Rangers, who have really controlled the play.
Hey, I was going to ask you about Reinhart. I put a half a unit on him to get a goal, which is probably way too much, but he's been scoring the most for the Panthers, like the last 10 games. So I felt pretty good about it. Reinhart.
Oh, yeah, Reinhardt's a good one. Yeah, that's true. In terms of current form, you're absolutely
his current
right.
Form is plus 200. I thought that was
4 goals in the last 3 games for Reinhardt to wrap it up in the regular season. Yeah.
Yeah, so that looked really good to me too.
Good one. I agree. Good one. Yep. All right, we've got the power play now here for the New York Rangers. Boy, they've had all kinds of chances and just haven't been able to cash in anything yet. But now a golden opportunity with a power play that we know they can put out some guys to cash in.
Yep.
And they just did. A seeing eye wrist shot from the point for Adam Fox. And it's 1-0 Rangers. Power play goal.
All right.
That's how you do it. You don't pound the fucking shot right into the ice, or you just feather it through. It's like a little feather duster. Just feather it through, get it through the shot blockers, get it through. If you pound it into someone's shin pads, it's never going to get to the net, and that's the point. Get the puck to the net, and just look at a little feathery little wrist shot through some traffic. Casey DeSmith didn't pick it up until it was by him. That's how it's done. That's why he's an elite defenseman already, Adam Fox, making plays like that, intelligent plays like that.
I gotta get this on. What channel are these on anyway?
Well, I'm not even going to tell you because it's different here. But no, I should tell you because I know the States channel. It's ESPN. ESPN, yeah.
It's on ESPN?
Yes.
Not ESPN Plus, though?
Holy shit. Pittsburgh, a deflection, and it just went wide, like just inches away from deflecting into the net just now. That was close. Rangers kind of fallen asleep after that first goal. That was the best shift Pittsburgh's had. But Shesterkin's covered up the puck, and now we got our first little bit of nasty business of the night. Little scrum after this whistle. Trouba going after Crosby. Oh, you know what? And that's Trouba's job. Trouba's job is to get under Crosby's skin, get him frustrated, get him irritated. If you get under Crosby's skin, he can take some bad penalties, Cheshire Cat. I've seen this before. He can. He sometimes comes unglued a little bit emotionally in a game, especially when you're pestering him and hounding him constantly. He can lose his shit sometimes, Crosby.
Yeah. Wow. I wouldn't expect that.
Nope.
He seems like a consummate professional. Like he wouldn't lose his temper. But everybody is susceptible to it. So
yeah. Oh, if you bug him enough and you get on, like if you're just hacking and whacking him the whole game, yeah, he can just really like. I've seen him just slash someone. It's like, whoa, Crosby did that. Yeah. If you get under his skin, it can happen.
He pulls a Marchand.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Pittsburgh. I'm telling you what, the Ranger goals actually kind of been alarm clock of sorts for Pittsburgh. They've had 2 very good shifts after that Adam Fox goal. They're throwing this is their best pressure they've had on the Rangers so far. Rangers on their heels for the first time, but they survive.
You think they'll get a goal in the first period? Is this an opportunity?
The pace is pretty brisk right now, which mildly surprising. The funny thing with these two teams is they usually don't want to play trade chances style of game, but they both have forwards that can play that style of game. It's just two teams that usually opt not to play that way.
Why?
So
why don't they? It just, man, yesterday that Hurricanes Bruins thing, it was driving me nuts. I can't watch that shit. When it's just like you're trying as hard as you possibly can to stop the other team from scoring, and that's the whole game.
Yeah.
I'm like, no way, man. I can't do that. I can't watch that.
No.
It reminds me of the Habs from last year when it just felt like all they were doing was the whole game to them was, hey, let's prevent a goal.
Yeah.
Prevent.
Yeah. So we got a Pittsburgh power play. I'm telling you what, if you like Cheshire Cat's interest here in a live over 1.5 in the first period, and you know what? Let's get the betcast started. Let's give it.
Let's go.
Let's give it a whirl here because they are going back and forth here. Let's give this a whirl here. This over 1.5, and we do have Penguins going on the power play. Yeah,
they locked it for me. Fuck.
I'm sure the expected goals numbers so far in this opening period will back me up on this, that it's been a little more wide open than I thought. Yeah. I mean, both teams are at like 0.44, 0.4 goals, expected goals for one period of hockey. That's kind of on the high side a little bit. So, yeah, I mean, over 1.5 now in the first period is minus 120. That's
there we go.
Yep.
Okay.
It's good. That's playable. That's playable considering that the first period over pregame was, let me see what it was. Actually, it was at plus price, I should say it was. But given the situation, I like the minus 120 because they're playing a little more attack minded here so far.
I'm gonna go with the Pens to score too.
Pens to score the next goal.
Just to score in the first period.
Oh, to score in the first. Okay.
Yep.
Not necessarily the next goal. Just get a goal before the end of the period. Okay, got it.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like they're pushing pretty hard.
All right, so just to confirm with the props before the Washington-Florida game starts, I'm on Marchment, goal scorer and points. Huberdeau, goal scorer and points. Verhaeghe, goal scorer and points. Same with Barkov. Bennett, shots on goal, I really like, but also a little bit with points and goal. And then Washington, it's Sheary. It's nobody but Sheary for me for Washington.
That's good. The only thing I would add is Reinhart. Did you say Reinhart?
Yeah, Reinhart. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Reinhart's a good option. You can't bet everybody, but that would probably be one of the ones for me that would be next in line. Malkin with a ripper, but hit his own man. That sucks when that happens. Not only does it not get to the net, you hit your own teammate.
Friendly fire.
Yep. Well, that's playoff hockey. I've seen all kinds. I've seen a guy trying to pass the puck or clear the zone. He hits his teammate like right in the eye or the side of the head. It's what happens. You're just so frantic to get pucks out. Sometimes you don't always look first before you shoot.
I was trying to think of a way to improve like the gameplay for the playoffs. Because yesterday I was really pissed off about that. I was really pissed off about the Hurricanes Bruins game.
Yeah.
I was not happy about the way that was going. And I was thinking, well, you know what you should do for like halftime? You should just make it the first person to 5 points wins the first half. The first person to 5 goals wins the first half. And you just take off all the time limits and see how long they go.
It's an interesting I say just get rid of the shootout altogether. But you know what? I really think they should consider that even in the regular season. I think we should 5-minute overtime, and then if no one scores, you go to, I don't know, if it's not 3-on-3, then you go 2-on-2.
Yeah.
Or you just keep going 3-on-3 until someone scores. Someone's going to score. Like if you're going to have 3-on-3 overtime, and I know you don't want these regular season games to last forever because it's a compressed schedule. I get that. But how long do you think the game is going to go without a goal when it's 3-on-3?
Not very long.
Yeah, 5 minutes. Yeah, you'll get 5-minute overtimes where there's no goal. But how much longer? Do you really think they're going to go like 2, 3, 4 full 20-minute periods without a goal at 3-on-3? No.
God.
So why can't we just keep going? Yeah. Why can't we just keep going with 3-on-3 overtime after the first 5 minutes?
Yeah. Hey, I'm going to put my contacts in. My eyes were driving me nuts earlier.
All right, go for it. Yep.
So I'll be right back.
No problem. Yep. All right, we've got a couple people. We're going to have Alex and Andrew later. We've got Peyton Clark is going to join us again, by the way, as well on the Betcast at some point tonight as well. He's just on his way back home, so that's good stuff right there. definitely. We are looking at a few more people joining us in a little bit here on the Betcast here tonight. And by the way, thank you, everybody. And I've gotten, by the way, we're down to 15 seconds here in this Pittsburgh power play. The Rangers just about to kill it off here, it looks like, but good penalty kill for them. And a reminder, Kat and I are both on this over 1.5 here in the first period, minus 120. We jumped on it, hoping it cashes. But see, this is the polar opposite of last night with Boston, where it started out slow and it never really did look like we were going to get a goal or two early in the game. So that's why when I was watching, I'm like, I'm going to hold off, because I could see this being the way it started out, being no goals for a while. And then last night was a beautiful thing. We just pounced on it over 3.5, plus 140, almost midway through the second period. And then I think probably 5 or 6 minutes after that, we got the first goal by Carolina. And then bam, bam, they got the bam, bam, 2 goals at the end of the second. And that really put us in a good position. So just one of those great betting situations that you can take advantage of with live wagering for sure in the playoffs. There you go. Just call it a draw and give 3-point regular. Yeah, like soccer. Yeah. Give them 3 points for a regulation win, 1 point for a draw after 5 minutes of 3-on-3. That's a way you could do it. Just change the point structure. Still have just 5 minutes of 3-on-3 overtime. And eliminate the shootout in the process.
No,
yeah.
I do not like that idea. That sounds.
You don't like the soccer points?
No,
thing,
no,
right?
no. There's no point in playing if you don't have a winner, right? You have to.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know.
That's the thing that's always bugged me about soccer is that this sport is just fucking. You're playing to tie sometimes. Like really?
Yeah.
I'm working
It drives me nuts.
my hump here and fucking working my ass off to tie to end in a 1-1 tie. That's bullshit. Yeah. Really is.
Yeah, it's total bullshit.
What isn't bullshit is Peyton Clark joining us on the Betcast.
Hey.
What's up?
I jumped at a hot time. What's up, Pat?
Whoa.
What's up?
You sound like
your mic's
robot.
a little fucked though, man. What happened to you? What is that same shit laptop you used to have that fucked up when you were trying to be on the show?
It's not calling out.
Uh-oh. Yeah, your audio is just distorted, man. Oh my goodness.
I think you need to recharge your
audio settings.
Your robot battery.
Yeah, you got that robot voice thing going. Yeah, he's shaking his head. He can't believe it. Yeah. I like the background though, Rangers. Yeah.
I heard if you listen to enough dubstep, you turn into a robot.
Oh really? Yeah, that music will turn you into like a machine. It's like just repetitive, and it's like you're responding to the beat, and the beat's repetitive. It's like you're a robot. You're right. You have no emotion. You just respond.
Oh, is that better?
Oh, there you go. You're good.
Yeah.
All right. I'm a big tech guy, so.
Yeah, we can tell.
You're killing it, man. Killing it.
We can tell he's a big tech guy. He's operating Windows 95 laptops the last time he was on this show, apparently. Yeah.
It's like Windows 89.
Yeah.
Hey.
Yeah. So how are you, my friend? We haven't seen you in a bit.
Dude, it's been a crazy week. Got in a fender bender. That was hot. The AC upstairs in the house, gone. It's when I'm in Texas. That sucks.
Yeah, where it's already 30 degrees or 80 Fahrenheit, 90 Fahrenheit. Yeah.
Yeah, it's hot as shit. It's like almost 90 out and it's 100% humidity.
Yeah.
But yeah, besides that, I'm good, y'all.
There you go. You're excellent. Except, so what? You have no AC right now in your place.
Yeah, I'm sweating my tits off.
That's not good. Yeah. No, that's not good.
Did you ever see that SNL sketch with Debbie Downer? She's like,
oh yeah.
Never mind. Oh yeah, the cashier. That's my life the past like 72 hours.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely that's unfortunate. You're right, because I was in San Antonio. Wow, what a chance! What a pass that was by Panarin, and to shoot that puck high and not get a smell out of it. My God, by the Rangers just now. What a shame! That was such a wicked, sick pass by Panarin to find him, put it over the net.
Go figure. Fox scores the first goal.
Yeah, Adam Fox. Just. Peyton, it's smart hockey. We were talking about this, Kat and I, that it's just a wrister. You don't have to pound the fucking thing from the point. Just a wrister, get it through, get it past the shot blockers, and goaltender can't pick it up. That's how it's done.
I got so horned up yesterday whenever Matthew scored on that one-timer. And it wasn't that hard of a shot. I think it was like 89 miles an hour. It wasn't even that hard.
The second goal was just he pounded it, but it seemed like it wasn't still one of his hardest shots.
His second goal was a goalie fuck up, just like Mike Smith did last night.
Yeah.
Mike Smith. Oh,
sounded
man.
like a bitter Leaf and Oiler. Or you were hoping the Leafs would lose. You were hoping the Oilers would win, it sounds like. Yeah.
Oh, is that? Yeah. Were those your
right.
sides? Yeah.
No. I want Toronto to win, and I want the Oilers to win.
Yeah. Well, you want them both to win. Okay. You are cheering for the Leafs. There you go. So someone does like the Leafs. I mean, everybody on the Ice Guys seems to rip this team. And
I just feel bad for them.
Yeah. Well, of course.
Yeah.
Oh, you like pity like them? That's
kind of. I mean, I love Matthews. Right. Yeah, I love Matthews. I want the guy to do well.
Yeah.
Oh, he's doing well. 60 goals is pretty well. Not too bad.
First American.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was really happy you got a goal last night for multiple reasons, but
hey, what was the bet last night for Muzzin to score the first goal?
Oh, this is an injury here. We got something going on here. We've got Gensel. I think that's Gensel. Yep. He's hurt. He's down in pain. He's not getting up. He's trying to get to his feet. He's on his two knees right now. And the Penguins are pissed off right now. They're not happy with this hit. We're going to have to see this on replay. Just caught the tail end of it. It looked like, I don't know if it was a replay of Clifford or, last night against Ross Colton, but.
Yeah, he looked like a child, dude.
Yeah.
And granted, I've never played playoff hockey, and I've never had it play, I've never dominated somebody on the ice. I'm sure that he had a huge adrenaline rush, but as he just kept skating, it was like he was going to hit anybody that was there.
Oh, it was the hit on Raquel. Could have been, yeah. The hit on Raquel maybe is what they were upset about. The Penguins.
Caps to power
he got
play.
Shit rocked by Ryan Lindgren, and you need to keep your fucking head up around Ryan Lindgren. That guy hits to hurt. That guy hits to punish.
Trouba
too. But Lindgren's got that in him now too for the Rangers. Both of them.
Oh yeah,
you better have your head up around them in the open ice.
You did that in Chicago.
So Ian, I was at the Stars game when they had
against the Ducks. How was that? You had fun?
Dude, I sent you a pic. I mean, our tickets were like right next to the E-Bug goalie. It was insane.
Wow. Yeah.
But I'll tell you this: every single time the Dallas Ice Girls came out to like shovel the ice, Comtois skated by them every time. He was like literally every single time he skated by him. I was like, this guy's trying to end the season well.
Yeah, Comtois is a good player, I think, when you look at it for the
he's young too. He's only like 22, 23.
Yeah. He is. He's young. He's going to get better in time. Let's see what we got here. Capitals on the power play right now against the Panthers. We'll flip over to that. I actually got both games. I got both. Yeah. I just realized, wait a minute, Ian, you have two TVs in front of you. I don't have to change the channel. There you go. Yeah, there we go. You know what? I had a baseball game on the other. That's what was fooling me there. So there we go.
Why are you farting around with baseball right now? We got hockey playoffs.
Yeah, on the one TV, I've got the Penguins game on, but I had baseball on the second one, and I just realized, wait a minute, Capitals-Panthers is starting, so I had to switch it up. All right, we've got Alex Andrew coming up later on the Betcast. We've got Josh Lucero. We've seen him on the Betcast before. He's going to be on with us at 10 o'clock p.m. Eastern tonight. He'll be on a little bit later. He's got to take care of his kids first. Yeah, that's all right. I know what that's like. Yeah. All right. So Occupancy's coming on in a few minutes. I'm sending him the Betcast link. Peyton knows Occupancy. He was on the last time with us.
He is a beauty.
Yeah, Occupancy's good. Cheshire Cat, of course, one of our familiar favorites. And this guy's one of our familiar favorites, the colleague of mine here on the Ice Guys, Alex B. Smith. Alex, what's up?
Guys. How's it going? I just bet the first period over live in the Capitals Panthers. I laid $1.40 because I wanted to get in for this power play, but now it's down to $1.25. So I think we might see something brew here in a little bit. So
yeah, and we've got the Penguins going on the power play, obviously. After that big hit that was laid there, you knew the Penguins were going to get a two-minute power play out of it. So here they are, their second power play here of this game so far, 0 for 1. What a save Shesterkin just made on Malkin. Very good save. Final minute of this could be a big momentum swing. Penguins pot a power play goal right before the period, and that's pretty good for them considering they've they've been outplayed majority of this period by the Rangers so far.
Delayed game call on Florida. It's not 2-man advantage for the Capitals.
Oh,
Yeah,
damn.
not good. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, I also saw Ekblad just trip that shit out of the winger next to him.
Yeah.
That's the one thing Florida cannot do. Take penalties. Washington still has a power play that can be dangerous. Now, at times their power play has been horrible this year, which is unconscionable considering who's on that team.
Yep.
But at times it's been brutal.
Well,
Which is hard to
what's
fathom.
wild is that the Panthers, they're very good at making comebacks, but I feel like that luxury in the playoffs isn't allowed. Like
Right.
you can't, be trying to come back 2, 3, 4 goals and expect to win every series.
No. Great chance for the Penguins, but not going to capitalize. And swing and a miss for my friend Cheshire Cat and I
Son of
with
a
the
bitch.
first period over. So it stays 1-0. Rangers after 1. All right, so focus now turns to Caps Panthers, this 2-man advantage with what's his name there? It's Bucci doing this game. Yeah, they got Bucci work. They got all their crews, ESPN, working consecutive nights.
Washington with
looks
a ton of passes, but no quality shots at all right there.
Wow.
Oh, and
Bobrovsky trapped it on his shoulder there and didn't want to move too much because he thought if he did, he moved too much motion, that puck would have fluttered into the net maybe. He's made a couple nice lateral movement saves on this penalty kill here, Bobrovsky so far. Goalie Bob's a mystery. Goalie Bob can steal a game. Goalie Bob can give up 1 goal on 42 shots and something like that. And then he has these games where he's giving up some softies. Dairy Queen specials. Yeah.
Damn. I think you guys are way ahead of me. I don't know. Let me check.
Yeah, I've got to try to figure out who's where, and because I'll try to mute my reactions.
Yeah, I got 17:30 left in the first. And I'm watching cable, so
Yeah,
Yep.
Alex B, I'm with you on that.
okay.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, I will say this about our playoff betcasts now that they're back again and the regular season's over. It's nice to not to have to just, have your, eyes in the back of your head and, with the 10-game Tuesday nights that we've been
Right.
doing
Oh,
during
man.
the regular season.
It's so wild. It's
Yeah.
hard to pay attention to anything.
Yeah.
I don't know how you do that, man.
I do
And
my best.
you're sitting over there like sending out stuff, placing bets, talking to people, carrying conversation. It's like
It's not easy.
it's hard enough for me to just do two things. I'm like trying to watch the game and talk.
Like trying
It's hard.
It's like breathing and chewing takes up enough time.
Yeah.
This is about to be a huge early momentum getter for Florida if they
Yeah.
kill this off. And
Definitely.
Yeah,
they're
just like
about
whenever
30+
Toronto
seconds
killed
away.
them off that 5-minute power play.
Yeah.
That was incredible. I mean, their PK was great yesterday, I thought.
They had like 3 or 4 2-on-1s on that 5-minute PK.
Yeah. I think Ian made a really good point earlier today when he mentioned that. Said that was kind of the giant momentum swing that carried him through the whole game.
Yeah.
I think that's totally true.
I think so. I think after that 5-minute kill, they scored.
So much for that. Yep.
There it is. Right at the tail end of the 5-on-3.
Tom Wilson, who got high
Capitals.
stick to start that power play.
Yeah. And a
Wilson
1-0
got it?
Washington lead.
Yeah.
Tom Wilson with the goal.
It's like
There
the
it
one
is.
time I don't bet Wilson.
Yep.
Fuck you, Wilson.
Keep in mind,
You
I don't
son
have
of a
anything.
bitch.
I don't have anything with Florida to win except the Florida team total is what I have, and I have over. Well, we got to check it again. I think I
Yeah,
got.
but I
over
mean,
4.
Wilson comes up big in the playoffs, especially like the year like won the cup. Like Wilson was
Yeah.
pretty pretty relevant as far as like point totals.
I figured that he would be good, but I was like, I don't know. He's been kind of cold. He's been really cold like the last 10 games.
I feel like he's been playing tentatively just so he doesn't get in trouble
Yeah.
Hmm.
coming in the playoffs.
That's a big. Well, that's big that they got something out of that. When you get a 5-on-3 in the
was that?
playoffs, it's important you do something with it. Just asked Tampa Bay last night.
I wonder how Coop's feeling today.
Yeah, really. Coop said if the Leafs didn't have to play all that well to beat us. That's kind of a slight that the Leafs, to be honest. But it's also an indictment of how shit his team was when they were shit. That's a shit game from the Lightning.
Yeah, but I'm sure you saw the stat already about like the Tampa Bay's goalie, Valesky.
Yeah.
He's like 14-0 after a loss in the playoffs his like past 2 years, like a 9.66 save percentage, 5 shutouts.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah.
I was thinking about how pissed off they must have been going to sleep. That would be kind of scary. It's a whole series, you know. It's hard for me to imagine that the Lightning aren't going to come out like fuck.
I would
hammer
them next game. Hammer them next game. Yeah.
First period Tampa is probably like situationally. I mean, that's hard to ignore that tomorrow night. And I like Toronto last night because I figured you were going to get that kind of effort from them. Storming, they got embarrassed by Tampa 2 weeks ago. They're hearing the critics saying you can't win in the first round, and they just came out with purpose. But now's the test. You know you're going to get A+ Tampa, and if not, there's something wrong with them. But you should get A+ Tampa tomorrow.
They may drop another one before they start winning. I was thinking that today too, as I was thinking more about it. They may drop tomorrow too. I think
Tampa?
they may lose. Yeah. They may lose both of these games, and then they come on strong and win the next 4.
But I mean, ideally,
I can see that happening.
You typically want to split on the road, and then
they'll want to. I mean, Toronto's not a pushover this year. They're a lot better with the additions that they made at the trade deadline. I don't know. Tampa can be slow starters. I remember last year they were kind of slow getting going.
Well, I mean, I've been hearing people comparing the Panthers to like the old. People are calling like the Panthers the same team that the Lightning were when they got swept in 4 by Columbus.
Oh, I heard something like that today too.
Yeah, that's been a hot take I've been hearing too. Occupancy, what's up, bro?
Hey, Peyton, how you doing?
There he is. I was just going to say, yeah, there's occupancy. Yeah. What's up? How are things?
Good. I feel like almost every time you ask me and I'm here, it's like I'm on the Rangers money line.
Yeah, I know. That's a recurring betcast and a Ranger money line bet. Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's going well. Thanks for having me on. How are you guys doing?
Good. Yeah, as always. Yep. Now, I feel a little more excited tonight because it's the first playoff betcast, and there's not quite as many games. You can just kind of enjoy it more. You know, you really get to hone in on there's only 2 games going on at once. It's a big far cry from 6 or 7 going on, 8 sometimes going on at once, like we've had in Tuesday regular season betcast.
It's insane.
Sure.
It's insane when that happens.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll talk more specifically Game 2, Tampa-Toronto tomorrow on the Wednesday Ice Guys show. Danny Ehrman, by the way, joining us on the show tomorrow, back for the second time that he'll be with us on the show tomorrow. So looking forward to that. We've got Brett McLean back on Thursday. We've got Stephen Fournier on Friday. Part of that great, I talked about it before, Halifax Mooseheads Memorial Cup champion team in 2000. One of the greatest junior hockey teams, CHL of all time. It was him. It was Nate McKinnon. It was Jonathan Drouin. And it was Mackenzie Weegar, all on the same team.
Oh,
wow. Good.
Oh, that's not too bad, I guess.
Yeah, not bad. Yeah. Not bad. Now, the London Knights team in the 2000s was damn good, too, with Corey Perry and Robbie Schremp, when Robbie Schremp was a big deal and big first-round prospect.
Who else was on there with Patty Kane when he played for the Knights?
I don't think that was the same as the one that Perry was on.
No?
In fact, I know it wasn't.
Well, yeah, because I know that the age difference, but I know like Patty Kane's his Knights team didn't suck.
They were good. Yeah, they were definitely good. Yeah, that 04-05 team was just pretty crazy how good they were.
Of course, they're pretty notorious for getting paid under the table.
Dale Hunter was coaching most of those teams back then, yeah. That's another thing, too. They had a guy that was, spent some time as an NHL head coach as well, coaching that junior team. So they had everything going for it. They had the coach. They had they drafted well. They were always one of those teams that would go after it every year. So they would make good trades, bring in good players via trade. That's why they were, had so many good teams.
Jimmy Underwood, why do you think that the Tampa Bay are underdogs in Game 2? I'm curious as to know why.
Well, they are because
watch the first game?
Toronto having home ice is part of it. Toronto's very good. That's another thing right now. They are. I mean, we have to.
No, I mean, like I disagree with that. I think Tampa's going to come out just swinging on game 2.
They're going to be a much better team. It's a question: is it going to be enough to win, and can the Leafs even take it a step further with their game? Because they actually are going to have to play even better, believe it or not. I think than last night to beat Tampa tomorrow night.
Well, and obviously, I know tomorrow they're going to have Spezza filling in for Clifford. Bunting might be back, and hopefully, like Nylander can rack up some points.
Yep. Bunting will be back. Not will for sure yet, but it's on the path to being back tomorrow night because he was at practice today.
What does occupancy think about?
Yeah,
tomorrow?
bro, you've been muted. What's up?
Oh, my bad. I don't want to step on any toes when I just get in here.
No, go ahead. What do you think about that?
Come on in, man. Come on in.
Exactly.
No, I got opinions. I mean, look, cash. No, I mean, I cashed the Leafs ticket yesterday. I think I heard on social media in April, like there were a bunch of people who were just going to be betting Leafs. And I just thought it'd be cool to kind of join up with them. Obviously I look into the stats too. It's not just a, social media thing, but I thought a game 1 for Toronto sounded right. Even though there was that penalty and that 5-minute major, it was cutting it close because I was actually only on the first period. But honestly, I think Tampa bounces back tomorrow. I'm probably not running to the window for any Leafs ticket tomorrow. But probably not even game 3, but maybe game 4. But yeah,
I can see that.
What about you? What do you think?
For me?
Josh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. I don't know, man. From watching Tampa Bay this season, I remember thinking that they would bounce back after a loss, and then I bet on it. Like, I literally put money on it, and they got demolished the next night. And then they lost 2 more games in a row. So it's not beyond them this year anyway to lose 3 or 4 games in a row. So I wouldn't be in the way the Toronto looked the other night. They've got to have some confidence coming in to this next game. Marner got on the score sheet. Matthews got 2 goals. That was their problem last year. It's like neither one of those guys could even score. So they, like in the first game already, they've got 3 goals between the 2 of them. So I would imagine that they have some confidence going into tomorrow.
And just to be like contradicting, because I read the comments. Why like live stuff. Brent Norris just jumped on something huge that I was thinking about today. Is like the big like corporate boys, fans aren't showing up, and like that stadium last night was rocking.
Yeah.
It was.
They were rocking last night. I mean, I was at the Stars game, and it was like a great atmosphere. I can only imagine being at Toronto, like the heart of the NHL, for a playoff game, especially coming off a big win. It's I don't know. It's pretty shitty for sports betting, but tomorrow could be a coin flip.
I think it's going to be a great series, and I think it's forcing the Lightning to get better. And I don't think that they're going to make enough adjustments to beat the Leafs tomorrow. I don't think that that's going to happen, but that's my own personal opinion.
I think either way, tomorrow is going to really dictate the direction of the entire series.
I disagree with that, actually. I think it would be better for the Lightning if they lost tomorrow, too. Because I think they would come back way stronger. I don't know. That's obviously just my own opinion, but
so you think it's going to go to 7 games?
Probably 6.
6.
What I could see happening is the Leafs win 2, both home games, and then the Lightning win the next 4. I could totally see that happening. That makes a whole lot of sense to me.
Yeah, the way the series are priced, I mean, if you like Tampa, would you have and I don't know the answer to this, but would you have a better price betting them in the series tomorrow or the game?
I don't. Tomorrow,
I don't know.
the series. There's a lot of people that are taking Tampa in the series, or people that I know. Anyway, I'm not doing it yet, but there are people I know that are taking Tampa to win the series tomorrow, rather than just betting them to win Game 2, because they figure if we will take them in the series, we think they're going to win tomorrow night. We'd rather have that in our pocket, 1-1 going back to Tampa Bay.
Yeah,
You know, that's why I think that's a good theory to take them to win the series tomorrow rather than take them just to win Game 2.
I've just seen they have such temper problems this year. The Lightning, like they lose their shit so easily.
It's a snap show.
Yeah. And if they go down early tomorrow, like if they go down a goal or two, I could see Kucherov just fucking everything up for the whole team. Like as far as the chemistry goes.
He played like shit, and he took a really shitty penalty last night when he cross-checked somebody in the back. Like, right in front of the ref.
Up for everybody. It messes up all the chemistry with Stamkos and Hedman and Killorn. Like none of them are playing together. Then it's like everybody's in their own world.
But Stammer's been this is like the first season he's been healthy, and he has just been so damn good.
Yeah, he's really good.
He's not bad at hockey.
Yeah.
Okay, I've been talking too much, so I'm going to shut up for a little bit.
No, that's all right. It's all good. I'm drinking. That's why I'm talking less. Yeah.
I'm drinking. That's why I'm talking more.
Yeah, it definitely can work in that way for a lot of people. Yeah.
No, like the past 2 days, it's like Christmas morning. It's like it's about time.
Yeah, it's good the playoffs are here. I agree. I mean, it was too long with the regular season. It started to drag a little bit down the stretch. But this has been a nice period for Washington. They're even right now, 5-on-5 with Florida. Really, it's been a nice road period for them so far, and withstanding Florida's couple pressure shifts that they had, got the big 5-on-3 goal, which was very important earlier in the period. And when you look at the stat, by the way, when you look at the first period stats in the Penguin Ranger game. 12 scoring chances in that opening period. 12. I didn't expect that much in that Rangers Penguins game. 12 scoring chances in the opening period. There's only been 5 scoring chances so far in the Washington Florida first period, and there's less than half the period left. There's a chance there could be more scoring chances in the first period of the Ranger game than this one, and not many people would have predicted that.
There's a comment. Oh, my bad.
Oh no! I'll shut up. I've been talking a lot. You go.
Oh, I was just gonna read one of the comments from the chat. John Massey was saying a lot of miles on Vasilevsky, and I'm just looking at his game log from last night. 848 save percentage.
Yep.
It's not tight. It's not sharp. It's not good stuff that we are used to seeing from him. And there's a lot of those days in Tampa out in the sun drinking beer, like after the series and stuff, like they probably get to you at a certain point. A couple of years of that for them. So plus all the hockey on top, it's a lot. I mean, you have these guys on the show. It's a lot on the body. It's like, this could be like a reset summer for him. And then it's an early exit for Tampa, and maybe we cash some more Leafs tickets. I don't know.
I mean, it could be that.
You're not wrong.
They might be out of gas. Really, it's very possible. Sure,
they're really hungry. I mean, the Leafs team is really hungry, and they're young, and those guys are playing really hard.
Hey,
done great. I think he's really set the tempo for everybody and like kind of pulled it together.
I mean, I'm assuming everybody on here kept a close eye on all 4 games last night. I think that there was more fucking penalties called in 4 games than I've ever seen.
There was way too many. I agree with that 1,000%.
And even this last call on the Panthers, I thought was really soft.
Yeah.
And
it's almost like it's a stricter standard for some reason in the playoffs so far. I agree with that. It's everything. Even the Ranger Penguins.
I don't like it.
Yeah.
I think it's right. Like that last call on the Panthers was like really soft.
Yep. I agree. I mean, that's to me, that's definitely there's some concerns right now with the way the officiating's gone. It feels like we're not getting enough Wes McCauley officiating in this playoffs. Wes McCauley lets things go.
Even last night, there were 4 fines last night. Maroon, Perry, Simmons, and Spurgeon all got fined.
Yep.
This is like not the
that
playoffs.
Spurgeon.
Well, Spurgeon
He's
was
very fortunate he didn't
What
get
was he
suspended.
doing?
That one was
frustration.
valid, but I don't agree with the fines.
I'm glad he didn't
from,
break his
Colorado.
ankle or some shit.
Yeah, that could have been.
I don't
bad
even-
for-
Torres,
That would have been so dumb. Yeah.
that
Butch Davis.
was stupid. He did it because he felt he got slashed in the face and he went down the back of his Achilles tendon. That was pretty dirty, especially from a captain. You really wouldn't expect that in game 1.
Oh, he was frustrated. He was pissed off that they were losing and they couldn't do a damn thing about it.
Well, half the goals were power
There
play.
was nothing that they could do.
Half the goals were power play goals. I don't blame Fleury for that loss at all. He did not play bad.
But do you think the 5K was a good, sentence, or do you think he should have gotten a game?
I think we're like right now in this first series matchup, we have the NHL trying to make a statement, and then we have individual teams and players trying to make statements within their series, and then there's a combat between the two. So everybody wants like a taste of the control to set the tone of how the 2022 playoffs are going to be, really fought out. The players are going to do it. Like, just leave it up to them. They know how to do the game.
Yeah, I mean, what reminds me is like the 2 big things with Evans from Montreal and the Tavares incident, like in the beginning of last playoffs, that really changed the outcome of those games. I think, like, I don't know. I think the league is like, we know there's probably a lot of stuff going on in game 1, but I mean, come on, like taking runs at guys like that.
Do you remember that Schleify hit?
Yeah, dude.
Like,
I don't even know it. Like,
so
I don't know.
I thought he killed it.
Holy shit! How did Backstrom just miss that?
Yeah, well, the defenseman cleared it. Got behind Bobrovsky. Oh my goodness, Washington, everything but score on this power play.
Yeah, really.
Everything but score on it.
Just feed Ovi. Okay, well, nice pass.
Ovechkin fumbled the puck in his office right by the face-off daughter. He could have had a one-timer that he could have scored on, and a blast from the point cradled by Bobrovsky for a face-off. Wow.
Well, that pass got deflected over to Ovi.
Yeah.
No, it actually didn't. It was just a bad pass.
Well, that was Gustav Forsling getting the stick down, making that, clearing that puck away, or else that was a yawning cage.
Damn.
All right, good stuff. We've got someone joining us here on the BetCast, I believe, for the first time.
Yes,
on
sir.
Twitter, if you want to follow him at Fade My Play. Doesn't sound like you're a confident bettor, my friend. What the hell's up with that?
You know, it was a joke when I started it because I was on with a couple of buddies who, do a lot of sports betting as well. And it was more of a dare than anything. I was like, all right, fine, then fade my play and see what happens. And then it just kind of stuck. So kept going with it.
Awesome. There you go. I like the name. And so where are you from?
Coming to you live from LA, sitting out here, which is garbage because sports betting out here is a giant pain in the butt. But beyond that, it's great because all the games are early enough for me. I'm not staying up till 1, 2 in the morning like some of you boys are to get some of these late, double and triple overtime games. And especially as a Sharks fan, well, not so much recently, but in the past years, that's come in handy.
Absolutely. No, that's good. I mean, beautiful weather. The games are over by like 10 p.m. Where you are, 10:30 at the latest. You got still the late night ahead of you. Rangers, by the way, have gotten on the board again. Kopp gets the goal, and that's one of our props. Andrew fucking Kopp does it again for us. We've been betting him multiple times with player props. 2-0 Rangers, and that's good for me with Rangers in terms of both the money line, and I've also taken a little bit on them over, not 2.5. I actually went with over 3, minus 125 with their team total. So we won more for a push, 2 for a win with that.
I would say Andrew Kopp and Giroux have been like the best 2 acquirers from the trade deadline.
Kopp's been excellent. He's been a great Giordano in Toronto just because he made Timothy Liljegren a good defenseman again, which is significant. Fade my. Do you have a first name, or do you just want me to call you?
No, it's on there from the golf show that I do, so I'll change that. But yeah, My name's Brian.
Brian. All right, there we go. So, Brian, you're a big hockey fan. Do you have a favorite team? How long have you been betting it?
I've been a lifelong suffering Sharks fan. We've been close a couple of times, but as you know, not great. Glad to see, no love lost. Glad to see Pavelski back in the playoffs. Like you said today on the pod, actually, he's just built for the postseason. I love seeing him. I think that they could give the Flames some trouble, especially because everyone's counting him out. It's like last night with the Kings. It's just crazy to think.
Kings. I didn't, and I paid the price for it. And I like the Flames tonight. And although I didn't take the Flames like I took Edmonton last night.
Yeah.
Me too. Calgary was small in regulation bet. That's it.
Yeah. I just think it's one of those weird things where there's a couple of people and it's similar to this Washington game right now. It's like you have teams, Kings, the Rangers, and now the Caps, like all coming out real hot, looking dangerous end to end. And I think it's a big in part because of the fact that a lot of people didn't think they'd go very far in the playoffs. The Rangers, they might beat the Penguins, but people aren't talking about them to win the cup or anything like that. And I think that gets to a team.
Yeah. The Rangers, I think the Rangers are an interesting team where, do they have it in them to like threaten to Carolina, Florida, some of those other teams? It remains to be seen, but they're off to a nice start tonight. But again, you're talking about a Penguins team with DeSmith in there. It's set up nicely for them. We'll see if they continue to take advantage of it. I just jumped in, by the way, Washington, Florida, last gasp at plus 250 over 1.5 first period. Plus 250, just locked in a second ago for me in this capital. This is like instant live betting gratification right here, or potential sorrow, depending on how it plays out, because plus 250 over 1.5, and there's only a little over 3 minutes left in the first period here. So can we get one more? And I've already got both teams to score, so it's there's a lot riding on these last 3 minutes here. But Florida can't get out of their own end consistently now, even since they killed the penalty. Washington's got him hemmed in here, really. Alex, it's been surprising here. A little bit of a dopey first period for Florida, taking penalties, stuck in their own end.
It has, but even with Washington, the best looks they've gotten have been on the power play. Like their 5-on-5 has been a bit sloppy as well. So kind of interesting, watching that right now, and kind of looking to see, can Florida turn things around? They might need the intermission to kind of wake up and get things rolling.
Penguins on the board, and Jake Gensel gets them back into the game for the Penguins. So it's 2-1 now in favor of the Rangers. That's much needed right there for the Pittsburgh Penguins. 2-1 in that game now as the Gensel makes it 2-1 just 5 minutes into the second period there. So just like that, a goal apiece for both of those teams in the early moments of the second period there. Down to about 2 minutes and 25 seconds left in the first period with the Caps and the Panthers.
I thought somebody said that Gensel was hurt. Wasn't he injured?
Yeah, no, he got hit in that what led to that power play opportunity.
Yes.
I thought he had
there it is.
Torn cartilage.
Florida on the board. It was Sam Bennett. Well, that's a bad goal for Vanacek. There's no screen. Sam Bennett. There you go. Sam Bennett's one of my prop guys. There it is.
I did not have him. I should have had him.
Let's
don't
go.
Trust him.
That's a huge one.
I don't know why I don't trust
That's
him.
winner for both teams to score plus 150. That's the over 1.5, which I jumped on at plus 250.
Yeah,
Holy
nice.
Fuck.
Ian, you're a god.
Well, tonight I am. Where was my fucking betcast success last week? Not very good. So we need a big one. There we go.
You know why he scored is the puck was on its edge.
Yep.
When he shoots it, I think the puck was on its edge a little bit.
It was, yeah.
No, I'm wrong. I'm an idiot.
See, that's going to be Florida's problem, or Washington's problem in this series. Like they're out shooting Florida. This is problem. This is a problem now for Washington that this game is tied. They've had 3 penalties, Florida. Washington's had none. That's not going to stay that way forever. Florida's probably going to get the next power play. Crowd's back into the game now. They haven't played anywhere close to their best period, and it's 1-1.
Well, Ian, I know last year Sam Bennett was a threat against Tampa Bay the first round.
Yeah. No,
Sam Bennett's really
great
good
in the playoffs last year. He's a playoff guy. He steps up in postseason time.
Thank God he got out of Calgary.
Yeah, it wasn't a good fit there.
No.
You know what? You know what's funny is if he had stayed in Calgary, guys, with Daryl Sutter there, He would have been, I think, a player that would have played well under Sutter.
Yeah, for sure. He likes that style of play, that grit, and then you can put up points.
Physical and can score, but he's physical. He's got that physical element to him. He's hard on pucks. He goes to the good, grimy areas, right? That's a Daryl Sutter player. Good away from the puck. He'll back check. All the things Sutter likes in a player.
Did you see Sutter's quote? Somebody was like, "So how does Calgary compare to LA?" He's like, "Not at all." Not at all.
I mean, I'm not a huge fan of LA, but that's kind of a easy one to answer, I feel.
I didn't realize it was Sharkyville in the Ice Guys viewer and listener base. I mean, we've got Occupancy's a Shark fan. Brian here, Fade My Play, is a Shark fan. Stella Girl, who's been on our betcasts before, is a Shark fan. Got a lot of Shark fans here.
They're a team you love to love and hate to hate. Speaking of, someone was talking about transfers of the window. Evander Kane, granted they lost, but he was a huge pickup for the Oilers.
Yeah, he was. He absolutely was, Brian. It's making Ken Holland look like a genius for giving him a shot and saying, hey, with all the baggage, with all the shit going on off the ice with Evander Kane, he's a guy that from a hockey standpoint is a good player and can help us and make us better. And so
I tweeted at Evander Kane and I got some fucking heat back from it.
I know you're just stirring that pot, right?
I was getting called out. I can tell a story about. Okay, so I used to work at Lululemon out in New York.
Right.
And his Evander Kane's ex-wife parents came in, and I was wearing a hockey hat, and they're like, "Oh, you know hockey?" I'm like, "Yeah." And like, "How about the Sharks?" And I was like, "Yeah, they're good and all," but I was like, "I hate Evander Kane," and they're like, "Yeah, our daughter's about to marry him." I was like, "Oh, that sucks."
Oops. Have fun with that.
That was about 3 years ago, and I was right. I was like, "That sucks."
That'd be nice to the Shark fans here. SoCal resellers, Sharks suck.
Yeah, but hey, Brian, you're not the only Southern on here. I'm coming live from Houston, Texas.
Oh, There you go. At least you have sports betting.
No, he doesn't.
No, I don't.
Oh, they don't yet? Oh, Jesus.
He's in the same boat as you, Brian. It's Texas and California.
Everyone
Wake
does
the fuck
California.
up. Get to it. Yeah. What is the holdup, by the way, with Cali and Texas and some of these states? It's insane.
Dude, it's wild. It's like, and it's also so frustrating because of the loopholes, like, offshore books, DraftKings and FanDuel, they use your location, so I can't use those. But offshore books, they don't care, and California doesn't care. So, Bovada and Bet Online and Bet US, those are all fair game. And it's just like, come on, man. Like, we can drink, we can smoke weed, we can now almost do mushrooms now, and yet we can't sports bet. Bullshit.
Yeah, Texas is just pretty conservative. We can't do any of that.
Yeah. At least you guys have an excuse.
Yep. No, that is bullshit. It's terrible. It's taking too long. Like, we in Canada, we're even slower than a lot of the states, and even now in Ontario, we're all set up and raring to go now. We're second month into full bore here in Ontario now, and there's, Texas and California, two massive states in the U.S. still aren't set up yet. It's bullshit. It's crazy.
It's also it's crazy because you just think about the money that each state is going to make off it is just bananas. Taxing alcohol, taxing cigarettes, you're going to make so much on gambling.
Oh, Canada knows all about taxing cigarettes and alcohol.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, all they do. Yeah.
I feel
New York.
I don't know. I feel like it should be legal, and I also struggle with it because I know how irresponsible a lot of people are with gambling. Especially if you're drinking, it's real easy for people to go balls out and then lose all impulse control and, lose all their fucking money. So it's how do you protect people from doing that to themselves and being homeless?
Yeah, but you're going to have all the same shit with booze and,
Total, for sure. No, you're absolutely right. But it feels like it's a little bit slower with booze. with drugs. Because like with money, you could literally lose all of your money in a night.
Yeah, that's real.
You know.
Oh, the two former Rimouski Oceanique Junior players going at it in the Penguin Ranger game. Crosby and Lafreniere.
Here we go.
That last whistle.
Lafreniere, don't do shit.
I think it should be legal, though.
I'm sure y'all guys
make that clear.
Oh yeah.
I'm sure y'all talked about it, and I'm sorry for coming in late. But what do you guys think of that Spurgeon check? Like, I can't believe none of my friends are big hockey people except for a couple in Canada, and just like. That's mind-blowing to me. Like, watching that back, it's even worse. Yeah. Like, I saw it real time and was like, that's got to be kicked out of the game. But then watching it back, it's like he should never pick up a stick again.
He got a $5,000 fine for it.
And no suspension. No suspension.
But Clifford got suspension for his hit, which I do agree with, actually.
That was retarded.
Dirty, but, like, that's a hit. Like, I'm just trying to hit you hard. That's not trying to end a guy's career.
That cross-check to the ankle was vicious.
Clifford was just jacked up on adrenaline and testosterone. Clearly, it was very obvious. Anything that was in his way, he was just going to punch or hit or do something.
I think Clifford was like, I've won cups. Let me make my presence known. Spurgeon, I think that was very just immature.
He was pissed. Yeah, honestly, he was immature for sure. Yeah, that was out of anger. Clifford's was out of testosterone rage.
Fired up.
Yeah, he was jazzed, man.
POS. That's your captain, man.
That was a
classic Minnesota sports.
I am beyond stunned. I'm totally beyond stunned that was not at least a one-gamer. At least something. One game.
I think it's because he has no previous record of anything at all.
No.
And they might want to protect their captain. Maybe Bill Guerin chimed in and said, no, he's a good guy. I don't know.
I'm sure I agree with that. Spurgeon has not gotten involved in anything like that very often, but that moment he lost it. All right, he just had a brain cramp.
I mean, that could have been a snapped ankle.
Oh, it could have torn his ACL or
ACL.
Yeah, it's pretty nasty. I mean, Matthews, was suspended for 3 games. And he just did a little pussy punch on the guy. He wasn't even his little cross check.
But but Malkin got dinged for more games than that when he cross checked RoboCop in the face.
Yes.
Not only was it blatant hit to the ankle, but the fact that it was the end of the game with a minute and something left, it was clearly just a malicious attack. It should have been a suspension for sure.
Yeah.
So
just like a game would have done it for me.
I don't give a shit that he's got a clean record.
I know if it might play, Brian.
That shouldn't factor in that he's got a clean record.
Brian's ready to kick him out forever. I'm not ready to kick him out forever, but I think a game or 3 would probably be appropriate.
Yeah, I think 1 game suspension for sure.
Yeah, so what if someone decides in the heat of the moment they're losing a game, they tomahawk the guy with the stick over the top of the head? Oh, but he's got a clean record. He's never been suspended before. He's never done anything. No suspension. Same thing. Right. Can you imagine that? It's kind of like this situation. Yeah.
I got kicked out of my youth league for breaking my stick over a guy's head.
Oh, wow. See, you've had that moment. So you played rec hockey. Is it rec hockey? College hockey? What have you played, Brian?
Nah, rec for sure. I wasn't good enough to play later.
Yeah. But it's still, you got refs, you got all that still in the rec leagues, and they came down on you obviously for that. And you had a Jared Spurgeon moment where it's just you're pissed off at someone or you're frustrated, maybe you're down in the game, whatever, and you just have that moment. Yeah,
exactly. I mean, we were down. I think it was embarrassingly so because we were playing state champs and we were down 5-1 in the third. But this kid broke a new stick that I just bought and broke the head off it with a totally legal check, but I just took the rest of it and just went bash over his helmet. And they were like, yep, you're done.
You go.
No more for you.
Yeah, it's one of those moments where it's just internally your brain and it turns into the devil just for a second. You're just wound up and just the seething and rage and temporary anger, temporary rage. And that's when the moment happens.
Yep.
It's the moment for you. And the moment, obviously, last night for Spurgeon. Yeah.
I mean, you make a good point, though, Brian. Yeah. I mean, everybody's lucky that nothing really bad happened. It could have, totally messed up his knee, his Achilles heel. his ankle, all sorts of stuff.
It's also just the worst that it's like you're not just going in for a hit. It's like the entirety of that move is to hurt somebody. It's not like I'm going for a hit to check him or to get the puck or anything. It's exclusively to injure somebody, and that's what makes me upset about it. It's just the fact that you're not looking to do anything else. If you do that on a guy's ankle, it's because you're trying to break his ankle.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh,
I don't think he probably wasn't thinking very well. I would imagine.
No.
Like he's probably feeling like absolutely powerless. And
dude, how about these Celtics? My goodness.
Yeah, damn.
Yeah, very impressive. We will mention
Yikes.
that. Yeah, they are up big, no question about that. In that matchup between the
26
Celtics and the Bucks,
my goodness,
65-40 at halftime. Yep. They're doing what they should be doing, bouncing back after a bad home loss. Yeah. I didn't expect them maybe to be up this big, but I figured they'd win. I really like them to win tonight for sure, and it looks like they're on their way to doing that. The Penguins, by the way, if you believe in momentum in a hockey game, Pittsburgh to score the next goal. I know sometimes Alex looks at those kind of bets, plus 110, because they've actually had better of the play the last few. They've been swarming the Shesterkin and the Rangers a little bit. I'm kind of concerned because really ever since Pittsburgh got the 2-1 goal, they've had the better of the play.
Yeah, this should definitely be another one
for Pittsburgh.
Yeah, I mean, face-offs, Rangers still got the slight edge.
Yeah.
There's a couple things I look at. Hits, Rangers have the edge there, 26-14. Penalty minutes, Rangers 4, Penguins 2. These just to keep track of the game. This is what I said. I remember those Rangers Penguins games, like right, as the season was tailing off.
Yep.
And the Rangers got out to those leads, and then they kind of just built on that. If you let the Penguins stick around, that's not a good thing.
No.
So I don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah, 8-0 scoring chances for Pittsburgh, believe it or not, in the second period, which is tells you how much they've had the better of the play. But here they come in again, and they've tied it.
Damn.
Yep. 2-2. Rangers have fallen asleep here these last few minutes, and it's tied. Gensel again.
Damn. What a goal.
It was terrific pass by Crosby to set that up, too. Crosby, just a terrific pass there, yeah.
Oh.
Great pass, and watch this. Feathery pass right through there, and
Yeah.
Too much time and space, too. Rangers got caught up ice there.
That's nice.
Hey, so here's a live bet for you as well in the other game in the Washington, because I was just going to try and lock in the over 2.5 for this third period, but obviously that's gone. Is all periods to go over 1.5 in the Florida-Washington game. That's one that I've definitely locked in because I think Florida is about to turn it on, and they could be the only ones to score and still get a couple in both the second and third period, and we could see that one cash into plus money. I'm definitely into that.
Yep. That's a good one. I really that makes a lot of sense. I could see every period in that game having 2 goals.
Yep.
No doubt. Same with Nashville, Colorado. That's another good game to think about something like that.
Man, Saros out is just such a kick to the downstairs. That's just the worst for them.
Yep. It's not all bad, though. It's 2-2. Obviously, Rangers can still win. But when they have a 2-0 lead at home, you don't like to see it in the same period the other team come back tie it. But give Penguins credit. They will not be a team that tucks their tail between their legs and goes home with all the veteran playoff experience they have, which they do have, Pittsburgh. So
no, for the series, didn't the series open up -110, -110? I think
pick them right around to pick them.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. I like the Rangers from the beginning. I would actually lay it up to -130 or 40 or so with the Rangers, but I was really, really surprised it was that low, especially knowing that Jari's not starting this series for the Penguins. Although DeSmith didn't really have any chance on the 2 goals. He really did. You can't really say, DeSmith should have had the 2 Ranger goals. He really couldn't have done much about either one of them.
Interesting to see the stats on Jari. I think Hockey Statistics put this out on Twitter yesterday, but he's actually been one of the better goalkeepers, after his meltdown last year in the postseason. interesting to see that he's one of the 9 best in the league this year.
Yep. Oh, someone's asking about Brian. What's the price on your over 1.5 every period with the Florida
Plus
game?
110. I'm seeing it on Bovada. I just locked that in.
Yeah,
Damn. That's a really good bet.
Yeah, I like it just because I could genuinely see Florida doing it all themselves.
Yeah, I think there's definitely some truth to that. Yeah,
we know what they do in the second and third period.
I think they have that on FanDuel if you're in the States or if you have FanDuel.
I mean, that's what hurts us the most as California bettors is we just get shilled on prices, like because we have no competition. Like, so we can't get competitive odds. It sucks.
And if it makes you feel any better about that all periods over bet, Florida is the second highest scoring team in the second and third period in the entire league, only beaten out by Colorado in the third and St. Louis in the second.
Yep. Well documented for sure, Brian. That the later the game gets, the better Florida gets.
Oh my God! You can bet on goal scorers on FanDuel, like live.
What? Live?
Yep. Yeah.
Can you bet on baseball hitters or no?
On DraftKings you can, and
live.
Who gives a shit about baseball?
Yeah.
On a night like this, I feel that way, but yeah.
Just the odds. The odds are probably so good. I
wish they would let you do that. I wish they would let. Wait. That's just for overtime.
I was gonna say, I know Bet365 has the live goal scorer props, but I never knew FanDuel did.
They did last year during the playoffs. They do. So they may actually, or I know during the Stanley Cup they did.
Yeah, I don't see them online, but
it says player goals, but it only has overtime goals.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's market offered live until start of overtime.
Man, I was really hoping last night that Edmonton would be going to overtime.
Oh,
I did too. Yeah. Give Jonathan Quick credit. That for final 2 minutes, he was really good. He had to make a couple of real nice saves. Made one of those classic vintage Quick saves where he's like spread eagle on the ice there and he's stretching the pads out.
I thought King shot swinging. We should have scored that.
Yeah.
That was on.
I wish it was going to OT.
If Smith didn't suck and play the puck, yeah.
Smith is ridiculous. Like I was texting my buddy live as the game was going on. Like Smith is making some questionable plays during this game, and of course it leads to the game-winning goal. It's just insane.
See, he gets all horned up to play the puck, and about a month ago he had that sick OT pass to McDavid, where McDavid scored, and then Smith is like, "Oh, I can just do this every single game."
But I mean, any pass to McDavid, it's just fucking McDavid doing what he does that scores the goal, not your pass. By the way,
McDavid was sick. That goal was fucking sick.
Well, if you notice, McDavid was like, "I'm done fucking passing. I'll just do it myself."
I love when he does that, though. Like, that's the same one. Wasn't it against the Rangers that one earlier this year?
That was amazing. That was amazing.
Goal of the year.
Great goal. Oh, so on FanDuel, what I was going to say, on FanDuel, the bet is plus 100 for all periods over.
I mean, think about it like this. If you like the over 6.5.
Yeah, you might as well.
You're
6.5 minus 155. Damn. No, thank you.
Penalty. Yeah, Yep. This is coming unglued a little for New York, even though it's still 2-2, and this game's right there. They have not had a good at all 10 minutes or so.
No.
Yeah, I grabbed plus 138 for Penguins rather to score next goal about a couple minutes ago.
There you go.
So, good call.
And they're going to get a power play now, so that's going to help their chances. Oh, wow, that was an off speed. Something.
Oh, my goodness.
What do you think in this? I know that we're watching hockey right now, but what do you think of this Buck spread plus 15.5?
I'm not watching, so I wouldn't be.
Is that soccer?
Yeah.
What's that?
Is that soccer? Bucks?
No.
I'm kidding.
That's the NBA.
I'm kidding.
Oh, there you go. Ha.
Nah.
Got me. Another
LOL.
Oh,
You know what? A
Okay.
lot of times, though, teams in that spread range, teams in the NBA, we saw it with Phoenix against Dallas. They had a lead like almost by 20, and then they put it on cruise control last night. Teams will do
that's
that.
true.
blowouts.
I got an
are just
angle
like,
for
who
you
knows?
guys.
Blowouts are a coin flip for props, for spreads, for anything.
But in the playoffs, are they still? I don't know. Yeah.
Because, someone could win. They could be up by 15 and win by 30, or they could be up by 15 and lose the game. Minnesota.
I have a stupid question.
True.
How good would Gensel actually be without Crosby?
He wouldn't be as good. That's for sure. How much would he not be as good is the real question.
It's not like a Draisaitl or, Landeskog where they'd be just as good on their own on any team.
I think he'd be a slightly above. Honestly, I hate to say this. Maybe this is harsh, but I think he'd be a slightly above average to maybe good player, but not great.
Oof.
Certainly not like he is without Crosby.
So maybe a second line guy.
Yes.
He'd be like a Tyler Seguin, maybe.
Sagan used to be a fucking stud.
But
Yeah.
Gensel's great too. I think Gensel's great. I mean, I don't take anything away from him either.
Yep. Yep. There's no doubt about that. Oh, we got a Florida goal. 2-1 Panthers.
I have a bet on Ian's favorite guy, Jamie Benn, tonight to get a goal.
Dude, when I saw Sagan and Ben in person, they sucked.
Yeah.
Claude Giroux, man.
Mr. Giroux,
What a
yeah.
trait, or what a train.
That's what they brought him here for.
What did I say? Second best acquisition.
Yep.
The Books missed on his
19 minutes to cash this over. Let's do it.
Yep.
Keep it coming.
How many shots?
Yeah,
does he
there's
have
your
so
there's
far?
your first goal for the second period over 1.5 there, Brian. Yeah.
Yep. And side bet, I love Sam Bennett in the playoffs, and I took him two ways. I took him to have more points than Mantha, so that's his second, so that's positive. But also, strangely enough, he and Ovechkin, there's a special parlay them together, both over 3.5 shots, plus 400. Obviously, Ovi's going to get there, but Bennett's been shooting the puck. I mean, he's the shooting leader for the Panthers. I feel like, why not?
Yeah, Brian. Before you jumped on, I said the same thing about Bennett in the playoffs. His game really evolves.
Yes, sir.
So I love
Sam
that bet.
Bennett. I like that whole line. Like, obviously Barkov and Huberdeau and, they're fantastic, but
It's
Florida's so deep. They have scores everywhere. Verhaeghe,
Bennett-
oh my God, what a
So
season he's had.
Bennett
Sam,
reminds
that's
me
on
of Kadri.
FanDuel, and it was plus 100. If you're in the where like gambling's legal for FanDuel or BetMGM or something else, but it was plus one. How much was it for you, Brian? The all periods over 1.5.
Plus 110.
Plus 110. I told you on that. That's nice.
Yeah, same.
Yeah. Woo.
My
So
only
get it.
concern
Oh my
about
gosh,
Bennett,
shorthanded goal Rangers. Wow.
Let's go, boys.
Kreider on the shorthanded goal, 3-2 Rangers.
Should
Wow.
you
Going over the
ever
total.
not bet Chris Kreider to score? Like, should that just be an auto bet?
okay,
every single
Brian.
game?
Here's my thing. Is he had over 50 goals. Half were on the power play, and the power plays aren't as relevant in the playoffs as they are regular season, especially for Chris Kreider. But he's on the PK because he's so fucking fast.
Yeah.
He can kill.
Look at the speed. That's what got that goal for him. The
The
speed.
speed.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Gosh, the speed. Did you see that on the replay?
That
He
has
just-
to be a penalty. Sorry.
He just sprinted skating wise down that ice. Holy fuck.
Wow.
That's what allowed them to catch up to that Zibanejad pass. Yeah.
We get deeper in the playoff series,
Wow.
looking at how long people have played with
Wow.
each other.
Yep.
I think
Yep.
is going to make a difference because they know where they are. I mean, I'm sure you talk to some of these guys who come on the show too. They could probably talk about, bringing new people on teams and look at some of the teams that have been together. The Florida Panthers maybe haven't been together that long,
No.
but
Nah.
but
But at
the
least they have a
Rangers-
couple of games postseason under their belt.
Oh, dude, no. Like, trust me, I'm always down to bet. Like, Panthers
we got a
and stuff.
penalty here to the Rangers, I believe. I think it's going to be 5-on-3 here. Yeah. Yeah, it is. It's going to be 5-on-3 for 40 seconds for Pittsburgh. So they have a chance to equalize right back on the same power play. Yeah. Trouba getting them. Yeah.
Sam Bennett worries me a little bit because he reminds me of like a younger Kadri.
Yeah,
he's talented, but he can be a snap show.
I love Kadri. I have no problem saying
Kadri's like 3 for 3 in his last playoffs, like
getting suspended.
Yep.
And costing,
he'll get one this year too.
A fucking series.
Yeah, I mean, if the Avs and the Flames went head to head, I mean, who'd you guys have? Just curious.
Avs.
Seen
them both live this season. Avs just, I mean.
And my reason is one word, Makar.
Yeah.
The Flames have beat them both times they've played recently, haven't
they? Yeah,
they?
but I don't count like regular season series for playoffs. I think it's
Niners beat the Rams,
I would say,
both times this season, and then we choked in the playoffs against them. It's all about postseason.
With the 7 series, I don't count regular season matchups. I think that's irrelevant. It's out the window.
But still take the Flames. Sorry.
Here we go. God dang.
All right, Penguins with a huge opportunity to get that shorthanded goal they just gave up right back. 2-man advantage for 35 seconds. Let's do a little Ian play-by-play here. Malkin has it at the dot. Malkin back to the point to Letang, trying to set it up with 28 on the man advantage. Back for the one-timer to Malkin. Big save, Shesterkin in front of the net. Cleared away from harm's way by Zibanejad. Off the boards and down the ice. Crowd roars approval. 20 seconds left in the 5-on-3. DeSmith will set it up for Malkin through the neutral zone, picking up steam, has reinforcements with him, lays it on back to Rust. Rust back to the line to Letang. Letang into the middle.
Can you do
of
it
the
in
ice,
the Philly voice?
Set it back up right in front. They score. Brian Rust at the side of the net tips it in on a beautiful feed, and on the power play, the Penguins have tied it back up yet again.
Nice.
Ian, I have a quick question. When the fuck are you going to start your radio show?
Yeah, exactly. That's all
that
we're
is
missing
great
right now. 3-3 Penguins and
fantastic play-by-play though.
Oh yeah, I appreciate that.
Hey,
it's almost going to be
the
my
guy for the
profession.
Philly or not the Flyers, the Caps. Who's that guy?
Oh, Beninati?
Yeah. Can you do that voice? The play-by-play?
Yes.
That would be amazing.
Or you're talking about the color guy, Lachlan?
Is it Joe?
The guy, the one that goes crazy. I don't know. And he sounds like he's hammered, but he's not.
No, it can't be Beninati. He doesn't get.
No. He's hammered.
Beninati. Let me
I
look
think
him
you
up.
might be thinking another team. But by the way, they scored on the 5-on-3
for the Caps. No, maybe he doesn't sound hammered. He might not sound drunk. He just sounds.
Oh, it's going to be reviewed. This goal. Hold the.
Oh yeah, here we go.
Let me look him up.
Is it for offsides?
Offside potentially, and Pittsburgh doesn't look happy. It's almost like they know it that this might come back.
Here we go.
What the fuck happened to that ref?
Ovi getting into it.
Yeah, there's some rough stuff going on in the Washington Florida game right now.
That ref in the Pitts game, he got in a fight.
Yeah. Yeah, what happened to him there? Yeah.
Yes, Beninati, by the way.
Nope. The goal counts. I don't know what the hell they were looking at, but yeah, the goal counts. It's 3-3. Yep. So goal stands. Rust with it. 3-3 in that game. 2-1 still for Florida.
Look at that ref.
Yeah.
He's fucked up.
What the hell happened? Yeah.
I guess he got caught cheating. His wife's pissed off.
Yeah.
Yeah, what happened?
Shout out
You're right.
Ian, by the way. So since obviously I'm a big Ice Guys fan, but
how long have you been watching us, by the way?
You put pardon, what was that?
How long have you been watching us?
Since the beginning of this season.
Oh wow. Thank you very much. Yeah.
But you put me onto because I'm a big props guy and I love finding, bargain bin, as you like to say, but it's pretty much become an auto bet. Anytime someone gets moved up to the top line of an elite offense, be it, the Leafs or the Avs or whoever, with Mikheyev hitting last night. But one of my favorites that I just like literally blindly betting him when Nichushkin got put on the top line with the Avs, just betting 2 points at like plus 500.
Right.
Oh my goodness. Hitting that kind of stuff is just bananas. And it happens every time. Or Michael Bunting, when he got put on the top Leafs line.
Yep.
Fantastic.
Oh, I appreciate that. It's why we hammer home that concept, constantly on the show. The guy moving up the lineup is a value bet each and every time from a prop standpoint.
Especially when he's a really good hockey player on the. I mean, watching Val play hockey is one of the great. He's just his style is he's such a good player.
He's a monster as well. Like I went and saw Avs Kings a few weeks ago, and he's just a giant man. Like just a giant man.
He's been one of those classic situations
this Friday.
Yep.
Get to see McDavid in the flesh again.
Yes.
Win or lose, that man is the fastest thing I've ever seen on ice. It's insanity.
Dude, you want to hear an annoying story about a Sharks game? Real quick,
God.
I know we're on air.
Yes.
Bro, I had a ticket to the Eichel game. And I was going, bro, on the 17, I don't know if you know, like Santa Cruz area. It was the fucking highway was backed up, man. So I missed the first period and missed the Eichel goal, dude. And I get there, I'm like, wow, this sucks. I left early. I was so pissed, dude. Yeah, I know, dude. But I got to see Logan Thompson play, which is good, just like, because he's going to be the goalie for a while. But, yeah, it's kind of a bummer on that one.
Yes. That's like one of those, like, just twist the knife type of situations.
I bought the ticket the day of, so I was like, I kind of like had it coming to me, but it is what it is.
I always say it's good to be there. That's why I hate missing a minute. I always get there to my live sporting events right before the game starts. I don't think I've rarely been there when the game started already. Yeah. Rarely in any sporting event. Somehow I've been good like that.
Yo, Brian, which part of LA are you in?
I live in WeHo. I was born and raised in San Francisco. So, Bay Area sports fan, like Niners, Warriors, Sharks, Giants. But yeah, I live here for work.
Cool. I used to live in Glendale.
Oh, really? Nice area. Yeah. Not a bad place to live.
Did you guys ever go down to like San Diego, Orange County?
San Diego. Yeah. I went to school in San Diego for college.
Okay.
So yeah, spent a lot of time.
I used to live in like San Clemente.
There you go.
Yeah.
Hard to find a hockey rink there. I won't lie.
Dude, I played in the men's league.
Did you?
There was and like Aliso Viejo. There was some random rink. I just got gear and play. It was fun. But not ice times. Like they go like San Diego. It's just the random. Like it's not big. It's not big down there.
No. Why would it be? I mean, hey, it's all good. But you want to know some real degenerate betting? Is I lived in England for about 6 years, and they have a pretty big league over in England, and ice hockey is electric anywhere you go and see it. I think it's one of the best sports you could possibly watch live.
Yeah.
And over there, they take it serious, and betting on English semi-professional hockey is about as degen as it gets. But goddamn, it's awesome.
They have it on Bovada?
Yeah, the Elite Ice Hockey League.
You got to be over there.
EIHL.
Oh,
yeah. I think Paul Bissonnette and Cam Jansen. They actually played over there.
Yeah, Biz was over there.
I heard that on Spit.
Yeah.
Dude, no, I bet Finnish Liga and SHL, dude. I mean,
they're
great.
But they got some serious players in, especially the Finnish league. But English hockey. I mean, going to Nottingham games, I was like, this is pretty fucking electric. Yes.
Dude,
there's a lot of guys that have played North American Pro, and now they're over there. Yep.
I played a tournament over in Amsterdam, and I got my shit pumped. I got my eyes just punched out.
Wow.
I barked up the wrong tree.
Wow, you got in a fight that you didn't want, apparently.
Yeah.
It wasn't a fight. It was just me getting my ass kicked.
Oh, it's just a beatdown. Okay.
Yeah.
It's just a beatdown. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't even land a punch. I didn't even throw a punch. I just got fucked up.
Florida's buzzing here right now.
Florida's so fast. It's incredible.
Still only 2-1, but Capital's getting away with a lot right now. Oh, nice glove save just now by Bobrovsky.
I'm always so curious to see like how the big boys from like the regular season are going to perform. Like somebody like Huberdeau
Yeah.
Obviously, Ekblad came back. It's like, is he actually healthy? Is he shooting up a toward it all? Like where are we? Like how's it actually going for him?
Huberdeau's like just insane. I mean, maybe it's just the regular season, but the fact that his average, like, to have an assist in a game is like minus 300 some games. That's just like wild. Like Matthews to score a goal isn't even that bad. Like minus 300 to get an assist in an actual NHL game is just like.
Well, it kind of makes sense because like getting an assist is actually easier than scoring.
Well, no, I mean, I understand that, but a prop for minus 300 when, if you think about it, like on average, there's about 6 goals in a game, so you have to be on the floor for
finally getting
all
one.
of them. God dang.
That was a soft call. That was so soft.
Yep.
And then somebody hit Carlson. There we go.
There you go.
All right, tummy sticks. Come on.
Yikes.
By the way, going back to that conversation for the people like Peyton in Texas and Brian and Callie who are pissed off with the sports betting situation dragging their heels in both states. New York, the Empire State, they reported that $3.1 billion in bets were taken the first 2 months, $204.6 million in gross gaming revenues, and it equates to over $104.3 million in tax revenues for New York.
Yep.
Hey, Ian, what's the tax percentage on earnings in Ontario?
The tax percentage on earnings, I think they were going to make it around 3%.
Isn't there a threshold though? Like, don't you have to make X amount before they can tax it?
X amount per day, per bet?
I think it's per annum.
Per annum.
Okay.
It's like a yearly figure,
Yeah.
a yearly summation of your betting portfolio and results. Yes. And that's how I've got to get used to it because now I've got to start doing it here because, as of last month. So this is going to matter for the 2022 tax return that I have.
Yeah.
How I go about it.
But really, that's a pat on your back because if you're making enough for the government to worry about it, that means you're doing pretty well, man.
That means people like want to tune into the show.
Great. Yeah.
As well they should. God dang.
Yeah. They know, hey, Ian's got to declaring on his taxes that he's doing pretty well. Hey, we should be watching the Ice Guys every day. Yeah.
Yeah. Ian's giving out Ilya Mikheyev props.
Yep.
Yeah. Ian's paying for my my free medical stuff. I'll jump in on that.
I try to help in any way I can. I always try to help people make money. And if it's make money to take a trip, make money to get surgery, pay for medical bills, pay for your rent, pay for a good meal, a nice trip, whatever the case. I mean,
I need money to pay for a fucking engagement ring.
Uh-oh.
No, you don't want to. You don't want to borrow money for that. That's a storm you don't want to be part of.
Man, I'm in Texas. I love hurricanes. I love storms. Let's do it.
Fair enough.
I think Peyton's been with his girlfriend for a while though, so it's getting to the point now where it's like shit or get off the pot now.
It's been like since like 8th grade.
Yeah.
Damn.
Wow.
Very, very consecutive being on and off.
Yeah.
Wow. I thought like I was in a long-term relationship. That's for real.
Since 8th grade?
Yeah.
I mean, I've had like 20 girlfriends in between, but yeah.
Oof, brag.
Is that a real legit number, or is that a little
exaggeration? Probably about right.
Wow, that's
damn.
That's impressive, man. That's.
I'm addicted to short-term relationships. It's awesome.
Yeah.
Except for the long-term one.
So 21 night stands is what you're saying, yeah.
Unless I go to Halifax and it's different.
Yeah.
That is a great town.
All right. So what's your Ian, question for you, because I got to try and steal your brain and information while we're live. What's your favorite prop for the Nashville Lanch game?
Favorite prop? Nichushkin. Maybe. Nichushkin points or goal. That's nice. Comfer, I think, is very underrated and undervalued in that game tonight. And I think he is he's started to really step up down the stretch in the regular season. Take your pick, Burakovsky or Lehkonen. I think both of those guys from Colorado are good too.
Yeah, Burakovsky can shoot the puck. Love him to score. Yeah, once he gets that on target and starts firing those, I mean, you take a look at his wrist shot. I mean, guy's got a lethal shot. It's really good.
Hey,
Definitely.
Ian, is there a prop for Taves?
Yeah. Devon Taves. Like, look at Devon Taves' numbers so far coming in down the stretch. Now, he did miss a few games. He came back and he got no points against Nashville and St. Louis in his 2 games back. So I'm worried that little absence kind of stunted his little streak he was on. But he can get it back. That's the only thing I'm concerned about. But he's more than capable of getting. And they're facing Nashville, who have had defensive problems down the stretch. They're facing Nashville, who have Dave Riddick, Big Civ Dave, as I call him in net. And so I think it's an opportunity here for Devon to buy low a little bit, because look, he had those games where he was not exactly putting up the points. He's only minus 110 to get a point.
Yeah,
that's it.
I have minus 107.
Yep.
But I'd rather take, because you also have plus 117 on JT Comfort to have a point, and because he's the center on that second power play unit, it's like, there's a little bit of me that's saying Comfort being able to pass it off, or shoot it himself.
But I wouldn't get so horned up on just the Avalanche, because I mean, like Tanner Jeannot, he's been hot.
Yeah.
I was gonna say I like Newhook's finish a little bit better on that line. I know they're on the same line. I feel like he finishes his shots a little bit better, and he finds the back of the net with a little bit more ease, I think, than JT Comfort. So I like him on that line to get a goal, and he's plus 300 on the
for
book
sure.
I'm looking at right now.
Yeah, I just like his Newhook's not on the power play at all. And you look at Nashville, and
you're right.
They like to give up power plays, and Colorado likes to take advantage of them. So that's just it's just solely because of that. Because I also love the Nicholas Obkubel.
Oh my God, JT Comfort is plus 500 for a power play point.
What? Yeah. Where do you have? Of course, what, FanDuel?
Yeah, but he's on power play number 2.
Yes.
Yeah,
and you got to think that they're going to be riding PP1.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, but Kadri, Kadri might be out for the rest of the game if he gets a terrible penalty in the first period.
True. That's true.
I think
it could be an injury.
It's wild to me.
Or I would look at Johnson, Jack Johnson.
Jack Johnson.
What about Sam Girard, man? He's like this unsung hero as well.
So, Brian, I was just going to say Girard got a point in the first playoff game of last year for the Avs.
Yes. And he's got a history of elevating a little bit point-wise at playoff time as well.
And he's plus 700 to have a goal, plus 225 to have an assist. I mean, like, those are some crazy numbers in a game that
Girard?
I think we all I think we all think is going to have some goals in it.
Yeah. I do not hate that. I don't hate that. Is it that price? Because
700, Jesus.
I'm going to see. I would looking at Cousins too. For Nashville.
Yeah, 350.
The only concern is ice time. He's buried on the fourth line potentially.
Yeah, fair enough.
Like tonight. Will he get enough ice time? You know what I'd look at for Nashville is the guy Tomasino and Tolvanen. They're going to be on the second line, both of those guys. Ellie Tolvanen and Phil Tomasino tonight for Nashville are going to be on the second line. Centering them is going to be Johansson. That is what apparently John Hines is going with tonight.
Damn.
There's another move up the lineup situation for both of those guys, Tolvanen and Tomasino, with Johansson on the second line. So
I don't know. Yeah. I don't know about your, what books y'all are using or comparing and all that, but just the fact that Sam Girard, who's scored, a decent amount, in terms of a deeper line guy, the fact that he's the second deepest price to get a goal in the entire game, second only to freaking Matthias Ekholm, that's wild.
Yeah, and look, Tomasino's plus 580 to score a goal tonight.
Yeah.
Tolvanen's plus 500 to score a goal tonight, and they're on the second line.
Damn. Yeah.
Dan was right. I'm betting that. I have to.
Hey, wait, is Ian, is Ekholm listed on PP1 for Nashville with Yossi?
Let me just check. Ekholm is on for Nashville.
2.
Number 2. Yeah.
Yep.
Tolvanen is on number. Look, and Tolvanen and Tomasino, they're going to get power play time as well. Power play 2, both of them.
Because I mean, like all it takes is for like McKinnon or Kadri to like lose their shit, and then that's an easy power play for Nashville.
Yep.
That's like that. That's that Granlund assist. To get a point, he's like minus 160, but an assist is even money.
Washington's really buzzing here. The last
Manfred is fucked up. He just like missed wide open net.
Yeah.
Yeah. You can't
he
be
had
missing
Bobrovsky
those.
off his angle. He had Bobrovsky off his angle just
100%.
now. Yep.
Oh,
what a muffin.
Tired. Holy shit.
Oh, what a pass.
Hey,
Orlov with the pass of the night.
Quick question for you guys. I mean, obviously every Orlov, you suck.
Orlov,
like every year, at least like there's one unsung hero that comes out to like win the cup. Who's y'all's like depth player pick that's going to be the biggest difference maker for the cup win?
Well, it depends on which team, but boy,
just off the dome.
Yeah.
Off the dome.
I got one. I got Max Domi.
Oh, for Carolina.
Domi.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Max Domi for Carolina. For me, it would be Comfer for Colorado.
Yeah, I was just gonna say Comfer.
City of Comfer. I'm coming straight.
I'm gonna say Kerfoot.
Kerfoot for the Leafs.
No, because the Leafs aren't gonna make it out of the second round.
I'm optimistic.
Mikheyev for the Leafs would be mine. He'd be my number
or
one
even Engvall for the Leafs.
Yeah, Engvall. Yeah.
Nah, the Leafs live and die by their top line.
Yes. Net got knocked off. Wow. I can't believe Washington didn't tie it.
How did Washington not score there? Like that.
Dub the shot.
Yeah. I like that. Ian, so quick question. Can we get a pick for the last 2 games?
While I'm on Nashville, I'm on a bunch of things. Like I'm on these props like crazy. This is a huge prop game for me, the Predators and the Avalanche, and we're talking about a bunch of them now. Like Tolvanen and Tomasino are the Chushkin for Colorado, Tolvanen and Tomasino for Nashville. And I have to take Duchesne just because he's automatic every game. There's no question. Burakovsky, Lehkonen, Comfer for Colorado, and Chushkin for Colorado. And I got to sprinkle a little, just tiny on Girard.
How about Forsberg?
Girard for a point.
How about Forsberg?
Well, Forsberg, but you're not going to get value. That's the only.
No, 0.
Okay, I suck.
Yeah,
hey,
of course.
And
Forsberg's a good pick to produce for Nashville, but you're going to not get the price you want.
Touche.
In your chat as well, Gallo or Anthony Gallo, Mangiapane. The guy's electric.
He's due.
Mangiapane's never a horrible choice. Yep.
To be fair, though, if this was an away game, I'd be hammering it because he lives to score away from fucking Calgary.
Yeah, I agree. I'm totally with you there. He does score more on the road. So in Dallas, you definitely want to look for Mangiapane game 3 and game 4. Not saying don't bet it tonight, but game 3 and game 4 especially.
Yeah.
So those are the props. Tolvanen, Tomasino, Duchesne. I wouldn't say no to Forsberg, but the value's not great for Nashville. For Colorado, Nichushkin's a must, all right? Absolute must with him on that top line. He's been electric. Tolvanen and Tomasino flanking Johansson on the second line.
Oh, Johansson
you're getting great value with those guys. And that's about it for Nashville. Those are the main 3 right there.
Do you still think Dallas is going to pull it out, Ian?
What, the series?
No, just tonight. Game 1.
I thought Edmonton would, show their superiority. They didn't. I think Calgary will, but
I think Calgary's going to sweep.
Baton's got no faith in Dallas as someone that saw them live earlier this. Oh, great pass for Florida, and they couldn't finish over to Barkov. Yeah.
Well, when you've got 3 guys on one line that have 40% of the team goals, how do you expect that to roll over to the playoffs? There's no chance. And Robertson's a small guy. He it's his first playoff ever. He's pretty much a rookie.
Yeah.
He's gonna get his shit kicked.
Florida with good pressure on this 4-on-4, but a couple of near misses. we're getting close to well, what's the live? No, it's not at the point I want it yet. It's still 6. If we get a 5.5, I'm slamming over in this Washington Florida game.
Yep.
If it gets down to 5.5 at some point, this could be
5.5
floodgates
now
open
on
third period.
Come on, give me a freaking goal.
Ian, I know you're not huge on this, but I believe Tampa Bay only had 23 shots on Toronto. And right now, I mean, Florida only has 17.
No, they've not had a great degree of consistent pressure all night, the Panthers. But they've capitalized on the chances they've had. I'm going to see the exact numbers right now here, Washington, Florida. Yeah, expected goals right now in the game is actually the Capitals ahead, 1.44 to 0.93. I'm telling you, this has not been a bad game for Washington at all. They have not played that, and I don't think it's been Florida's best. And yet, what's the score right now? 2-1. Bobrovsky's been great. Let's give goalie Bob credit. This has been good goalie Bob tonight.
Yeah, snaps.
Yeah.
But it's weird because, I mean, like, you've got the Caps who have plenty of playoff experience versus the Panthers who really don't.
No. Yeah, and that's going to allow them to have I don't know about a puncher's chance in the series, but, Florida can't make mistakes. Florida can't take penalties. And when they showed it early in the game with that 5-on-3 goal, Florida just can't play silly hockey. They got to be disciplined. You got to be sound defensively still, because Washington still does have offense. Washington's strength is scoring. It ain't stopping you, but it's scoring. They can still do that. Third period's underway. I grabbed a little draw at plus 160, by the way, with the Penguins and Rangers.
Love that.
It's got that feel like we could have overtime. And I'm kind of thought about betting it pregame, and I didn't, but I'm going to bet it now. It's kind of a way to mini hedge the Rangers money line as well, because I don't want to be sitting on Rangers money line overtime. I'd like to get the draw on my side. So draw plus 160 I took just now.
Yeah, Ian, similar thing last night, and I got to look into this, but I was on the Oilers and Reg,
Yep.
And then I took the Kings team total under 4.5 when they scored. I got lucky, because they didn't hit the empty net, but I was betting on them not to shoot for the empty net, essentially, even if they were up. So it actually hedged out of my Oilers bet. And tonight, kind of in the same boat, because I'm on Rangers and Reg. So I'm going to have to say goodbye to that ticket if they don't get it done here in the third. So I'm liking the draw. I'm losing value by the second.
Yeah, that's why. If you like that draw, I mean, run, don't walk to your sports betting account, your bank, your sports book right now. You got to get that shit in as soon as possible. Yeah, I don't hate Yossi to score. Yossi scored 3 in the last 5 games, so I don't hate plus 350 on Roman Yossi to score a goal here. And certainly from a points perspective, look if the book offers you over 1.5 points, because you're gonna have to lay too big of a price on him to get 1 point, because he's just almost a given. He's going to get 1 point. So look for that over 1.5 at some kind of plus price.
All right. Yeah, I'm glad you. I was about to bring that up to you from the chat. I'm glad you saw that. But I mean, I think Barkov for the Panthers to actually have a push throughout the entire playoffs. He's got that almost average 0.75 a game.
Yep.
For them to have a solid push.
All right, power play now for Florida. Chance. This is a big penalty kill for Washington, because they're giving themselves a chance right now. They're hanging around, but they need a big penalty kill here, and we know that Florida power play is dangerous. So we'll see if they can get the big penalty kill they need down 2-1 here.
Hey, yeah. Ian, what's your opinion on winning game 1? Like how much stock do you put into that first series in itself?
Well, the team that's won game 1 has won the series, I believe, close to 65% of the time. I believe that's the official statistic. So it's not insurmountable, but you get yourself on a pretty good subset right there. 65%, I think, all time for the winner of game 1 of a series.
But let me contradict that number, because the playoff positioning has been different the past couple of years than it was versus when it was one plays 8. So I feel like that number could be a little misskewed because of that.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost like I'd like to see what the numbers are with that 1 versus 8, 2 versus 7, 3 versus 6, and 4 versus 5 playoff era.
I don't like this format.
Yeah, this new format. What are the numbers for the team that wins game 1? I get what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of this format. I think it should be 1 through 8. I think that's more fair. I think the best team comes out winning. I mean, like we're gonna see so many teams. Like there's so many matches this first round where it's like we don't want to see certain teams get kicked out, but they're gonna have to be because of this new format.
Yep.
Like the Blues and Wild. Nobody wants to see either one of those teams be pushed out the first round.
Yeah. Yeah. If a team I mean, both. I agree with you, Peyton. I do. I mean, I think if you look at the Wild, the Predators, and the Stars, at least one of those teams to advance, even the Kings, like at least one of them to advance would have been cool. But quite frankly, I'm probably going to be rocking with all the favorites.
Yeah, I just think like with 1 through 8, I think the best team comes out winning, and we definitely get more, better conference matches and Stanley Cup matches versus like what they're doing now. Like this, like
Toronto Tampa Bay is really, really a bad look that's first round. It really is. It really, really is. Yeah.
It's not good from a marketing or financial standpoint or anything like that. It's I think what they're doing now is the best team doesn't always win. Like because like, there's other teams that right now that are praying, oh, I hope this team beats that team so we can play them.
Yeah. The organization got all shuffled up with the bubble and the COVID. It just they kind of had to put something together because the teams were playing. They messed up all the divisions. I mean, they just and this is now we have to like deal with that as fans and bettors.
Yeah, no, it sucks. Like you shouldn't have the Leafs playing Tampa Bay. I mean, like okay, Leafs, your best season ever, and your trophy is you play Tampa Bay your first matchup, which that's not very like rewarding. You should be getting rewarded for coming on top in your conference.
I agree.
There's my 2 cents.
Yeah, there we go. I'm loading up on some power play points with Comfort and Tomasino, and some of these guys they're going to get some power play time. That's what I'm looking for. Tomasino and and Comfort. Tomasino is plus 700 for a point on the power play, and Comfort's plus 550 for a point on the power play. There's some real bargain bin action right there for those of you interested.
Can't believe
Wait, what's
that.
where? Okay, Ian. 2 questions. Where is Byram slotted, and what are his odds?
Okay, Byram is going to be on the third pair tonight for the Colorado Avalanche. He's going to be with Bowen Byram and Eric Johnson. Jack Johnson's not even playing, by the way. He's a scratch. It's Eric Johnson with Bowen Byram, and Bowen Byram's not going to be on the power play. He's going to be strictly 5-on-5 PK.
I figure because his last leg of the season, he didn't look too good.
No, he didn't look good, but he's very young. Keeping that in mind, he's going to be good. I have no doubt in my mind he's going to be really.
He's
good.
had weird injuries, and I know it's affected him mentally, and he's taken time off to go on hiking and camping trips to kind of figure it out.
I agree. He's had a little bit of a start and stop season, and for a young kid that's trying to get confidence, trying to get a body of work on the ice to impress the coaching staff so that he can get more minutes, more responsibility, play in all situations. You're not going to get that when you're in and out with injuries, and you're rarely going to get into enough of a rhythm and to impress people, and that's why he's kind of stuck in no man's land right now as a bottom defenseman for them.
Hey, wait, is Cogliano, is he on 3 or 4?
Cogliano's fourth line.
I figured, okay.
Yeah, he's going to be in a checking role. That's his role now, pretty much at this stage of his career.
I mean, he's made some money. He's had a great career.
No doubt. No, he definitely has. It's been really good for him, no question.
Damn.
All right, I think we're almost at the end of the second period with Washington, Florida. Still
Not
2-1,
good.
only one goal. How about that? Only one goal.
Can't believe that.
Second period, which is sorry to see this for you, Brian, because this is the over 1.5 that
I know,
looks
gutted.
like it's going to fall short here.
Can't believe that with a goal in the first 45 seconds.
Yep. Unless there's some last 20-second magic here to end the second,
Nope.
but I don't think that's going to be the case here. And by the way, we're at the first TV timeout in the third period. 13 minutes to go, Penguins-Rangers, and it's still 3-3. And you can tell things are getting a little tighter in the Penguin and Ranger game. It's been a little bit tougher sledding for both teams to get any sort of traction offensively here. Lower event start to the third period in the Penguin-Ranger game compared to the pace and the chances we saw in the first two periods, no question. So there we go. Second intermission, Florida leading Washington. I'm going to be back in a sec. I got to refill my beer, but I'll say this. We'll be hitting this over 5.5 with Washington, Florida.
Yes,
no
sir.
doubt about that when I come back. And I think we're going to get a nice price. It's already down to some of the juicier books when it comes to live overs at -120. I can only imagine what we'll get at some of the other ones. I see already plus 100 even in some spots with this over 5.5. So we'll be getting in on that. I'll tell you that right now. Caps Panthers over 5.5. All right, I will be back in a couple minutes.
God dang.
Brian, it's been a joy having you on, man. You know your shit. I appreciate that from a Southern boy. Thank you.
Hey, absolutely. I'm happy to be on. I've been meaning to come on for ages, but just never had the opportunity. So glad to be able to come on now. I'm so fucking gutted that this did not hit. Oh my goodness. And now I'm going to never chase your bets, ladies and gentlemen, but this over 5.5 is just
For the Caps game.
Yeah. I mean,
I wouldn't be upset about it now because all it takes is like each team scores a goal and then like there could be an empty netter.
Yeah.
So
Yep.
I mean, there's still 20 minutes of hockey left. That's a lot of time. So I'd be patient on that. But I mean, yeah, the
for sure.
Penguins Rangers game, that one has been a lot closer than I thought it would be, honestly. But I feel like the Penguins are like they know like what's going on. They know that Crosby and Malkin and Letang only have like a couple years left to like actually be like relevant on the ice, which is like, you know, different than being relevant in the locker room and shit like that. So I could see them like really giving a good push and giving teams a hard time. I don't see them getting past the second round at all.
Yeah, I mean, I just can't believe like I just would have thought that the Rangers were a little bit too much for them. You know, like they're just a better team, they're a deeper team, better defensive team, but
the Rangers are a new team and they have a new coach and new systems and they got Shesterkin and Ned. I mean, they don't have the same cohesion that the Penguins have. I think they have more depth. But overall, their team is just more new, and they lack that playoff experience that you really need. And I feel like a lot of people like they put a lot of stock into that, right? As far as, you know, playoff experience, which is something that the Caps have over the Panthers tonight. Although they are down a goal. I mean, it's just one goal. I mean, we've seen crazy shit happen in playoffs, let alone like regular season as well.
I think also there's like a whole element of the fact that, you know, I think the Rangers are so hot and cold. It's like when things go their way, they're an amazing team and they look so good. But any sort of adversity, they're extremely good at just kind of falling apart.
I think two key players for the Rangers that need to make a huge difference. I think Panarin needs to score more goals. He only had 24, I think, in the regular season. He needs to pop more, and I think Strome needs to have more offensive production for them to like really make an impact. I mean, Zibanejad, he's going to do his thing. He's not a concern. He's going to fall. He's been in the league for a long ass time. He's going to do great. But I think, I think Strome needs to produce, and I think Panarin needs to score more goals for the Rangers to be like really solid. And they can't rely on their power play.
Well, that's the thing is like their power play is just like so intense. Like you have, what is it? Like 3 different players with over 30 power play points. Like that's in comparison to the rest of their point totals.
I think Kreider has like 26 power play goals.
Kreider has 26 power play goals.
I think that's a franchise record. I could be like making that up, but I think that might be a franchise record.
I mean, it makes sense, but also at the same time, it's like you have 52 goals and literally half of them are power play goals. That ain't going to go for it in the playoffs. No, sir.
Fuck no. Absolutely not.
Damn. Zibanejad. I'm surprised he has
he's so good.
Yeah.
He is so good.
DJ Mike.
I mean, yeah, like he already has 2 points tonight.
You know who needs to turn it up is Lafreniere. What's he doing?
You're asking for a lot right there.
Yeah, I know.
Talk about hot and cold. Like he'll go like and have a couple of points per game and then hold his shit to bed.
Yep. Him and Kapokako is like the exact same player, just different, longer stretches of cold.
I think New York is waiting for one of those 2 guys to like get hot so they can trade him for value.
Fair enough.
That's what I would do.
New York's so fast. Like it's cool to have the Rangers in the postseason, but like, and this is what I was saying earlier about like how they may feel hard done by or something like that. It's just like I couldn't see the Rangers beating any of the elite teams. Like Panthers, no. Canes, no. Colorado, no. Like who would they beat in a 7-game series that could actually win the cup?
That's a good question, and I feel like the past 2 years, really especially since COVID, it's really hard to predict who's gonna essentially win the cup. I mean that's why we're all here, right?
Yeah, of course.
And there's been such a parity in the league. It's really hard to predict who's gonna win. The first round is just pretty damn tough. Like, there's always going to be at least 1 or 2 upsets.
I mean, speaking of which, Penguins should be in front right now. Hit the inside of the post. Jesus.
Yeah, I just saw that.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I don't know. Just like overs in the playoffs in the beginning. I don't know. I don't love them just because these teams like look at the Leafs game. I thought the Leafs game was going to easy go over 6, at least on push.
I'll tell you one thing. I'm taking the Lightning first period for so much tomorrow because after, everything that happened with Clifford and just the way that game went, I bet the Lightning come out absolutely gangbusters, just going for it in every capacity. And they may completely run themselves ragged in the first period, but I think that first period, they're going to own it.
Well, I mean, occupancy, you're right. I definitely would have, if I could, actually bet real money, not just like Monopoly money on betting. I would have picked that as well, because I mean, yeah, Jack Campbell's a great guy and all, but he ain't a fucking Stanley Cup winning goalie.
No, he is fucking not.
And you would have thought that like I was shocked that he got a shutout last night.
Dude, the fact that there were 2 shutouts and almost 3 really is insanity. Like, especially the teams that got shut out, like the Lightning being shut out, you do not see that often. The Wild being shut out at home, you don't see that happen. Like
I thought Kaprizov was definitely going to score, or either Hartman was going to score.
Man, I like Ryan Hartman a lot.
Dude, he's a fucking man rocket. I thought he was going to definitely score one at home.
He is garbage. Uh-oh. Is there a goal? Did I miss that? My book froze. That usually means a goal.
I think my TV is like 5 to 10 seconds behind y'all for some reason. I keep on hitting.
Yeah, I'm 15 seconds behind.
No.
So.
Fox almost scored.
Oh
my God!
How is that not a goal? God dang! This is
wow.
Insanity.
But I mean, I can see Fox being almost a point per player guy in the playoffs as a defenseman, which is extremely rare.
Yeah, what was his point prop tonight? Do you know what the odds were? I didn't see, but
Who's?
Fox.
Oh, so interestingly enough, I mean, I pay attention to this stuff because I'm a conspiracy, Vegas rules everything, conspiracy theorist. And on one of my books, Adam Fox's point props were all boosted, which was like, that must mean something weird. But just to get a point was minus 160. I saw.
Okay,
I didn't see.
okay.
I don't remember the breakdown of assist and goals.
Yeah.
Fox's tip hit off the blocker. That was so close. He went short side, which is weird.
Yeah. Starting to heat up here in New York. You're right.
There he is.
I'm back. Yep. Getting the old beer.
Let's go, Rangers. Come on now. Get this done.
Ian, what are you drinking?
Just Labatt Blue. It's just
of course he's drinking
on these
Labatt.
Tuesday betcasts. Yeah. Well, I haven't had my craft beer since I've been back from San Antonio, and finally this week I'm going to order some. So it's long overdue for some craft.
Did you go to any breweries in San Antonio?
Yeah, the Alamo Brewery in San Antonio. Yeah. We got a free tour of that place. Really nice. Good spot. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of breweries in Texas.
Yeah.
Hey, Ian,
and support them, or else they're not going to stick around. Support your local.
Ian, do you know Old Time Hawkeye?
Not familiar with it.
Okay, so he's like just, I don't know, some TikTok personality that's like a hockey fan that lives out in the woods doing whatever. Anyway,
I don't use TikTok. That's probably how I know.
No, is he the guy that has the two dogs?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know that is.
The only reason I bring it up is because I'm like, Ian, when you go to games, you should be getting the VIP treatment because he gets like for real VIP treatment, Zamboni driving and all that shit, and he's on TikTok. Like, wow,
yeah, if he goes to like a Detroit game, he's like in the boxes and everything.
That's pretty good.
Which Detroit just let their coach go, but whatever.
Yeah. Jeff Blashill.
Yeah,
I think Yzerman was waiting for the right moment for that. He wants his own guy, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, but Detroit's not going to bring in. God damn, who was like that sick Russian player back in the day for Detroit? The little defense.
Datsuk?
No. His nickname was the Professor.
The Professor. Oh,
the Professor.
Offense or defense? Offense.
He played defense. He played. He played for the USSR.
Oh, Konstantinov.
He played for Konstantinov. Yeah, he was a candidate, but he signed as head coach for some KHL team.
Yes.
So he's off the sheets. Maybe Yzerman brings in Babcock round 2. Yes, Cairo. My bad, bro. Yeah, Larionov. You're right.
Larionov. Yeah.
Detroit's got talent. Like it's
one of those guys. One of the Russian.
They've got 2 Calder boys up for a Calder.
Yeah.
Champ.
Oh, great defensive play by the Rangers there.
Goodness.
Yeah. Starting to go end to end again. Penguins and Rangers. It was really slow in the first
There's got to be another goal in this game.
Hey, what's the bet for OT?
That will find. Well, I've got draw, so that's good. That's a nice little hedge in case it does go to OT. With that, so I've got the Rangers money line and the team total over 3, which is gonna. I'm not gonna lose that, but I could push it if they don't score again, which is a possibility.
It's funny. There are more goals in the game that people thought was going to be boring.
Yeah.
Than the Florida game that everyone
thought Rangers Penguins would be 2-1 after the second.
Yeah.
How about Dennis in the chat? Washington's XG is almost 3. Florida's not even at 1.5. Florida's just scored off their 2 good chances. Yeah. That's about it.
Well, let me just update that. See, I don't have it as that much of a disparity. 1.5, 1.47 to 0.95 on natural stat trick.
Okay.
Seems a little, but still ahead in favor of Washington, though. Yeah. I just got an alert. Yeah, Landeskog's playing, which we figured he was for Colorado. Yeah.
Dude, Colorado is just an electric team to watch. Like, I'm so excited about their chances of going deep, and I'm so glad they didn't beat out Florida there for getting just to the end of the season. I'm glad Florida actually wanted to win it.
Yeah, you know what? They are Colorado. You know, they should get to the conference finals minimum, and of course they haven't even been to a conference finals yet. This core group.
Yo, JRA in the chat. I think we all know Kadri will do something stupid. It's just a matter of time.
As long as he gets an assist first.
Yep.
I think he's gotten better.
Yeah, exactly. Gets something going. Yeah.
Yeah. No, he's like more involved, I think, than he was on previous teams.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got a hot head, but
you know Bednar has been like, yo, hey, how about this? How about you don't lose your shit so we don't get kicked out like we did against Vegas? That'd be that's a good game plan.
You know, it was weird. It's like the second I heard people in like the space say Kadri 3.5 shots on goal, and then they were showing like cash tickets, I was like, okay, all right, now I got to perk my because I was with the type of player he was before Toronto.
He was still like very relevant in Toronto. He was just a dumbass.
Yeah,
that's essentially true. Yes. He just loses his mind at the wrong time. You can't put yourself in a spot where you're going to be so reckless that you're going to get suspended in the playoffs. When you're a key player, you're a great two-way player. You can score. You've got offensive upside. You're good away from the puck. You win key faceoffs. You play in every situation. You can't put yourself in a spot where you're missing games for your team.
Kadri compensates. So if he's not putting up points, he's going to try to contribute other ways.
Yep.
Which is, physically. But he crosses the line.
Yeah. Well, there's no doubt he does. Yeah.
I mean, the proof is in the pudding on that one.
Okay, so I have Nichushkin, Taves, Lehkonen, all to get a point. Tomasino, the big lottery tickets are Tomasino and Kahn for power play points, and Tolvanen power play points as well.
I like Taves.
Yeah. And plus, we got the goal scorer props that I mentioned. The goal scorer props that I have in that Nashville, Colorado game are Duchesne, Tolvanen, Tomasino, Yossi, Nichushkin, Lehkonen, Kadri, Burakovsky, Comfer. There we go.
Man, Ian, you're really riding Comfer.
Yeah.
Yeah, you like him,
Comfer. Coming straight out of Comfer. Crazy motherfucker named Ian. Yeah.
Yeah, Brian. Out there in LA, huh?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you know it. Not far away.
Yeah, Brian, welcome. A great first appearance, by the way, on the Betcast. You're bringing it tonight. Yeah.
Hey, you know it. It's because what the hell else would I be doing but watching playoff freaking hockey?
That's why you're here. That's why you waited till the playoffs. It's a regular season. I can't get into it. Playoffs, I'm here. Yeah.
Hey, Ian, real quick. So we got Fernando asking about the Flames.
Yeah, that game's in a half hour, so we got some time. But yeah, I'm on Flames in regulation. In that one, minus 135. And just small. And you know what? I actually sprinkled a little too on the draw. I didn't mention this on the show today, but because I just did it tonight before the Betcast. The draw, because Dallas is just a draw magnet.
Yeah,
they're always in these 1-goal fucking games, and somehow, some way, good teams, bad teams, they keep it tight. They hang in there. I mean, and the good teams too. The problem is the bad teams. They're always in a close game with them too, like Seattle and San Jose. Down, what a save right there by Shesterkin! Wow,
unreal,
unbelievable stop right there. That's
the only reason Shesterkin ever gets scored on is because it's like a one-on-one or like a complete breakdown on defense. He is just incredible.
Yeah. Like the 3 goals tonight, what's he going to do about them? It's a tap in at the side of the net. It was breakdowns really for some of those other.
Ian, I was saying the same thing about Fleury last night.
Yeah,
Fleury didn't play bad.
No,
he was just like
Fleury can't kill penalties. Fleury can't take penalties.
No,
maybe start looking at that as why Minnesota lost. Yeah,
like I would keep Fleury. I would keep Fleury in.
Minnesota is such a great example though of a team that's like deceivingly bad. Like
Rangers goal now. Smith's going to argue for goalie interference here.
Let's fucking go. Sorry.
Rangers have scored. This could get reviewed, though.
Let's go, Ian. Come on.
I hope it stands, of course. But I'm not going to jump. Philip Hedl will get the goal if it stands. That was a great end-to-end rush. Now, did he hit?
He got tripped up. There's no way that's
did he
interference.
get tripped into him? That might stand.
That is a playoff goal right there.
Yeah. What a hell of a rush by Hedel.
Hey, what did I just say? Lafreniere.
It's always the kid trying to be the hero.
I know. Yeah, you said Lafreniere.
I literally just said when you were gone, Ian, Lafreniere needs to get involved.
Yep.
I think that counts.
Whoa.
Right there. Kako, what a backhand pass by Kako to Hedel.
What did I just say, Peyton? Kako and fucking Lafreniere.
They made it happen there.
Okay, no. I think that counts because the Penguins player
pushed him in.
He pushed him into
it.
Dumoulin definitely nudged him in. The question is, did he
initiate contact?
Yeah.
That should count. That should definitely count.
They're going to look at it. I think it's worth 3 goals with 4 minutes left. Right.
The overhead doesn't help. He took him straight out, but he got pushed into him.
He got pushed in. But there was also contact on Hedel's end.
There was contact on the goalie's head.
Yeah.
Come on,
you got to be
that.
Interesting here. Wow.
What a cookie.
Wait. Was there a goal in the Panthers Washington? I don't have it up.
Yes. No.
My book just froze. God dang it.
Dude, your book freezes all the time.
It does literally a break. They just freeze it.
I already bet it. I'm already on over 5.5 there.
Panthers are minus 800, only a goal up. Damn.
Yeah, over 5.5 plus 100. I already took it in that Washington Florida game.
Wait, what's Dave Jackson, that little nerdy rules analysis thing?
He's the rules analyst for ESPN. Yeah.
Man,
wow,
that's got to be a goal. He got pushed right into him.
There's definitely a push right there. There's no doubt. But I kind of think Hedel kind of
I would blame Dumoulin.
Also, I feel a little bit like, keeps pushing out. He jumps into it.
Yep, they called it back. Yep.
No.
Dumoulin shoved his own goalie out.
Yeah. Still 3-3.
That's some. Okay, now it's Rangers money line because puck don't lie, man. That's some BS.
That's a tough one. The Rangers got to just fight through it. Sometimes calls aren't going to go your way. Definitely pushed.
I think Gerard might start crying after that. Look at him. Brent, I love your comment.
Classy like pinstripes. Can't have a game in New York without pinstripes.
There's definitely a push, but there was definitely not exactly Hedel going above and beyond to get out of there.
If Capo's shoulder didn't hit,
hell of a play by Capo.
That might have counted.
Yeah.
But the initial contact was head contact.
Yeah.
And this is why I'm not a ref.
Because you don't want crowd just going nuts on you.
I mean, well, I'm also biased.
Or coaches. So. You don't want to be told to eat another donut, yeah?
Oh, my goodness.
Well, Brian, you were just pumping Capo and Lafreniere. How'd that go?
Yeah.
Well, now I feel like an idiot. Can't wait for them to do something. Oh, what they did was apparently cheating, according to the refs.
Yeah,
if
big Val.
If you're not cheating, you're not trying.
That. Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
That's the Kadri way.
Rangers are nice response from the Rangers, though, after that goal was taken off the board. They've had a nice shift here.
Yo, Jojo Rabbit, I agree with you. My brother refs.
Yeah.
Hey, so here's a question. Here's a question for you, Ian, especially, but everybody in here. So my book, they're going to offer it up, obviously, once the third period finishes, but they've already put up player to score the game-winning goal in OT. Who do you think is going to be? I'm willing to take a couple of just sprinkles on some flyers here.
I would say Crosby or Gensel.
You can bet overtime goal scorers. Yeah.
I'd say Zibanejad.
Yeah. No. I like that occupancy.
I would go Lafreniere for the Rangers. I just would. I've got
Lafreniere.
Yeah, Ian, that is a horny pick.
Yeah,
I love that. Ian, you're a man after my own heart.
Yeah,
Wow.
I'd go off the board. In overtime, I'm not interested as much in the big guns scoring the goal.
You think Lafreniere is gonna be getting that much OT time to get a tuck?
That's the concern, but I'd take a chance because he's got that ability in an overtime situation.
Malkin, okay.
I see it being like Zibanejad for the Rangers. I wouldn't say Alexei.
Yeah,
I'll take Malkin though. Jojo Rabbit threw that out there.
Yeah.
Malkin likes his cookies.
Yes.
I'm going to take Ryan Reeves.
That playoff guy, sometimes, yeah. Has he scored in the playoffs? I know he scored in the regular season this year.
That's if it gets there.
Yeah.
Rangers got a minute left.
Yeah. Well, it better not be Pittsburgh in regulation. That's absolute disaster for me because that's Rangers money line down the toilet. That's the draw down the toilet. That can't happen. That's disaster. Just
how much time left do you guys have on your screen?
1 minute.
1 minute exactly.
I'm at 120.
Yeah, my TV's delayed, but my computer
Peyton's not happy here. He's in a place with no fucking air conditioning and 90-degree heat, and the feed is 20 seconds behind.
Good God.
Not fun. Dude, I might as well be out in the fucking doghouse right now. This sucks.
Yeah.
I spilled my drink earlier. Had to get my charger. My computer almost died.
Yes.
Got an fender bender. No AC in the house.
Ian, I know you're a man of betting many sports. Obviously, it's playoffs, but do you ever parlay cross sports?
Not often. Not really. I don't.
I know parlays aren't really your thing anyway, but
sometimes I will, but it's just rare. Like an NBA game with an NHL game. I have done it, but it's just been rare. And it hasn't been any time recently. All right, time is running out, and we are going OT. There it is.
Yeah, you guys are a solid 20 seconds ahead of me.
Yeah. All right, this is our first overtime game of the playoffs. Didn't have any last night. This is our first here tonight with this one.
Of course, it's the Rangers.
Yep.
Yeah, so I mean that's why I asked you about what's the draw for this game?
Which one? The Rangers?
Yeah.
Oh, before it started, the draw was plus 320.
Oh wow.
100.
Yeah, I got it at plus 150.
Yeah. Yeah, but
I wanted to grab a beer too for this OT. It's pumped. It's great to be with you guys, honestly.
Yeah, it is fantastic.
Really nice being on.
The playoffs are just a little different. Everything's a little more exciting.
Yeah. I'm grab a beer for this OT. I'll be right back.
Yeah, go ahead. So we're going OT. Rangers, Penguins, 3-3. Really a good hockey game. Definitely more of a high event hockey game than I thought. I mean, it's definitely been more open, that game, than we thought. I can't say Washington, Florida has been tight checking. It's just there's been lack of finish. There's been chances, tons of shots. Just hasn't been many finishes yet.
I think TJ Oshie's been pretty quiet in this game, which is kind of weird because typically in the playoffs he's hot.
Yeah. Yeah. Oshie struggled actually a lot of the friggin' down the stretch a little bit.
Hey, Neil, you said what channel is the Avs game going to be on? It's going to be on.
That's right.
If you're in the States, it's going to be on 206.
Yeah.
ESPN 1.
Yeah. Well, it will be once the Penguin game is over. They got the Penguins Rangers on. Yeah. So they're going to start the Colorado game probably on ESPN News, I would think.
Wait, so Ian, for you, are you on a TSN or Sportsnet or?
No, I just use the IPTV, so I just run it off of. I actually run it off ESPN. I don't watch the Canadian feeds. I'm not.
Oh, okay. I know if it was like different for you being in Ontario.
No, I just use ESPN. Yeah, Florida, Washington's going to be on ESPN too. Nashville, Colorado will eventually be on ESPN, but Rangers, Penguins is already on ESPN. That's going to overtime now. So Nashville, Colorado is going to probably start on ESPN News. So check ESPN News. Yeah, I have a piece of that draw as well with the Stars and the Flames. Just because I know it's got the
Ian,
potential to be one of those.
You're taking that draw for those two for that game, really?
Really. Calgary could wipe them, but Dallas has a way of just, keeping it a friggin' tight game, 1-goal game. Just
it's because
making it ugly.
Hanging
around, yep.
Neil, I'm not seeing them advertising any games right now on NHL Network. Ian, so Neil, in the chat, if you go to the NHL app, they'll show you every broadcasting that's showing that game.
Yep. Yeah, all I can say is I think ESPN News would have the start of the Colorado game. If that's the one you want to focus on. Which obviously, if you're a fan of that team, yeah, you would.
Yeah. Alex says ESPNU.
ESPNU, huh? Okay, there we go.
Yeah.
I knew it was one of them. One of them would have it.
But it's funny because on the NHL app, it didn't have ESPNU as an option.
They got a million ESPNs. You can put the start of the Nashville, Colorado game on one of them. Yep. Wow, breakaway Washington scored. They've tied it. Unbelievable. What a fuck
goal.
up. What a fuck up in the neutral zone by Florida.
It was almost a 2-on-0 with Ovi.
Yep.
Oh, Kuzi gets so hot in the playoffs.
Washington, I'll tell you what, kind of deserved to be, right there.
Mackenzie Weegar, what a fuck up.
Yep. Look, whoops. Oh, boy. Yep. And that's a good defenseman that just lost it in the neutral zone there, and now it is 2-2.
But see, I've kind of noticed that Weegar has been a little bit of like a riverboat gambler.
Yep. He's going to feel and plus he's got Ekblad back by his side. He's probably going to feel he can take even more chances now because he's got Ekblad with him. Ekblad can't do shit about that.
Damn. Please tell me we got that assist. There we go.
Dude, sorry. I'm a really, really big, lifelong Warriors fan. And obviously Draymond, we all have our excuses for him. But Dylan Brooks literally just punched Gary Payton in the face.
Wow.
And it's not going to be a foul. Or not going to be a flagrant.
Wow.
Crazy.
Hey, Neil on the chat, try going to ESPN's website, and you might be able to stream it from there.
ESPNU. That's all I can say. I mean,
yeah.
I would think most people would have it, but maybe not.
So if you try to watch ESPN or ESPN2 on the website, if they're actually airing a game, it's going to channel it to a login.
Yeah.
For your provider for your service. Or you can go to ESPN The Ocho and you can watch some dodgeball.
Nobody wants to do that. Yeah. Brooks ejected. Oh my gosh, there we go. It says Dennis Garcia.
My God. I'm sorry. I know we're talking hockey, but that's insane. In the first 3 minutes of the game, their second best player is out for the game.
Yes. I guess there's some violence in the NBA playoffs going on tonight, too, not just the NHL. All right, let's talk Dallas-Calgary. I'm on Calgary in regulation. Prop-wise, here's what we like, because we'll get this in before. So that way we can focus on overtime in the New York game. The down the stretch is going to be exciting now in this Capitals-Panthers game, which is now 2-2. So, when you look at Stars and Flames, when it comes to props, I'm looking at, various Blake Coleman is standing out too that I can get, plus 370, plus 350 with Dylan Dubé to score a goal as well in this game for the Flames. Those are two outstanding value props for scoring a goal for Calgary tonight. Dubé was hot down the stretch. Blake Coleman's a proven playoff performer. He elevates his game in the playoffs, scores big goals in the playoffs. I think you're going to end up seeing more of the same for sure this year in the playoffs with him. So there's some great ones. I wouldn't argue with Gaudreau. Lindholm's worth a look. Lindholm, Gaudreau, Dubé, and Coleman are the big four for me. Player props, goal score, and any goal score props and points props.
Abs,
Colorado's
baby!
on the board, 1-0 already. Big Civ Dave up to his old tricks. First few minutes of that game. Yeah.
Let's go.
And I have Colorado first period. I forgot to say that. First period minus a half. I said it on
Ian.
the Ice Guys show. You would have heard it earlier today. I'm on Colorado first period puck line. I'm on Colorado team total over. I'm on full game over 6.5. So good start.
What we say, hey, power play.
Yep. Rantanen, I think. Yep.
Oh, Rantanen, absolute boss. Oh, no, it's McKinnon. Deflection goal.
Yes. Yes. Yeah. Yes. There it is. I'm just seeing the replay. Yep. Got a stick on it.
And there's that Makar. Someone in the chat put Makar assist plus 105. There it is, cashed immediately.
Yep. Big time right there. So not Rantanen. It was McKinnon on the deflection for that 1-0 goal for Colorado. And 2-0. Oh my God, they scored again.
There we go. Again.
Wow. 3 minutes, not even, into the first period. Avs and Preds and the Avalanche have struck twice already. This could get ugly for Nashville. This is a bad
Let's
situation.
Hope it does.
The defense is struggling, and it is going to be our guy, friggin' Devon Taves. Yes.
Devon fucking Taves. Yep. With arguably the sexiest move
there's the Devon
of the
Taves
regular
point.
season. That cutback, remember that?
Yep. Wow, just like that.
Damn.
Yeah.
This is trouble. In Denver.
Yeah.
Hell of a pass off the boards.
Yes.
I mean, this is what they do.
Yep.
They slow down at the end of the regular season.
Yep.
And they just come out and light it up at home.
Now, remember what I have in this series. Remember on Sunday's Stanley Cup playoff preview show, you had to get creative, right, to bet this series, especially if you liked Colorado, because they were minus 650, with the series price. I mean, even minus 1.5 or even minus 2.5 weren't the best value by any stretch of the imagination. So what I did was something I did with Milwaukee, Chicago in the last round of the NBA playoffs, where I took the Bucks to win in 4 and to win in 5 at a plus price. That's what I did with the Avs here, to win in 4 and to win in 5. If one of those wins, it's profit.
Yep.
So
you can't also I mean, as terrible as it is, you never want to see games where players are out or injured or anything like that. But you have to just, when you look at, UC Saros being out for minimum 2 games, probably more, you just have to assume that those two are heavy Colorado favorites. So say they get, both of those, and then on the road, maybe one without Saros again,
right.
Gentleman sweep at the very least.
That's what I keep on thinking. Yeah, that it's going to be 4 or 5. That's exactly why I bet it that way, because I don't think it goes more than 4 or 5 games that series.
Yep. Damn, 2 quick goals.
That pays well. Plus 375 for a sweep and plus 225 to win in 5. But to win the sweep was really tantalizing, almost plus 400 on that.
Yeah.
Now, it's early. I mean, here we are, fucking 4 minutes into the first period of game 1. We're talking sweep already. I mean, we do have to calm down. It's a long way to go, but still, this is about as bad a start as you could hope for Nashville. They're already up against it with a defense that didn't play well down the stretch, a goaltending situation that's about as ugly and bad as it gets for any team in the playoffs right now. Pretty bad all around here so far with the Predators and the way things have started here for them at the moment.
I just saw someone on Flash score.
Uh-oh. Look at, they're scored. Speak of the devil. TJ Oshie has given Washington a 3-2 lead. They totally earned this lead. I mean, they've played a solid hockey game. Rock solid. Stats bear it out. Shots bear it out. 1.81, 1.53 edge in the expected goals tonight.
Yeah. No, we earned this over if it hits.
3-2, and that's good for the over 5.5. The over 6.5 could still cash now. There's 9 minutes to go. Florida scores. There's your over 5.5 and 6.5.
I wouldn't count them out.
Yeah.
I like Florida still.
Yep. Yeah, Florida's now plus 250 if you believe in another cardiac cat comeback, which they've had now those were all regular season comebacks, right? Playoff comebacks a little tougher. But they're only down by 1. Do I do it? I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait a minute, see if I get a better price. If I get plus 300 to 350, then I'm in.
I'm right there with you, and I'm literally just sitting here waiting on that number.
Having said that, Washington almost got a breakaway just now and didn't get a real good shot away. Hit the post with the shot, Washington. Oh, my gosh. Florida's a little shell-shocked right here. Sheary. Oh, shit. It was Sheary that hit the post there. God damn it. The one Washington prop I have, goal scorer, hit the post just now, Sheary. How about this? A little stunner in the making here in game 1. Not really a stunner in terms of the flow of play because Washington's been toe-to-toe with Florida all night. And now with a 3-2, but again, 8:40 to go. At 8:40 feels like a lifetime when you're playing the Florida Panthers.
The fact that they came back on the Leafs from 4 goals down in a span of 12 minutes.
Yes. Alex is back with us. He just had to give his eyes a rest. How are you, Alex?
Yeah, good. Yeah. The lights are kind of bugging me a little bit. But great start with this Colorado-Nashville game. I had the first period over 2, so we're already going to at least get a push out of that. But a bad start for David Riddick and company. Yeah, not good. Big Civ Dave. I mean, my gosh. Not good. Not good to start, but the worst start possible for the Predators. The last thing you could do is just bury yourself 2-0 that quickly. And so they got to get the next goal and desperately, or else if it gets to 3-0, this could become 4-5-6 in a row. If Nashville gets the next goal, they're right back in the game again. So this is pivotal coming up for the Predators to settle it down. Problem is, I'm not a John Hines fan. I don't trust him to settle anything down.
No, they burnt their wick to get into the playoffs. So it's
kind of feels that way too. Yeah. Overtime is about a couple minutes, by the way, away from starting in New York with the Penguins and the Rangers there. Yeah, Florida just looks a little discombobulated ever since that Washington go-ahead goal. They've just had a little bit of they've had a tough time getting it going, ramped up again. Let's see if Barkov can. Oh, blocked by Johansson. Yeah, the CFL draft is tonight indeed, Dennis. What a night for them to have that shit. You know, NBA and NHL playoffs going on. But this is always the time of year they have it. But
and Florida plus 300. Oof.
Yeah, it's getting to the point now where I'm getting interested in that. I'm going to push it till right around the last TV timeout coming up. See if I can squeeze a plus 400 or so out of this.
Yeah. Ian, what did I say? Taves.
Yep. Devon Taves. Yep. Peyton deserves credit on that one. He said it. You know, he could get a point, score a goal tonight, and he's done that. He got the second one for Colorado.
I'll tell you what I just did. Only, splitting up a half unit, but I just put a little bit on the tie in regulation at plus 205 for the draw, and then a little bit on Florida in regulation at plus 1500. Obviously, a tiny sprinkle on Florida in regulation, but the draw at plus 205. Yeah, I think Florida can get another goal here.
I might do that too, just a little hedge, because in case it goes to overtime and then Washington still wins. That's what I'm going to do. I'm in at plus 450 and the draw at plus 285. There we go.
There you go.
Just locked in.
I think Oshie heard me say that he's been pretty quiet because he got that tuck.
All right, there we go, guys. We're in. I mean, I told you, if you like live betting, you're going to enjoy tonight. I mean, we're going to town here on a bunch of things, but yeah, here we are. Florida plus 450 and the draw at plus 285. One of them hits were profitable. Think about that.
Yeah, exactly.
Florida, all we need is Florida just to somehow get this goddamn thing tied, and we'll be profitable. And then overtime won't be nearly as much of a sweat.
I also grabbed plus 225 on Panthers to score next goal.
There you
All
go.
right, there we go. There's another option. There's so many options you can go with here in this spot. Yeah.
I feel like
That is a great sports night.
I
Dennis,
feel like tonight's been good.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. What's going on in Colorado?
Well, I've got to flip one of my because both my TVs are on the Ranger and the Caps game.
Yeah.
So
Ditto.
I didn't bring extra. Usually I have a third set in here. I moved it out because I didn't think I needed it, but forgot there's potential one of these games could go to OT.
My goodness.
Still 2-0. I don't think anything's changed in that Avs game.
The prices, dude. They keep going way up for the Florida money line.
Everywhere, yeah.
Yeah.
It's like the stock market, you know. It's like those closing hours when it's like the price is going crazy. It's like what, plus 400
it's a
now.
maintenance thing on the ice is delaying it. That's what's happening. I'm seeing
400 with 5 minutes. Ah, no way.
Yeah. Yeah, plus I'm seeing plus 550 for Florida money line. It is going up. Yep.
Damn.
Wow.
Yeah, that's right. We got the Preds on the PP right now.
Yep. Power play in that game. Yep. Power play Preds, that is, in that game. Yep.
Man, split screen is the best thing to happen to sports in a long
This is a rare playoff situation where we have 3 games going on at once. I mean, which is still nothing in comparison to the Tuesdays during the regular season when we've had upwards of 7 or 8 games on at once.
Yo, Brian, how do you split your screen on a DVR?
No idea.
Oh.
My TV just has a split channel option.
Fuck. Must be nice.
Must be nice. It's a new thing, and the wife's away, so, you know. Man, Steph Curry's deciding this game is going to be his situation. God, Florida, you're killing me here. Come on now.
Lots of time left. You know them. They don't need a boatload of chances to strike. By the way, Penguins and Rangers are underway. It's a couple minutes into OT, so keep our eye on that as well. We got 2 games that are just absolutely bangers right now down the stretch. Washington, Florida, Penguins, Rangers here in the East.
I got a little just going back to the regular season prop for you. Dallas and Calgary are both pretty low scoring first period teams, but Calgary is extremely good defensively in the first period. And this cashed all the time for me during the regular season. Calgary to win the first period, exact score 1-0 plus 360.
Cogliano just now. Wow, shorty for Colorado.
There you go.
What did I say, Ian?
Are you kidding me? Peyton Clark? Are you kidding? Who's the freaking god now?
What's up?
He really said it. We all heard it.
Well,
And I'm like, he's on the 4th line. Although he is a good penalty killer, and he just showed you why right there. Yeah.
Fuck.
Cash my over 2 in the first period with that one.
I am killing it with my fucking Monopoly money.
I mean,
that's the only time you win, when it doesn't matter.
Touche.
Yeah.
Damn, Florida, come on. They are looking rough.
There we go. I've just tweeted it. Big Civ Dave is in the building in Denver. Yep, he sure is tonight. Yep. Pretty harsh that I call him that, but it's pretty fucking hilarious at the same time. Yeah.
It's also very true. So
Yeah, I mean, I wonder what the series.
Wow, 2
price
minutes
will
to
be.
go in the third period in this Panthers game. Tell you what, Florida's just getting turned back at the offensive blue line over and over by Washington.
Shit.
I'd take Bobrovsky out now if I'm Andrew Burnett. We got to try to keep some offensive zone time.
Yeah,
Maybe we need the extra attacker to do that. See, passes are just a little nuts.
Oh my God.
What a save Bobrovsky there just now. Keep it 3-2.
I hate how ahead of you guys are than I am.
Florida's had their chances, man. They have just
Yep.
not put away anything.
No. And Florida, by the way, almost had too many men on the ice just now. Like that, could you imagine if that was very close to being too many on Florida in a spot like this? Yeah.
Hey, Ian. So we got so Brent Norris is asking for Calgary Dallas over under on 6.
That's real tough. I don't expect Dallas to do a ton offensively, but Calgary I think could get 4. Like
I would
4-1,
like take
4-2.
Calgary at 3.5.
Yeah. Down the ice. Icing.
Florida
with
pulled it.
1:05 to go.
I might just like mute you guys for this last minute. Damn.
Oh, yeah, you're right. You don't want anything spoiled for you, right? With your 20-second delay, yeah.
Spoil it for me. I don't care. Just give me a Florida goal. Oh, Bobrovsky came up huge with that stop.
Bobrovsky came up huge, and they almost got called for too many men. You know, absolutely unbelievable how that mistake almost happened for Florida.
Come on, boys. What the
Empty
fuck
net,
is
it's in. 4-2 Washington. They're going to take game 1.
Wow.
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 I would have not guessed that.
Who got
No,
that?
sir.
That was beautiful, clearing it out. They're filing out in Florida. Disappointing.
Well, the thing is, like nowadays, like they're so fucking good at hitting empty nets, like past like the red line or blue
Yeah.
line.
Yep. Eller.
Yikes.
Yeah, Eller getting the empty netter to put it away.
Well, even like the year that the Caps won the cup, Eller was like a fucking stud.
No, he's had some good and he's had some good playoff years. Even Montreal, if you go way back.
Oh,
He
like,
actually
you're like,
played well
you're
that
open
year
up.
for them.
You're like dusting off the books for that one, but yeah,
Yeah.
you're right.
Yep.
Wow. That
Final
is
seconds here. 20 seconds left. Cleared down the ice. Wide of the net. Icing Washington. 14 seconds left.
Still empty net. That's big for anyone who's got over 6.
Which I do, yeah. And still got a puncher's chance with that because the net's empty again.
What did Joel have on 6.5 for that game?
What do you mean? Yeah, over 6.5 was the total. Yeah, but we got the live over at 5.5. That's the good news.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
I might get it right here.
Yeah, got the live over at 5.5 here. 4 seconds left. And play stop for a mini scrum. Not much developed.
Oh, shocker.
Yeah.
Hornquist is in it.
Patrick Hornquist and I think Nick Jensen. An odd combination getting after it there. Oh, it was a big hit by.
I like that hit. I like that hit.
Message sending time for the next game. Yeah.
Yep. Have that translate over.
Yeah. Yeah. Over 6.5 will not hit because there's 3 seconds to go. And
even a shot from Orlov.
Yeah. All right. So just we'll get our thoughts on the Flames game. Just final thoughts. But I'm on Dubé, Coleman, Gaudreau for goal scorer props, and there's one more. Oh yeah, Lindholm. Lindholm, Gaudreau, Dubé, Coleman. Dallas, I would only look at Roberts. I'd look at Pavelski, and then maybe Hinson, Robertson in that order. The thing with Robertson is, look, he's had a great season offensively. Hard, heavy hockey. That's what Calgary's going to bring. That physical, just forecheck, grinded style, and that could wear on Robertson just a little bit, in this kind of a series. So that's it. 4-2 Capitals in Game 1.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wouldn't have guessed.
Not expect
Oh
that.
yeah, Toffoli. Toffoli's not bad because he's played for Sutter. That's a good prop consideration in that game as well. Toffoli.
And Brent Norris, I'm not angry at your shout out right there for Markstrom. Yeah, Dallas plays that good boring hockey.
Yep.
God, I would have not have picked for the Panthers to win to lose Game 1.
Yeah. No, but what the series price will probably end up being
we need to give
minus 135.
Yeah, we need to give a shout out to Nick Earl. Nick Earl liked Washington today, and he just didn't trust Florida. Oh, what a goal by Cale Makar over the shoulder of Big Siv Dave.
Is that 4?
Yeah,
there we go.
Fucking Makar. Makar is 3 points.
Yeah.
3 points in 13 minutes.
You see that? The speed, the moves, the finish, the release, up under, roof job, bar down.
He's like Bobby Orr.
Yeah.
One of my biggest bets today was Colorado first to 4 goals. It was pretty juicy at minus 140, but the fact that it cashed in the first period is so insane.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
Here's Makar again. What is it with Makar scoring these amazing goals with Bob Wischusen and Kevin Weeks? What the fuck? It's like that's when he scored that goal against Chicago, in overtime earlier this season, which was an incredible goal. Same guys calling the game on ESPN. Same 2 guys as well, Wischusen and Kevin Weeks. Isn't that fucking bizarre? How about that for a crazy coincidence? Yeah, it's too early. If Panthers lose the series, I still think they're winning the series. But obviously, this is a setback, no doubt. Losing Game 1 here at home, but you got to think they'll be better and sharper next game. I mean, there's just passes were off. They took too many penalties. You're in the box for as much as they were, and it started right from the beginning. They never got any sort of traction here. That's why I took Florida just the minus 1.5 in that, and laid just a small price rather than the big.
Hey, Ian. So, quick question from JRA is: if you have the Panthers series heavy, any advice on a hedge bet and any other series just in case?
Well, you don't hedge on Washington now because you're putting yourself in a double negative situation if you take Washington now. Hold the fort. Have some faith. Have some confidence. You think Florida's firing back very strong in Game 2 at home. And a building where how many times have they lost 2 games in a row at home? Just 2 games overall. How many times have they lost 2 in a row at home, though? Not very often at all.
Hedge it with Florida first period.
I mean, I would put that series to 6 at this point.
Yeah. What I would do is I would wait till Game 3 to hedge anything on Florida. Yeah. If you're going to hedge and take something on Washington, wait till Game 3. Because I really, really think it's 1-1 going back to Washington. I would be beyond staggered if the Capitals win both games in Florida here to start the series. So wait till Game 3 is what I say. Besides, you're going to get a shitty price right now on Washington. You're going to get a much better price if Florida ties it up at 1 after Game 2.
But Ian, if the Caps win Game 2, could you imagine that series going to Game 7?
Yeah, that's then you got to start looking at exact game props.
Yeah.
Like 6 or 7, and not even who wins, just that the series could go 6 or 7. Because are we really going to see Washington, even if they go up 2 Cobb and they win both games in Florida? Florida can't win a game in Washington.
Oh, they definitely can.
They can. Yeah. So 2-0 would be a tough spot to be in if you have big money on Florida to win the series, but you wouldn't want to take Washington now. You certainly wouldn't want to take them if they're up 2-0.
But I mean, that could be a huge upset. Like I said earlier, the Panthers might do what Tampa Bay did against Columbus.
Well, then why don't you? If you believe that, then you could take Washington 4-0. You get a crazy price on that. If you think that's going to be Tampa Bay Columbus, the sequel, like Columbus sweeping Tampa Bay and stunning everybody that year.
But I mean,
look,
there's
parallels. There's parallels. Tampa Bay was the President's Trophy winner that year. Who's
and
the
only
Trophy winner this year?
3 teams ever in the past 20 years have won the President and the Cup.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing, this President's Trophy thing and how bad it's been.
There's no correlation between winning the President's Trophy and winning the Cup at all.
Yeah. I know, it's been a curse almost.
I think Detroit's done it twice, and Chicago did it in 13.
Right. Yep.
And that's it. Alex B., what you got, man?
Well, I'm just watching the overtime of Rangers and Penguins. I don't have anything in this one.
Back and forth, but nothing yet here. And by the way, Dallas Calgary has just gotten underway. First, literally dropped the puck 30 seconds ago there.
Well, only thing I got there is the draw.
Yeah.
Wait, you got draw for Calgary and Stars
in Dallas?
Yep.
Yeah.
Damn, why is everybody taking? Like, I wouldn't take that.
You think they're going to just crush Dallas, which on paper they're capable of doing that. I don't doubt that, but
I don't.
There's a way of just making it tough, like nails on a chalkboard style. Frustrates you, gets under your skin, and it's not always easy to separate. We got Josh back with us on the Betcast here. Josh, what's up?
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Good to be here.
How about your Avs? Not a bad start, right?
Yeah, not a bad start. I guess good timing for me to join in, huh?
He fucking jumps on with a huge smile with his Avs hat on. Going great.
I was just hoping it'd be like 0-0-1-1, something like that at this point.
Oh no, you were hoping they'd lead by now against this Nashville team and this goaltending of theirs. Yeah, you got to think 10 minutes into the game.
Joshy's living in a wet dream right now.
Oh yeah,
yeah, definitely. I had a feeling they would turn it right back on when the playoffs started. They were definitely coasting down the stretch there.
Small seed of doubt planted in the Panthers tonight.
There's nothing like 5-on-5 overtime, though.
Calgary
so much better.
This is so much better than watching 3-on-3 for 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Well, Ian, I know you took Alexis Lafreniere to score for the Rangers.
Yes, I did indeed.
If
overtime,
if that hits, if you guess that, I will send you a case of Labatt Blue.
Oh, I appreciate that. Well, I also have him to anytime goal scorer, which would also win if he does score the overtime goal.
Swear to God, I will send you a case from Texas. Actually, I'll just Venmo you the money.
Yeah, it'll have to be something.
You doubting my Lafreniere call?
There ain't no fucking way he scores an OT winner.
Yeah, I don't think. Well, 8:26 to go in OT. By the way, it's still 3-3 in that Rangers Penguins game.
This has the feeling of a 3 overtime situation.
Yes.
Yeah. So Ian, how about this? If your boy Alexi scores the OT winner, I'll just Venmo you the money. The case. But if Gensel scores, Venmo the money so I can buy a case of Bud Light.
Yes, Bud Light.
Oh my goodness, Lehkonen. This Avs game is a travesty.
Yeah. The Avs are bending them over.
Ruh-roh.
It's just one terrible mistake from Nashville after another, too.
And it's 5-0 now. Colorado just scored again. Holy fuck.
Lehkonen, man.
Now. Yeah, Lehkonen. Let's go. First prop on the ball. No.
There you go, Ian.
I'm trying to think that. No, this is my first one. I didn't have any of the ones that before. Goal score prop. Why?
Gensel.
Don't ruin this. I'm behind y'all. Chill.
Yep. 5-0. Unbelievable. Oh, crazy. Yep.
Yep, doing a goalie switch right now too.
Yep. It's about time. Get Riddick out of there. I mean, look, it's not all on him. It's been pretty bad in front of him too. But you got to come up with one save, man. Just one, and he hasn't done that either. So, yeah. How many saves did he make on the shots he's faced? I mean, his confidence is probably fucked for the rest of this series. I think at this point, if you're Hines, you just got to roll with Ingram.
Wait, whose confidence is fucked?
Riddick.
Why?
For Nashville. 3.
Oh God, yeah, he's done.
5 goals on 13 shots.
Yeah, he's done. He's done.
Yeah. Wow, 5-0. I knew this could be ugly, but holy fuck! Like my team totals won already on Colorado. Yeah.
Ian, that's what I was saying. Is I took first to 4 goals, but the idea that it cashed in the first 10 minutes is just blowing my mind.
That's why I said tonight's been a good night.
Except for the Panthers.
Yeah, that was weird. That was weird.
Pittsburgh buzzing, but denied for now. Yep. Wow, he never saw that. Shesterkin, the shot was just buzzed wide of the net.
Well, we got a power play for the Avalanche right now.
55 shots now for Pittsburgh. Holy fuck.
Gensel, please score. I want some beer.
So some of you guys cashed on the draw for that Pittsburgh New York Rangers game too, right? Or was that you jumped in live, Ian?
Sorry, what was that?
Did you cash on that draw for the New York Rangers Pittsburgh game, right?
Yep.
You jumped in that live.
Very good. Yep.
Yeah, I had that one before the game. That one was plus 310.
Yeah, this is good because look, Florida team total over losing, frustrating. We got the both teams to score. We got the live over. This over 6.5 was actually a pretty good bet for me, and that lost. So that was really frustrating, that Florida game. We got the Rangers here. We're hanging on, and I have team total over 3, which can not lose, but it's either going to push or win.
Right.
We have a chance to really sweep here with the Colorado game because I've got Colorado first period. I've got Colorado team total over, which is already 1, and Nashville, Colorado over 6.5, and I need just 2 with that. So we're going to maybe sweep the board here with this one. Oh, goal for Calgary. Lindholm. Yeah. Lindholm got it. 1-0 Flames. Wow. So they're on the board with a 1-0 lead. And I have Calgary in regulation, and I have Calgary team total over 3.5 plus money there.
That kind of sounds
Calgary
that,
first period.
I mean, that is a fucking laydown.
Yep. Holy fuck, Rangers, what a chance. Oh my God, how they not finish that? Great save to Smith. Rangers now finally starting to get a little pressure. They've been on their heels for a few shifts. Now they're finally pressing. Andrew Kopp with some good chances, yep. We'll have to wait to see what someone's asking me. We'll wait to see what the adjusted series price is for Florida. They want to say, should I take Florida in the series now? Well, let's see what it is first. Oh, there it is. They've already reposted it. Minus 150. Yeah, FanDuel has it at minus 150.
I mean, that might be the cheapest you find it because you could easily see Florida going, getting hot on a run and winning 3 or 4 straight.
Doesn't feel good though, does it? At 150 after tonight's game.
No, not really.
It doesn't, but at the same time, I mean, I don't want to totally you can't throw totally out in the dumpster either for one game. It's not a great game. And Washington, Washington, like I said, toe to toe. There's not some Vanacek stole the game, or Florida had all kinds of pressure and chances, and they were relentless, and they just couldn't finish. No, it was none of that tonight. This was Washington, mano a mano, stepping up and saying, hey, we can hang with you guys tonight.
It feels a lot like, and again, apologies for not talking hockey, but it feels a lot like the Bucks Celtics game 1, where the Bucks just laid it out. Celtics came back and destroyed them today. Panthers, they got their ass kicked, but it's like, hey, welcome to the playoffs by a team that's been here. Yep. Now go out and do your business, handle it in game 2 at home.
Yeah, definitely. Yep. A little bit. So you could see Florida just annihilate Washington in game 2. I think they did that against Tampa last year even. They lost game 1 and they bounced back in game 2. I'm pretty sure of that. Wow, what a chance for the Rangers just now again. So they're starting to turn up the pressure a little bit.
All right, guys, I'm going to have to sign on off. I actually got to do a radio spot at the top of the hour.
Yeah, that's right. You mentioned that with Kenny P, right?
Yep. I'm on Sports X Radio at 10. So I'll be doing that for, I know, at least 45 minutes. So you got to get ready for all that. So I'll see you guys, and I'll be on the show tomorrow.
He will be on tomorrow. All right, excellent. There he is. Danny Erman, your fellow statesman's joining us tomorrow, Alex. Danny, so that'll be good.
Awesome. Sounds good. All right. Have a good night, y'all.
All right, see you, Alex. There he is. Alex.
I got to run too, guys. It was great to be on. Awesome watching these games, and
I know you were probably hoping we get a decision here in this Rangers-Penguins game, but not meant to be before you left. That is, yeah.
Oh, I'm watching. I was sticking out till the end of the period, but I've got to jump off and help out around the house and stuff.
All right, no problem. Thanks again, Occupancy. Good stuff. Have a good night.
See you guys.
There he is, Occupancy with us. All right, there we go. We're going to be here though still for probably till most of the end of the night. I mean, certainly for the end of the Penguin Rangers overtime. We're probably going to, I'll stick, I was hoping a little more competitive, Nashville, Colorado, but as long as Dallas, Calgary doesn't get one-sided, we'll stay on for as long as that game, or for as much of that game as possible. What a horrible giveaway by Rangers. Great chance for Gensel, and just shot it wide.
I don't think I've ever seen, I know, I apologize to keep talking about it. I've never seen that the live line is -5.5 for Colorado in the first period.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Panthers on the series is -150. I don't love the price enough to bet it. If you want to, you can, but don't love the price enough to bet it.
If you could get it, actually would be an interesting thing. I don't know if all the books do this, but if you say Panthers in 6 specifically instead of 7, take away that final game and say that they're going to win, 4 of the next 5, that'd be an interesting call because, they have one more at home, obviously 2 on the road, but they do get the game 5 at home. It'd be interesting to see what that price would be.
Yeah, it would be. Yeah, absolutely. It would be. Yeah, it's just Florida might be a good game 2 bet, but I think that's a better bet than the series now.
Yeah, especially first period. I mean, it's like that same thing with the Lightning that I was saying earlier. Lightning first period tomorrow is going to be an absolute hammer spot for me, but full game, I don't know. They may be too out of it after the first period to, give any more energy. But I think that after that big foul, they're going to come out all guns blazing, getting shut out.
I always say the zigzag with first period and full game with the team that lost the previous game. It's all an angle it's talked about in the NBA playoffs a lot too.
Yeah.
It usually works more often with the competitive series. The series that you expect they're 2 evenly matched teams, not a mismatch. A mismatch series, you don't bet, the team automatically that lost game 1. I ain't betting Nashville in game 2, for instance. Yeah. That's not happening yet.
Yeah, definitely.
No way.
Whereas Toronto, Tampa Bay, we expect a close series, competitive series. We don't think Tampa Bay is complete shit just because they were awful, and they're going to be that way for the rest of the series. So it's way more plausible to take Tampa in game 2 off a loss than, say, Nashville.
How do you feel about the Oilers-Kings? Because I know, obviously the Oilers are a more talented team. They're a more put-together team, but just, you watched the game the other night, and obviously the goalkeeping is what let them down, but they're just a team that never seems to be able to figure it out when it matters. And it's obviously they should be able to win game 2, especially at home. But series wise, the Kings make you think after that first game.
Well, not to mention too, Mike Smith needs to assuming he starts. I don't know if he will, but that's such a bad mistake he made. And but
it's crazy.
If he does, he's going to want to atone for that. That's an interesting game tomorrow. It's probably I'd prefer Oilers in the first period than the full game because it's like I think they'll start strong. They have to be really good off the hop. But
I think Edmonton will win tomorrow.
LA is pretty feisty. LA does, they work as a 5-man group defensively away from the puck. That's what always gives them a puncher's chance. I think we're going to have double overtime. It looks like in Penguins ring. Yep, we're going to double OT.
And you also got that combination of great young players, but also those experienced guys like Kopitar and Deneau that have been there, on the Kings. And again, I'm thinking the Oilers are going to win this series, but after what I saw, they just look so good, and the Oilers look so lost, and they don't have any sort of reliable goalkeeping in general. Who's your netminder game 2 that's going to be any different than Smith?
Yeah. I see Edmonton responding pretty well tomorrow night.
Yeah.
But with the series, after what they did last year in the playoffs, and then to start this year, I wouldn't be surprised if they ended up dropping the series in 6 or 7.
Yeah.
I mean, I would say the Oilers LA thing is it's such an obvious win that it's also such an obvious fuck up.
Yeah. Yes.
I hate Mike.
I mean, I like Edmonton early. I don't know. I will not probably take Edmonton in regulation like I did in game 1.
Nah.
I thought, use your playoff experience to your advantage the last few years, like Toronto did. And they didn't do what Toronto did.
Yep.
Come out flying, come out storming, leave no doubt that, hey, you're the team that means business. LA, a lot of these players tasting the playoffs for the first time. Edmonton didn't do that. And I said this with Ryan Johnston on the show today. I said it with him that, you're showing you're not ready to start a series when you're getting outshot in your home building 7-0. That was what the shots were for LA last night, the first 8 minutes. They don't even have Doughty. That's true. The Kings don't even have Doughty, and they've got Mikey Andersons of the world and Dursey playing more minutes and Jordan Spence. I mean, all these youngsters, essentially. Green as fuck.
Spence is fucking good.
He is, though. Yeah.
Yeah.
He is good. I mean, it feels like he's ready for this. And Matt Roy, and, he's doing more. Mata's good. Mikey Anderson's another guy that surprised. And Old man Edler is when he's healthy, he's still a solid defenseman, and we're seeing that. So,
man, I am not a Mata fan. I think Mata sucks.
Yeah, Mata. Yeah, Mata.
I think Mata's only in the league because he's big.
Yeah,
and he won a cup with the Penguins, so that's about it.
Wild first. Yeah, I think that would be the way I'd go in that. It's kind of like with the Blues and the Wild too. I trust the Wild in the first period. I think the full game, that's the one, I don't know if I could take Edmonton full game. I probably won't, because minus 195, and then you got to take them in regulation, and it's probably going to be a 1-goal game, and you're sweating that out. I'm not taking them in regulation. Tampa Bay, I would only look Tampa Bay tomorrow, but part of me wants to see if Toronto can show some killer instinct. And Toronto's damn good.
I would
really good in game 1.
I would hammer Tampa tomorrow.
First period for sure.
First period I like more,
especially Kucherov or Stamkos. Absolutely.
Yeah, I like Tampa first period more. And what else? Oh yeah, the other game. St. Louis, Minnesota. Minnesota's the one that I would maybe look full game. I don't love the full game for Tampa. Just initial thought. I don't love the full game at all for Edmonton. But I like the Oilers and the Lightning in the first. I like the Wild in the first, and that's also the team I might take full game. Because, look, the way I see it with Minnesota is stop taking penalties, work on your penalty kill, which I'm sure Everson will, because St. Louis is an elite power play. You take too many penalties, your penalty kill's no good, they will make you pay. But when you take away all the Blues power plays and the damage they did with those man advantages, 5-on-5 last night, the Wild played pretty decent. They played pretty good, actually. In fact, you could say they actually had some better play than the Blues 5-on-5. So play 5-on-5, stay out of the box, and you could be fine, and you can get back in the series.
Yeah, that's still a pretty even match series. I still think
Yeah.
that's going at least 6, if not 7. So,
Yeah. And you got an awesome home team, not just a good home team, an awesome home team. The home record's been incredible for Minnesota this year. Trying to avoid going down 2-0, going back to St. Louis for a team that's been mediocre on the road, talking about Minnesota. They know how vital that is tomorrow night.
Yeah.
I think they come out and play like it.
Here's a live bet question for you guys. Colorado to score in every period, -120. What do you think of that?
That's tough because, with such a monster lead, I could see them falling asleep. Yeah. And
the third period is what scares me, but that's also Colorado's period, man. Like I don't see him turning it off.
Well, you got something in the second is the question, from them.
See, I don't see him turning it off early. I think they get a goal in the second, but in the third period, if they're up 7-0, are they really going to put down the gas?
Yes.
I don't know if they keep scoring, if they add on in the second, then in third, they're bound to Nashville. Just kind of they'll be not playing well either. Yeah. They're just bound to let 1 or 2 through in the third as well. So I don't know. I kind of like it, but
I think the toughest series to predict is Boston.
That's easy to me. I think Carolina's just flat out better.
Really? You think so?
Yeah.
Done it. Boom. Colorado scoring every period. -120.
Me, Ian. Let's go.
Case race.
Yep.
No, I like it. I think I might tell you on that.
I will not be backing Boston tomorrow. I know that for a fact. That's one team in bounce back mode I am not touching at all. Boston. I might touch Tampa first period. I might look at Edmonton first period. I will be on Minnesota first period and probably full game. But I'm not interested in Boston for some. I like that Carolina team. Now, is Ronta going to be that good again? And does Boston go to Swayman? We'll see, but no Boston
Ian,
for me.
Ian, I think you hit it right there, though. It's like you get these really impressive netminder performances, in game one, just to kind of establish that fact, like, hey, we're here to play. I'm better than my season has shown, et cetera, et cetera. But game two is when it's really like, all right, we're all settled in. We're doing what we need to.
Right.
Are they really going to put in a performance like that again? And, against the better teams, I sincerely doubt it.
But I mean, I feel like game ones are always about just establishing dominance in every way, shape, or form.
I always say with these series, when you're trying to back the team that lost the previous game of the series, ask yourself, do you expect it to be a relatively competitive series? If you think it's going to be that way, you've got a better case to bet the zigzag, bet the team that lost the previous game. If it's more of a one-sided, lopsided, potential mismatch. See, that's why with Boston, Carolina, I think this could be a potential mismatch series. I'm serious with Boston, Carolina. They did nothing with their power play. They had chances and they couldn't finish, and that's an issue with Boston at times. They don't finish, and especially if Marchand, Bergeron, and Pasternak don't score. Yeah, they did dictate play in the first, but what did they get out of it? And I can't count on Carolina being that porous again in the first period like they were last night. You can't. That was uncharacteristic that in their building where they're very good, Carolina was that lethargic and a step behind the way they were.
But also, I mean, you have Marchand, I think he finished with one shot from your arguably your best player, though. You're not going to win games like that, and especially because they had a couple of power plays. Like the idea that Marchand isn't impacting the game, at least not in the offensive zone. I mean, you can pass all you want, but at the end of the day, if you're the guy they're relying on for points, you need to be able to at least get more than 1 or 2 shots on net. That's just insanity. And especially, like you said, the way Carolina kind of gave up a lot of opportunities and they just didn't take advantage.
By the way, Coleman took a big hit in that period, so interesting to see if he bounces back from that. We'll have to wait and see, but definitely concerning there. By the way, we got a power play coming up, it looks like, for Dallas with 5 minutes to go in the first period there. We're awaiting the second overtime. If you're just joining us, we're awaiting double overtime to begin between the Rangers and the Penguins.
Yeah, going back to that Boston Carolina real quick, I think that's going to be I think Boston will definitely show fight tomorrow. It's going to be a tight game, so that's probably going to be another game where I look at a draw. But I'm kind of with you overall
in that game. Yep,
I'm kind of with you overall in that series, Ian. Like something about the way that they've matched up this year, Carolina has just dominated them. I think it might be over relatively fast. Yes. For me, the most difficult series is the Wild and the Blues. I know the Blues, you already talked about, like 5-on-5 is pretty evenly matched. I just don't trust the Blues. I don't trust the Wild either, but to me, that's going to be the toughest one to call, even at this point.
Yep. I won't lie. I feel like it's going to be a whomping on the Wild, just in general. Like, gentlemen sweep, but the Blues, like, they win at home. They're good on the road. The Wild are good at home, not great on the road. I just and also, again, it's that matchup thing. The Blues match up extremely well with the Wild.
Right. They do. I mean, the Blues are scary right now. And what's their record overall? It's like, 13-2? That's their 14-2, I believe, in their last 16 games. And they've dummied Minnesota. They've completely dominated the Wild. So there's a little bit of a nervous feeling stepping in front of that tomorrow night. But I'm gonna. For one, if Minnesota loses tomorrow night and I lose backing them, it's over for me. I won't be back in Minnesota again probably the rest of the series, or at least not again in Game 3. That's for sure. But tomorrow night I'll give them a shot again, because I still think they're good enough to make that a good series right till the end. Again, 5-on-5, they played well. They just couldn't beat Husso. They had chances. They had looks, tons of looks. Just couldn't figure out how to beat Billy Husso. Yeah, there could be a lot of draws in the Penguins series. No question. I wouldn't argue with that.
I was also kind of thinking about that Tampa Bay Toronto series. Yes. Tampa Bay, I don't know. To me, they haven't looked hungry this year. They've looked content with their back-to-back cups. So, I had a thought before this series started. You can't trust Toronto. I was like, if they make it by Toronto, they're definitely. I think they're gonna get hammered pretty good by Florida, even though they lost tonight. I think Florida will be coming for revenge from that series last year. But more than anything, it just looks like Tampa Bay, they don't have that same hunger this year. Toronto does.
That is something you have to factor in. That is something you have to consider for sure.
Yeah.
The fact that Tampa Bay's won it twice, maybe they're not as interested this year. Maybe it's just, the desire, burning desire to win another Stanley Cup. And you're tired. You're worn down. It's physical, mental, and emotional exhaustion to go through that year after year, a long, deep Stanley Cup run.
Ian, I'm glad you brought that up, because, I mean, from my other podcasts and stuff, I feel like with this run in particular, is I keep on hearing like the mental battle. It's a whole reoccurring theme. I keep on hearing through different like hockey podcasts, is like this year's going to be a mental run. It's kind of the first season where like the NHL is trying to get back on track, like a regular schedule, and I think this is like going to push things into motion for that.
Yeah, I mean, you got to get a little more separate. Well, look, this year was still condensed a little bit, and it was condensed because of the Olympic break. That's why it was condensed. And now next year, finally, they can go October to June, regular schedule, start on time, finish in June. Make sure teams aren't playing too many 3 and 4, 4 and 6, 6 and 9, that kind of thing. Space out the games a little bit more. And you'll see teams maybe have a little bit more gas in the tank at this time of year. definitely have the potential to see that next year.
And also, like you were saying, Ian, I think today on the pod, it's just like you have a lot of teams that kind of got the bad end of that draw as well. It's not just the fact that the whole league was doing that. It's that a couple of teams had to do it, just a couple weeks after they'd just done it before. And, you're seeing teams play 6 games in 9 days and then 3 weeks later play 5 games in 7 days. And it's just like, obviously that's going to put wear and tear on people a lot more than the ones that aren't having to do that. And, forget about the Islanders because they're doing their own thing in a new stadium. That's not the league's fault. That's their fault. But it's just a lot of people, I think, were put at a disadvantage because of the fact that their schedule was just all over the place. I mean, having to travel, coast to coast twice in a single road trip, like that's a bananas thing that should never happen.
Yes. Yeah. And that, like I say, next year you're going to get not the kind of schedule you saw. You're going to see far less 3 games and 4 nights, far less. Oh, you're playing the night after you return home from a long road trip too. That happened a lot. Teams coming home off a 6-7 game road trip. They get 1 fucking day off and they're playing again at home. You're not going to see that as much next year. Again, spacing it out more is going to be capable. This is going to be something you see a lot. Yes, but that's a great point, Dennis. You're right. We should actually appreciate the condensed schedules this year because it created many bet on and bet against situations. That's right. Teams in brutal spots, brutal travel schedule situations. Exactly. We probably should have liked it and shouldn't. Maybe for that reason we shouldn't be as happy about it. But certainly for the players, they're going to love having a little bit more break in between games and not having everything as condensed as much.
Well, part of that is kind of also the idea of exposing certain teams for, like trends are going to be a little bit more exposed because of the fact that they're doing so many games in so little time. But some teams just are a lot better, coming home after a long road trip. Some teams are very good on the first game of a big road trip. I think you saw that a lot more this year because it happened a lot more, but still those are trends that carry on in general. Like I know at least back in 2019, the last time the Sharks made their run, they were fantastic in the first game of a road trip. Like every single road trip, first game, they always came out hot. If they didn't win, they normally lose by just a goal. It was just like one of those things where betting them puck line, betting them money line was always going to be a moneymaker because of the fact that they do that. Whereas other teams like Edmonton are just garbage their first game coming home off a road trip. It's just been that way for 10 years now.
San Jose even was bad at it for a very long time. Terrible, in fact. They've been a little better lately, but still a whole decade where this team was just dreadful. Oh, Rangers. Panarin had a chance if he corrals that puck. There was a wide open cage waiting for him, but couldn't get it to settle down. Icing Pittsburgh. First minute, by the way, in double overtime. Flames power play just now, but did not capitalize on it. So it's still 1-0 Calgary. And it looks like the first period is going to end 1-0 Calgary against Dallas. They're down to the last few seconds.
How about
icing
that?
For Pittsburgh.
Like I was telling you, that first period prop, it's been cashing for me all year. Calgary first period exact score 1-0. Tonight it was plus 360.
There, great call, Brian. Fantastic bet. Yeah, you're right. They've had a lot of those. And
it's because their defense in the first period is incredible, but they don't like to get too hot scoring either. So it's a good bet.
And also, what's like pretty promising for the Flames, the fact that Tkachuk and Gaudreau both got a point in the first period.
Yeah.
Which obviously, like those two guys are going to drive the bus, along with Lindholm as well.
So, Ian, who do you think is going to be next year's kind of like breakout team that didn't make the playoffs this year?
Next year, Buffalo was near the top of the list, 100% for me.
Yeah, okay. No, I mean breakout, not Vegas, because we know that they're good and they just, shit the bed. Islanders, whatever. But yeah, all right, Buffalo. I like
Buffalo
that.
For
I like
sure.
that a lot. Rasmussen.
Buffalo's going to compete for one. It's just the goaltending still worries me for them because I really like so much. Owen Power is going to be great. The twin of Peyton there, yeah. I mean, you look at Peyton with glasses and
if my hair was done.
Even without glasses, look at him with his hair and his face, and look at Owen Power. It's a damn stark resemblance. It really is, yeah.
Ian, I was really hoping you would be saying Detroit.
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah,
But
for sure.
Detroit will be a lot. Detroit will be
Yes.
better, but they've got more ground to make up. Peyton, let's be honest. They got more ground to make
Yeah,
up.
they
And they
do.
have
They
no
do. I'm
depth.
sorry. I'm getting all
Buffalo
horned
has
up
depth.
on them.
Yeah. Like Buffalo was beating a lot of really good teams.
Yeah.
I mean, I think Mo Sider, he's a stud. I've been
Yes.
cranking him off.
Yeah.
Same with
Rangers are really
I mean,
pressing
Dylan
right
Larkin, duh. Yeah.
now. Yeah.
Oh.
Ian. I'm still on Gensel getting the goal.
All right.
How did
over
the
Laxina.
Rangers not just score?
Well, they had a ton of chances just now.
Good God. Oh!
And Hedel had a chance, and I think someone deflected it out of play. The last chance
Lafreniere
they
had a chance.
Yep. That line's been good. And they almost got that goal that gave the Rangers a 4-3 lead that was called back.
Well,
If they lose this game, that's gonna go down as an all-time kind of bad beat because that was very questionable.
Well,
Icing Rangers.
if Lafreniere scores, I got to send Ian $30 so he can buy a 6-pack.
Of 2% beer.
Yeah. Those fucking taxes are so high for.
I'll send it right back if it's only 2%. Jeez,
Okay.
Ian, what's your liquor choice when you're not drinking Molson or Labatt's?
Moonshine.
No, not moonshine. It's usually whiskey of some kind. Whiskey, rum, that kind of stuff. Yep.
And whiskey, are you an Irish whiskey or a bourbon type of guy?
I'll do both, but I prefer Irish. Definitely prefer Irish. Yeah.
Good to know.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll get some shot. Stanley Cup final when it's really, really like big time. We'll get some harder stuff going. What a chance for Pittsburgh wide. Whoa.
Yeah, Ian, we got Brent Norris still waiting for Nichushkin to tally a point.
Yeah, the problem with this now is that they could park the bus. Colorado now up 5-0. They're like, we don't need any more goals. We'll just play good defense here. I don't know what Rust was trying to do there.
Trying to just put himself in the net. I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. Putting yourself in the net.
Yeah.
That doesn't count. You have to put the black rondelle in the net, not yourself, not your own.
Yeah,
body.
You just got to put the rubber in the hole.
That's right.
Yeah.
I love like personal favorite thing his whole career, seeing Mika Zibanejad pretend to get into fights. And because you can always see he's pretending.
He's such a pussy.
He's never going to throw a punch ever.
Yeah, Mika's not one that's going to mix it up.
He's incredible, though. He always runs up and grabs someone and then goes like, you're all good. You're all good.
He's like, please just don't pull my hair.
Well, guess what? He doesn't want anyone breaking his DJ hand. He's a DJ.
Yeah, I was going to say, Ian, I was listening to that earlier. I didn't know he DJ'd.
Yeah, and, at least in Ottawa he did when he played there. A friend of mine said he'd see him at the club there. Guest DJ Z Bands. That was his club name. Yeah.
Sick name.
I'll bet that's so electric though.
EDM going.
Dude, those fucking Euros love the DJing.
Yeah.
They love it.
Disco.
Yeah. Getting the beats going, yeah.
Man. Shesterkin's coming out of his net a lot more than he normally does.
Tell you what, good effort by DeSmith here tonight. Commendable effort. He's played solid. Ask about as much as you could ask for from him. Like the 3 goals, I don't know if there's one where you can point at DeSmith and say, man, that was really, really bad. You let that in.
Oh!
He bobbled that, but he found it. Yep. I know. It's like, I like how Brian fades into the golf course right there when he leans back.
Sorry, yeah.
Yeah.
Getting ready for the Wells Fargo preview tomorrow that I send out.
I thought, is that Augusta behind you or
no? This is actually.
I was stealing Ian's joke.
Yeah. The Mexico Open. Yeah.
Yeah, that was last week.
Yeah.
But I haven't changed it yet because the golf pod comes out tomorrow.
Yeah. Too bad Cameron couldn't live up to his fucking last name in that final round. I actually had a piece of him. Absolutely pathetic.
Ian,
Cameron Champ.
You're just twisting the knife.
Yeah. Well, I'm not twisting anything. I'm twisting the knife on myself. I had Cameron.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, but you know what? Like, I have no problem losing to Rom because I would never, ever, ever bet a golfer at plus 350 to win a tournament. But just to see Cam Champ collapse like that was just like, come on, guy.
He blew my each way. I couldn't even get a top 5 each way.
I had the top 5 each.
Yep. I know, it's just terrible. Yeah.
Him and Hagee just both just
melted.
Hey, are you guys surprised that we're
melted in the
our...
Mexican sun? Yeah.
Hey, are y'all like shocked that we're seeing our second OT in a first round playoff game in game 1?
Nope.
No,
really?
not with these two teams.
Dude, I mean, I'm a Sharks fan, man. Come on, we are the kings of 2 and 3 OTs.
Yeah. And I'm not shocked this is a long OT.
Maybe a little surprised that it's 2 overtimes for me, but
yeah,
I'm definitely expecting overtimes early and often in these games.
Yes.
But if you had to bet what teams would take a long time to finish a game, Pittsburgh and New York would be right up there.
Yep.
Like, what other team would take longer to finish a game than these two?
Well,
maybe Boston. Maybe.
I would say Blues Wild.
Blues Wild.
What?
Yeah.
The Flames and the Stars.
That could still go to OT.
Flames
Dallas is where they want to be. They're just 1 goal back.
I know, Ian, you're right, and it's pissing me off.
I know. Like that could have been 2-3-0 for Calgary. Instead, here's Dallas doing their same old shit, hanging around.
Boring fucking hockey.
Yeah. Rick Bonus. Yeah.
He's a great guy. I like him.
He's a good guy. I mean, he is. I mean, people rip on him, but come on, he's a nice guy.
He's like the dinosaur of the NHL.
Yeah. Hey, he was the expansion head coach of the Ottawa Senators in the early 90s. He's been around a long time.
Yeah, they won like 9 games that year.
Yeah. Yep. Alexander Daig. You talk about a bust. Never mind Lafreniere. That was a true bust. Alex Daig. Yeah.
Well, I mean, same thing with like Brian Lawton.
Yep. That was a guy that legitimately had all kinds of hype coming in when he drafted by that Ottawa team and didn't even total flame out.
No, actually, I could see Jeff Carter getting an OT tuck.
Yeah. Yeah, Carter's been around the block. Yeah, this has been a nice second OT for the Rangers. They've definitely either Pittsburgh's getting tired or I don't know what, but the Rangers, this has been a good second OT for them. They've had more of the chances, the more of the puck, more of the pressure.
Yeah, but I just hope that Frenchie doesn't score for you.
Yeah.
I think the longer this overtime goes, the more likely it is that like a no-name guy gets the game-winning goal off like a weird,
and it's a weird bounce goal.
Like
you're right.
Something finally leaks through.
It's gonna be like a third or fourth line like little hero that scores,
or like a third line defenseman or something like that.
Yeah.
Just some like shitty, just trickling deflection goal.
Yeah,
off somebody's cup and in.
JRA going for the gusto here. Flame Stars second period to be scoreless. 50-1, plus 5,000.
What?
Plus 5,000. Oh my goodness.
Nope. Goal in the second period. Scoreless.
That's the type of bets that I throw a few dollars at, like on a regular basis.
Plus,
why wouldn't you?
One. Dallas is going to try to keep it, to this score for as long as possible.
They're so fucking boring.
You really hate them, don't you?
Yeah, and they're the closest NHL team I have to me, and it's a 3.5-hour drive.
You're not an official Stars fan, but
no,
right? No, Detroit.
No. Yeah, Detroit.
Nah, but see, Peyton, this is like
Sturkin, point blank in the slot. Brian Rust was.
This is like me living in LA. I go to a bunch of Kings games just because it's an excuse to go see hockey. And they're one of the worst teams to go and watch because every game is like a 2-1, maybe 3-2 snooze fest.
Well, growing up, I could watch the Houston Aeros play in the AHL, but they got moved to Iowa. Which what the fuck's there? Nothing.
No.
Des Moines, Corn.
There ain't shit there. So I got to make like a 2.5-hour drive to Austin so I can watch the Austin Stars play, which that was embarrassing. I was like, I can play in this fucking league. And And then I watched the Stars play Anaheim, which was like a pickup game for fun.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sure the intensity
especially with the E-Bug goalie jumping in. I was like, wow, you could have fucking.
It had the intensity of a tea party. Yeah.
I was like, I'm fucking 3 rows behind the glass. You can tap on there, I'll jump in.
Yeah.
Anaheim's an electric team to go and see though, because win or lose, there's goals in that game.
Well, yeah, they got Zegras,
Unless they play Dallas.
those guys.
Zegras is just like,
dude, fucking Zegras took the penalty that the Stars scored on when they scored on the E-Bug goalie. That actually got deflected by number 92 for Anaheim. That went in the net, 5-hole.
Zegras and Troy Terry are just like, they're so electric.
Troy Terry needs to learn how not to be a pussy. He plays really soft.
Yeah, a lot of guys do though these days.
Yeah. Second,
Ian,
by
who'd
the
you
way,
grow up watching?
Oh, Sabre fan growing up. Yep.
Okay.
Buffalo, yeah. And I've tried to keep that buried underneath me for 10, 15 years while they've sucked the last decade. But the last time I had really something to really cheer about was when they went to the conference finals in 2006 and 7.
Yeah, that's back when they had Briere. They were nasty.
Briere, Drury, Jason Pominville.
Pominville was so fucking good.
Vanek, yeah, they had a good team. Well, Vanek, some nights he showed up. Like I said with Bobby Ryan, I was talking Sunday on our preview show with him that the fucking Thomas Vanek drove me nuts.
Wait, is that back whenever Miller was their goalie?
Oh, Casey DeSmith's leaving the game. Casey DeSmith's going out. He's hurt. He's injured.
I think he tore his motivator.
Louis Domingue's coming in now for the Penguins. And this is a guy that's,
Wow.
Yeah, he's trying to walk it off. It's Louis Domingue having to come in here. And now this is a guy that started a lot of games in the NHL.
Damn, he must be.
He's kind of like DeSmith. He's not great, but he can play decent sometimes. And
DeSmith must have really done something though to bounce. Like,
all right, so Rangers, we gotta fucking win this one now.
Now you know it's going to be some bullshit Penguins goal.
Money.
Yeah,
I've seen this before. Yeah, they play even harder with the other guy in. Yeah.
All right,
this
Ian.
Is that Zamboni driver bullshit.
Ian, you might get your case of Labatt now.
Well, we still need Lafreniere to score. That's the thing. Yeah.
Well, he might tickle the twine. We'll find out.
Hey, Ian, here's another question for you.
Yeah.
Does when Jimmy says some bet that he's on either for or against the Bruins, do you kind of put a little bit extra on it just because he knows the Bruins better than most?
I really don't bet Bruins games a lot based on Jimmy's decisions or info, by the way, to be quite honest. I still usually make my own opinions, but I definitely take them into consideration, what he's saying about that team in particular, no doubt.
If the Bruins are playing in the afternoon, take them.
Yeah.
They're
especially on the weekend. Yeah, they're pretty good.
Just like on Mother's Day, they're playing this Mother's Day on the weekend. Take that shit.
Sometimes Jimmy just comes in with like I was talking to guys in the locker room and this and that and this. I'm taking, Avs team total over 3.5, Jimmy puck line, blah, blah, blah. And I'm just like, if anyone knows what's happening in that locker room, it's Jimmy freaking Murphy. I'm taking this. And then it always seems to hit, or at least way more so than it doesn't.
Wow. How did Pittsburgh not score? It's still loose. Holy fuck. Scramble in front of the net. See, that spurs Pittsburgh on. Let's win for this guy now. And not just Domingue, win for DeSmith, who got injured, yeah.
Ooh, oh my goodness.
Look at the scramble.
Oh my God.
Wow.
Shesterkin is not even in his net.
How they kept
that a couple other guys are.
Yeah.
How could that possibly not have gone in?
Oh, that's a bad giveaway by Panarin. This is dangerous. Wow. How did Pittsburgh not score that is the penultimate question right now. That was a mad scramble. That was a fire drill in front of Shesterkin there. See, Penguins have really, amped it up here with the goaltending switch.
Right. I was waiting for an opening to say that I think that they might to try and say the fact that they got a cold goalie in there now at this point.
Yep.
Well, I mean, it's stuff like this. Like you always see like teams like galvanize at opportunities like this.
Yep.
I mean, like, not to make it about myself, but at the Stars game when the E-Bug was in, Anaheim only gave up 3 shots in 20 minutes of play.
Yeah. E-Bug, by the way, for those who keep emergency backup goalie, if you're a knuckle, I don't know how you wouldn't figure that out, but if you didn't know what that meant, there you go. Yeah.
Well, funny enough, the guy has the same line of work as me. We actually both sell life insurance.
Wow.
So
very exciting stuff, both of you.
Yeah, pretty fucking riveting.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it keeps you going. Really keeps you on your keeps you just exhilarated every single moment of the day. That's the one thing about my. I'm fortunate to say with what I do. It's something I enjoy. It doesn't never really gets dull. There's days that are aggravating because you get beaten up a little on the betting board. It's not always going to go well, but it's not the work that I put into it sucks, or the work that I put into it is boring and I'm not into it or I'm not interested. That's the part that's.
Look at this. 67 shots for Pittsburgh. That's insane.
Ian, I was telling my fiance, my friends and stuff that I want to get out doing this regular full-time job stuff and be doing this betting type stuff for a living.
Right.
And I'm always telling her, like, when they go to bed at night, I'm downstairs researching for the next day, and it's not a thing I dread at all. It's like I wait all night to get to this point so I can do my research. So
yes,
I definitely look forward to the work.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'd rather be putting in the work and doing this than and look, grinding for 10 years. I mean, really, it's been, we've done enough to pay bills and all this shit, but definitely, like I say, it's a day-to-day job. Even though I'm working from home and doing shows and all that, it's not like, hey, you're making huge money and you're just living on a yacht, in the summer and anything like that. Not even close, but it's day-to-day. Wake up, put in the time, put in the hours, do what you need to do. Like the shows pay me, the wagers hopefully more often than not pay me. The subscriptions from clients and subscribers pay me, and it's day-to-day, week-to-week, month-to-month earnings, like any other job. It's just for me a cooler kind of job, and something else I'd probably be doing that I wouldn't like as much. All right, so we're at the second overtime, halfway through the overtime period timeout. They always do a timeout like first whistle halfway through the overtime, although it's more than halfway. There's 7:38 to go in the second overtime. Yeah, I agree, Cheshire Cat. This second period, like, Colorado's like kind of checked out. Like, they're just like, hey, we're up 5-0.
Yo, Kat, I text you on Twitter. Text me back.
Oh yeah, who wants to get your I think your cell phone there, Cheshire Cat Peyton.
Yeah. I think Ian like ignored my text, so I had to like go like.
I actually don't know his cell. That's why I didn't respond. I don't know. Honestly, I Twitter DM with Cheshire Cat. That's my way of contacting him. Oh, Crosby was looking at the side of the net for a one-timer, and I think he kind of fanned on it, down on one knee.
Classic Crosby.
Shesterkin, like, just when he covered that puck up, he was very, very slow moving, moving to cover it. I think he's battling through something that's hurting him. Just a little bit. Nothing, like, significant, but...
Well, Crosby always looks for Letang on the point.
Cheshire Cat. Is there a text chain?
But if you watch Crosby, when Crosby has the puck down low, he'll often like look upward for Letang for like a 1-tier shot.
Yep. He'll swing it low to high. Exactly. Yeah. Back to the point. Yep. Wow. Unbelievable. Oh, Louis Domingue tested there. That's a good save. It wasn't the most difficult angle, to make a save, but any save for him is a good one. Just coming in ice cold, overtime of a playoff game.
That was a great pass by Panarin.
Yeah. Wow, great! Wow, Rangers had a chance off a turnover, and Domingue got the pad down.
Ian, I love your voice, and you break it down very well, but you're ahead of me. Fuck.
Yeah, he's ahead of me about 10 seconds. So,
oh, we got a visitor here. Who's that, Brian? Yeah.
This is the biggest sports fan ever.
Oh, look at that. Oh, how are you? Good. Who is it?
Yeah.
What a cutie.
Yeah.
Yep.
There we go. How are you? Good. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah,
she gets really excited when humans get excited about sports.
Yes.
She's like, "Why is everyone excited and yelling?"
Yeah, it's exciting times. It's exciting. Sports are meant to be exciting and thrilling, and Pittsburgh now with a offensive zone shift here.
See, I lucked out. My wife, she's not a huge sports fan, but she loves hockey. She thinks it's awesome.
Yep. It is pretty good. Yeah. Big save, Shesterkin. Yeah.
Oof.
Hey, look who that is. It's with that shot on goal and getting in a little scrum after the whistle. It's Vito's buddy. He played with Vito for a bit.
Yeah.
Vitolin's our guy on the weekends from Latvia. Teddy Bluger.
Is Vito in Latvia when he calls in?
Oh yeah, that's where he lives.
Oh, shit. All right.
Yeah.
What's the time difference for that?
Well, he's on with us Saturday and Sunday at noon Eastern. So that for him, that's 7 p.m. 6-7 hour difference.
Oh, so he's fucking boozing. He's having a great time.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Vito's good. Vito's. We just ended up figuring out. Hey, he watches the show, and next thing you know, I like saw that on his Twitter that because he tweeted me one day, and I knew he would watch the show. I saw, Renus Vitolins on his Twitter. Vito and I saw. Wait a minute, hockey player. I said, "You played hockey?" And he said, "Yeah." And then there we go. I said, "Well, we'll get you on the show one day." And that one day turned into. Now he's on all our weekend shows, Saturday, Sunday, because Alex, Andrew, Jimmy can't always do weekend shows, and I don't always want to do them self on my own. So there you go. Vito stepped in. Yep.
That's funny though. It's 7 p.m. for him when those shows start. Sometimes when I put that show on, at 10 a.m. for me, like I'm still finishing my coffee. If I sleep in a little bit, I'm still drinking my coffee when that show starts.
Yeah.
It's great that you have him on, but I feel like it sways me all the time because he'll say, "Oh yeah, no, I played with this guy and he blah blah blah," and then I'm like, "Oh, so obviously I need to bet his points props."
Yes. Well, the only NHLer currently he's played with, I'm pretty sure, is this guy for Pittsburgh, Teddy Bluger. Pretty sure. Yeah. Oh, nice move, Kako.
One thing I really like about your guys' show, sometimes I don't have as much time on the weekend, so I don't catch as much as Vito, but during the week when I'm at work, I'm listening.
Yeah.
You guys, your main four, you guys all kind of have your own angles, different things you guys like to play, so it gives a lot of variety to the show.
Well, absolutely. Andrew and me and Alex and Jimmy, we're all different ideas.
Mm-hmm.
Jimmy puck line. Jimmy loves his puck lines. We know that. Andrew likes his. I'm trying to think. What's Andrew's probably favorite?
I don't know. To me, Andrew, sometimes he comes with that contrarian
He likes
play.
shots on goal props. He likes first period overs. Alex is the king of first period overs and draws. That's definitely, it's easy to identify Alex's.
Yeah, and those live bets.
Live bets, first period overs and draws.
Yeah,
I think a lot of overs and a lot of team totals for me.
Andrew's not afraid of unders.
Yeah. Oh, Panarin, what a block. John Marino just dove in front of the Panarin one-timer, and Panarin would have had a glorious chance. Yep, more pushing and shoving. Domingue, another nice save there, yeah. Still 5-0. Absolutely zeroed update with Nashville and Colorado. It is still 5-0 there. Score has not changed since the end of the first period.
Power play about to start, though, it looks like.
Yeah.
You know, it's funny that Dallas-Calgary game might go to overtime, and that Rangers-Penguins game still might go later than that one.
Yep. Very, very admirable effort in 5-6 minutes of work here for Louis Domingue. I mean, tough spot. He's actually had to make a couple saves.
Still can't believe it. Kadri assist plus 125 was the first goal that hit.
Yes.
I'm also sitting on a plus 600 2 assists tonight, so hoping that comes through, but yikes.
Wow,
Damn,
what a
car
stick
with
play
3
there.
points.
Knocked it off Malkin's
Wow.
stick. Yep.
Penalty again, 5-on-3.
Yeah, Colorado's
Here we
getting a 5-on-3. So here's your chance to finally get one. Connor Ingram, though, give him credit. He hasn't allowed a goal yet. All 5 were on big sieve.
Yeah, all the pressure is pretty much off on him now.
Pittsburgh, oh my gosh. And it bounced off the post and right back into Shesterkin. Oh. 71 shots now for Pittsburgh. Holy fuck.
Because this is so lame. Because the Rangers game has gone to overtime, they're not letting me watch the Colorado game live because it's like taking up the same airtime.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the Avs are going to get one right here to keep that goal in every period alive.
Oh my goodness, Gensel, how did you miss that?
I really wanted that fucking beer from Ian.
Yeah.
Son of a bitch.
Oh. Here we go.
Wow, all kinds of chances here. It's hard to believe that. First of all, it's hard to believe they didn't score Pittsburgh just now. And Domingue has made, I would say about 2 or 3, not just good saves, really good saves.
Yeah, that one on Kreider especially.
Yep, this is beyond remarkable and admirable what he's doing right now.
There we go. Avs, baby.
Yep,
6
Avs on a 5-on-3. Yep, that's good, which is actually good for me because the 6.5 over is,
Yeah. Hey, I got that Avs to score in every period, so there we go.
That's good. All right, now the third, which is their best period, although with a huge lead, they could still, sit on it.
Do you know who scored it, Ian? Was it
Well,
Comfort?
I think they're going to give it to Landeskog. I think he touched it last, but it definitely went off Nashville's players.
Good save right there by Shesterkin. Yep, really good.
Yeah, Landeskog.
Right.
Oh, Ian, your boy Alexi Lafreniere's in the ice right now.
La 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 la
Freniere.
No, it's my Rick Jenneret there.
Yo,
he'd do that for sure. If Lafreniere played for the Sabres, I think he'd do that. Yeah.
Ian, I just sent you a text.
I did. I saw it. Yeah.
Okay.
That was so funny today on the show, Ian. You're doing that City of Comfort.
Yeah, I know. I'm coming straight out of Comfort. Comfort's got to get. Hasn't done
Dude,
much.
Ian
yet.
has been riding Comfort hard.
Yeah.
Hard.
I see what you're doing there. Yeah, Landeskog got that goal, power play goal for the Avs. Yep.
I mean, I'm only saying that, Ian, because I was calling out Taves and he fucking hit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You still haven't melted there in your sauna there in your home. That's good to see. Yeah.
No, I'm fucking burning up. My face is red. And
Like, actually, I do see the
I'm not
red
even
in your
drinking
face,
tonight.
Yeah.
I'm not even drinking it. I'm red.
Yeah. That's a bad time and a bad area, and at any time, like from like March to probably October, is a bad time to be no air conditioning in Texas.
No, I mean, all my brothers are outside right now. They're out there in the pool swimming.
Yeah. You're sweating out games and bets and your own.
Yeah, I'm picking my fucking nails.
Yeah.
So I got nothing left.
Yes.
I gotta grab my phone charger. I'm on 1%.
You know, I'm in that situation all the time where I'm around people. There's games going on. Everyone else is enjoying whatever's going on, and I'm just on my phone, just sweating something out all the time.
That's my night after night for me. It's just watching everything unfold and the odd sweat. Although now I don't sweat things as much as I used to. Don't sweat the small stuff. Yeah. When you're doing it 365 days a year, sweating immensely over a bet every night gets old pretty quickly. You just, hey, if it is what it is. If it wins, if it's great. If it doesn't, we got tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah. Kemper still trying to keep the shutout intact. Looks like Nashville's on the power play here. All right, we are winding down, folks, in the second overtime here in New York. Face off with 17 seconds left. Oh, my God, what a stop. Shesterkin right off a face-off win for Pittsburgh. Oh. Just when we think, and now we are going to go to a third overtime, but it took a great stop from Shesterkin. Point blank, right off the draw. All right, third OT.
You know what would be interesting is if these books started offering games to go to a second or a third overtime and what those odds would be. Because we're definitely going to get at least a couple or a few double overtime games in these playoffs.
Oh, for sure. Yep. Yep. Oh, boy, that's not going to make Alex B. Smith happy. He's going to be fucking pissed when he hears this. One of the TBS, Turner Sports broadcasters, they picked to be play-by-play in the playoffs because they need more guys. They just can't rely on Kenny Albert and Brendan Burke. Those are their top two guys all year. They need more. And Forsland's going to be, I think, the number 3 guy. But after that, they need more than just those 3. They picked Randy Hahn from San Jose as one of the guys. And Alex does not like Randy Hahn very much. Oh, well. It's the way it goes, Alex. Suck it up. Randy Hahn's calling a few of the games. Yeah. All right, so we are still going here. Triple overtime coming up. All right, I'm going to take a mini couple minutes break, washroom. Be right back.
Man, some wild shit. Some wild stuff.
So, where do you live?
Los Angeles.
You're in LA? Okay.
The worst sports city in America.
Nope. Houston.
I don't know, man. In Houston, they care about sports.
What about Miami?
Again,
Houston
they care about the Heat.
Houston. Like Miami cares about cocaine and strippers.
Hey, who doesn't? But seriously, LA is hilarious. Like, don't get me wrong. I won't deny it. I've been to Dodgers games. Dodgers fans are intense. Lakers fans, for the most part, are intense. But living in a football city that's like such a direct rival of the team that I love is just so lame. And nobody gives a shit about the Rams.
I would say LA cares about playoffs. It's bandwagon.
Yeah, I mean,
it's bandwagon.
It is a bandwagon city, but I gotta, like living here, I gotta give it. I know a lot of diehard Lakers and Dodgers fans that whether they win or lose, they're there the whole time. But Rams doesn't exist. There's way more Chargers fans here, way more Raiders fans here than there are fucking Rams.
Well,
fans.
I mean, like the Dodgers had to migrate from one coast to the other.
Yeah, so did the Giants. Whatever.
I think
At
there's
one point everything was East Coast.
I think maybe there's not a lot of Rams fans in LA right now because they just kind of moved back.
Yeah, but also like nobody wants the Rams to be in LA. Like St. Louis was such a great market because it's all they had. They had the Cardinals and they had the Rams and they loved it. And then they come to LA.
St. Louis is a sports market.
Yeah, like LA literally
sure.
Did you see the pictures and the videos from the Rams Super Bowl parade? There's nobody there except homeless people. Like it's embarrassing, man.
Whenever St. Louis won the cup, they had over 500,000 fans in the parade.
Yeah. And here's another thing. Also, and I respect this is what I respect. God dang it, Steph Curry is incredible. This is what I respect about LA fans is when LA won the bubble chip, which is not a real chip, LA fans knew it's not a real chip. They're like, hey, we love the if I won that chip in the bubble, I would have been super happy too. But real LA Lakers fans were like, yeah, this isn't a feather in the cap. Like this isn't making us feel great.
Well, I mean, LA is tough because of the obvious. Yeah, like celebrities.
Yeah, there's a lot of them.
And they kind of overshadow sports.
There's just so much more going on, Some of these other cities, sports is like the main.
But I would say Giants fans are more loyal than Dodger fans.
Oh my! What are you talking about? Of course they are. Giants fans are like diehard fucking. I will say,
insane. No, I'm
Dodgers fans
you're agreeing with
are
me.
very serious. They but the average LA person is not a Dodgers fan.
No, they people are Dodgers fans because they want to fucking wear just blue and white.
Hey, Nashville scored
and look hot at the games.
I mean, Lakers basketball for sure, but how crazy is this? A Lakers game, right? I can get nosebleed deep ass seats for $90. I can get tickets to second fucking tier for the Clippers for $4. It's
bro,
ridiculous.
I was sitting 3 rows behind the last Stars game.
Duchesne goal, yep, 6-1.
There you go. Ian heard it.
And that's one of my goal props for Nashville, Duchesne.
Wait, Ian, for a point prop, who got the assist?
Granlund,
yep.
Sneaky. Okay, I'll take that.
How's that sneaky? The guy assists on every fucking goal for Nashville.
Because he didn't do shit for the Wild.
Whatever. All I'm saying is you gotta bet the guys. He's minus 160 to get a point, but plus 110 to get an assist, and all he does is assist. That's called a no-brainer for me. Thank you.
Yeah, you're fucking right.
I'm telling you what,
like
this
my
guy that put
invisible
no
beer
goal in
here.
the second period. man, halfway through and still 1-0. Dallas, Calgary.
Hey, let's hope that this inspires Colorado to get that third period goal.
Yes. Oh, this is just your typical Dallas Stars. They got this game actually. They got Calgary in a tricky spot right here.
Ian, I'm so pissed off of how you're right on this.
Yeah. I'm right on top of it.
You fucking love
What
it.
a surprise. Ian knows his hockey.
What a shock, Peyton. I know what the fuck I'm talking about.
I know. You're sitting there just pumping your fucking tires, just jerking off. Yeah, I'm fucking right. I didn't expect this too soon.
What do you mean you didn't expect it? If you want
Clearly you
I
haven't been
didn't
listening.
think they'd be up fucking 4-5.
The guy gives out plus 500 goal scorer props on the reg. Come on now. Respect where it's due.
Hey, granted, I had my picks that I hit.
Hey, he had freaking. We got to give him some credit here. He had Cogliano earlier.
Cogliano and Taves.
Taves. He's
and
getting.
I'm about to have Gensel.
The guy wants to bet here, Peyton, but the Texas, of course, is prohibited.
I know. I'm gonna start just sending Ian money to bet for me.
Yeah.
There you go. That's literally what he does for a living.
I'm gonna say, Ian, here's my money. Bet this, because I can't fucking do it where
Memphis.
I'm at. No. I'm gonna send you money and bet this, not in Memphis.
Yeah, that's what I know. Bet that.
Yeah.
I know what you meant. Yeah. I didn't say Memphis. Hearing things. I think the heat is getting to you.
It's hot as shit. It's like 83 degrees in this room. I'm dying. I'm pissed off.
Your laptop's dying. Your air conditioner's dying.
My fucking phone died. I had to pull that
wow.
shit in when you were gone.
Ian, here's a question for you.
It actually looks like that sweat on your shirt right there. Is that true?
Yeah, this is it's humidity.
Oh man,
I can tell. Yeah.
Ian, here's a question for you. Growing up a Buffalo Sabres fan, obviously, there couldn't have been much to root for recently. Do you have a team that's not your team? Like, for instance, I'm a big Sharks fan, but the last couple of years they've been trash, especially this year. But I love rooting for, even though what sucks is it's the same division, but I love rooting for the Avs because I think they're an electric hockey team. Is there a team that you root for a little bit more than others?
That's a really good Buffalo. I kind of like Edmonton, kind of like the Western Canadian teams, the Jets, for instance.
Yeah, Jets.
Yeah. What else? There's a couple American teams I like though. I like the Rangers this year just because I've tried to make a lot of money from them. So
Yeah.
Rangers are up there. I'll really be happy if they pull this out tonight.
I got to say the Flames have probably made me the most money outside of the Avs in the NHL.
Yeah, it's
All
getting
right,
rough here.
so-
Scrum in the end of the second period here. Yeah.
I'm gonna cut y'all off. JRA said, Peyton, I'm ready for a bet. What you got?
Oh, Here we go. What do you
All right.
got? Tell me. I'm going to lock it in.
JRA, what do you want? What game? I'm gonna call you out. And then we got Kat saying, y'all chill the F out. Don't
What do
be
you mean
toxic.
Who's being
bitches."
toxic here? Who? Oh, he's talking to the chat. He's talking to the chat. He's talking to someone as
Okay.
Oh, I see.
someone's bitching at Brian here. Who's that? Ben Woodburn. What's
I'm gonna
Brian done?
say
Yeah.
Fair
Kat,
enough.
Kat, just get back on. I know you ain't busy.
Yeah, he's not talking about us.
Yeah,
He's talking about
Kat,
the
you
chat.
ain't busy. Just get back on.
We gotta make you a security person, like head of Ice Guys chat security or something.
There we go. Yeah.
Let's go pull dunk. I'm not.
It's all good.
Yeah.
I sound like a girl, but luckily, hey, we need diversity in this.
Of course, we have
group right
different
now,
people,
so-
different backgrounds, different voices, different faces.
All right, so hey,
Noses,
so
voices.
JRA, I bet you that gets a point.
You tell
No.
me, he says. Yeah.
Yeah, Tanner Janot will get a fucking point.
In the third period. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Let's go no goals in the second. You're 8 minutes away, JR. We'll give you a shit ton of credit for that. That was 50-1. 50-1. No goal in the second period. And he's 8 minutes from pay dirt.
If I'm wrong, JRA, I'll give you my address and you can come find me.
Ooh,
That's
Might
pretty
be a long
risky.
walk.
Yeah, well, that's true. I mean, he's probably not
Yeah.
within the vicinity of Houston, Texas. You'd have to take a flight to get there.
I love the kid. He's either gonna fight. I mean, he can get might as well like get a Gordie Howe hat trick.
Yeah.
He led the league in fights as a rookie. Come on.
Peyton started joining us, by the way. He started Twitter. I don't think he's used it since he did, though. Yeah.
I just
Yeah.
have hot takes and
Yeah.
piss people off.
There you go. Yeah. Yeah. Calgary looks like they would have scored, but it got waved off right away.
oh, Blake Coleman waved off. No way.
And it's a Dallas power play, too, because they're going to call it goalie interference, I think. Yeah.
So JRA, I know like you're out there in Toronto. My family has a cottage on the Thousand Islands. You can find me there. I'm out there by Gananoque. Come get me.
Gananoque. Yeah, that's right.
Ooh, Blake Coleman. That felt like
Which you invited me to, which I might go. We'll see. It depends on the time.
Ian, I already told you you're invited. Once I'm allowed to go to Canada without a vaccine, I'm going to be there.
That's like right now. You don't need a vaccine.
You're allowed. You just need to prove that you don't have it. Just get a test.
No negative test. I mean, just
come on, dude.
No
I'm like 3 hours. It's a 3-hour drive. Come to my. I have a private island. Come on down.
You have a private island?
Yeah,
it's 1,000 Islands, Gananoque, Ontario.
Yep.
Like it really is. Like
everyone's got a fucking island.
Yeah.
Yep. Got a.
You wouldn't know it in the winter when it's freaking cold, but in the summer it's beautiful there.
It's right off the 401 by Rockport, Ontario.
Yep.
Fucking look it up. It's real. Yep. Come join me. We'll do the fucking live betting from there. Let's go.
All right, Triple OT is just about to get underway here with Pittsburgh and New York.
Damn, this is electric. Triple OT, game 1.
Yeah.
Fucking JRR, Peyton, Cotties of the shit. Let's go, bro.
They are good.
I know.
Yeah.
They are.
Yeah.
I had my first Labatt Blue up there. Fantastic.
Yeah.
In a aluminum can, like one of the bottle aluminum can things.
No. It was a glass beer. I was 15 years old, under the age, of course.
Ooh, all right. Hey, calm down. We can still get arrested.
I'm good. Arrest me. I know all y'all Canadians started late.
What the fuck? Sorry.
Brent, I do not have internet on the island. There's no Wi-Fi there, bro. I have no Wi-Fi on the island.
Yeah.
I can't believe this. Another overtime? Jesus Christ.
The Grizzlies, I believe, are still up in that game against. No, Warriors have come back. 81-80. Little NBA update for those interested. Yeah.
Ian, you betting NBA during the playoffs?
Yeah, I had Boston earlier. That was easy as it gets.
Nice.
I have Golden State right now, and I also I have a small bet on Memphis. My colleagues on the NBA Pub Hub twisted my arm to take Memphis. They really like it. But the big bet for me in that game is Draymond Green over 22.5 points, rebounds, assists. He's got work to do. He's only at 17 right now.
Well, he's not in the game. He'll be in for the final 7 minutes. So
yeah, that's when he's got to get to work.
Big joke. There we go.
Hey, I'm gonna crank the volume on my TV. If y'all can hear it, let me know.
Okay. Yep.
Yep.
Is that good?
Yep.
Yeah, I can hear it a little, but not overwhelming. Yeah.
Okay, I'll turn it down a little bit.
Yeah. That's a fatigue play by Trouba right there. He just threw that pass right into the neutral zone, right onto a Pittsburgh stick. Very fortunate they got a weak shot out of it.
Fucking go. Sorry.
All right, cheering his team on here, yeah. Trying to take over against Memphis here, yeah. If Memphis,
I have a responsible amount of units
tonight,
on the Warriors.
Yeah, if they lose this game tonight, they're done. Memphis. You know,
Hey, so Ian, for a draw, is there some like betting for as like certain OTs?
Yep.
Like, is there?
For what?
So like when it goes to a draw for betting,
yes.
Does it go past like OT1, OT2, OT3?
No, when you bet a draw bet pregame, it's decided after the third.
Okay.
Yeah, it's decided after the third. Doesn't carry over. It's either win loss or win or loss by this point. Yep.
Okay, good. Because my brother's buddy's got an account out in the oceans.
Ian, what did you do before before like FanDuel and DraftKings all became, legal a couple months ago? Were you on offshores?
So he was actually counting cards in Vegas.
False. No, I just used offshore books. I still do. I actually still do.
Yeah, I do too. You got to shop around lines, man. You talk about that all the time. You got to shop lines.
I love having, some of those. Those are really good books, and they really are. It's not just because of the regulated books, but because the options are plentiful. FanDuel, BetMGM have been great. Bet Rivers is not bad either. Bet365
Bet Rivers is great. I love the fact that you can do a lot more with hockey on Bet Rivers than you can with a lot of other books.
Yeah, Bet Rivers is good for hockey, especially. Yeah, very good. Pittsburgh with some night. See, the Rangers had the good start in the second OT. The Pittsburgh
guys,
had the good start in the third OT. Yeah, Josh, what was that?
Yeah, my internet's kind of messing with me right now. I'm gonna leave this and try something. I'll be back in a couple minutes.
Okay, cool. Yeah, reboot. There's nothing wrong with that. I can tell. Yeah. All right, cool. Yeah, Steven, how are you? Ian just tuned in. What are we drinking? Yeah, Labatt Blue. Just straight up
blue.
Straight up regular beer store beer. Nothing craft of variety tonight. Yeah, Pittsburgh actually, you would think Pittsburgh with all the veterans on their team, maybe they'd be the team to start fatiguing and tiring out first. Rangers look a little slow right now, though. Yeah, definitely it looks like Casey DeSmith's night is over because Louis Domingue is back in net here in this third OT.
Yep.
Longest game in Madison Square Garden, really. I know they've had some OT games. This is the longest, though. Wow. Watch out. Jacob Trouba goes right into the corner with the puck, and you know that if you lose it in that position, you're going to be caught. Uh-oh. Look out. A little problem playing the puck there by Domingue, but he's going to get away with it. Still 1-0 still for Calgary. He's got 3 minutes to get through. Our guy, JRA. He's tightrope walking through all these penalties in this second period of this Stars-Flames game to hang on with this no goal in the second period at 50-1. That's a hell of a call, JRA, if this comes through. This will be one hell of a victory for you if we can get through these last 3 minutes, which hopefully we do. Sturkin's still locked in. How many shots are we up to now? For 82. 82 shots now for Pittsburgh. Holy fuck.
I feel like that's one of those undervalued props in general, is just like certain goalies have an X amount of saves. Like Shesterkin tonight was 26, I think, 26 and a half. And I took that at minus 110. Like, that's just a bananas amount for a team that allows so many shots a game.
Yeah. Oh, it is, definitely, yeah.
Like, I know we're in triple overtime, but Shesterkin has 82 saves. 82 saves.
Yeah, I know. He's a Iron Man here. It's not like Rangers don't have any shots. They have 66. That's pretty crazy too, but 82?
I mean,
82 saves.
Yeah. Ian, I love hearing you talk about shots.
Yeah. I do. Shot various varieties. The shot that we love the most, you'll see me with that in the Stanley Cup final. We'll have some whiskey.
So Brian, like a couple weeks ago, I was like diving in about shots, and Ian was like, "Yeah, I don't take shots in consideration."
Yeah.
And I was pumping shots, and he was like, "Yo, calm down, Peyton." Yeah. So I'm just trying to give it back to him.
Fair enough. I had a little Adam Fox over 1.5 shots. He's currently at 7.
Yeah. Anybody with over shots on goal props, you're in good shape to cash many of them. Yeah.
Overtime is, hockey is fantastic.
The tank, fuck off.
Yeah, face wash is going on there. Yep. Look at all these shots on goal. Like there's most people, like Rodriguez has 7.
Wait,
Kapanen
I'm
has
hearing
8.
Pettersson became the final player to record a shot on goal in this game.
Yep.
They're going to stop recording shots on goal? What? How does that
work? They won't. They won't stop recording.
No, they won't do that.
No way.
Just mark the words. Game 3, Mangiapane.
Just wide. Wow. Oh. Credit to the broadcasters. Oh.
There it is.
They couldn't get the final whack of the puck with that stick there. It was sitting there waiting to be scored.
Wow, what a save.
Oh, that was a...
Couldn't control it. Yep.
Holy shit.
Good movement by Domingue. Telegraphed that well. Yep.
Oh!
God, Ian, I really hope I don't have to give you a fucking case of beer.
We may not find out till tomorrow morning if you're going.
This is going 5 OTs deep.
I know. I think the Lickbo might be closed.
Yeah.
That's what I love about NHL though, is that they don't do this bullshit.
And just as I say that,
multiple days off.
Pittsburgh has scored and won.
What?
Yep.
Oh, there it is. There it is. Oh, wow. What a goal.
Yeah.
I feel bad for Shesterkin, though. Like, what a game.
Yeah. Tough one.
Yikes.
And that Penguins take.
I knew it was going to be like something on the point.
Yep.
What a kick to the dick.
Yeah.
I knew it was going to be like a shot from the point, something that leaked through, went off a body or something like that.
Yeah, you
that
said
kind of
that.
goal
You
with
said that earlier.
in front of the net. Watch. Screenshot, deflection right there. Yep. Right
Son
there,
of a bitch.
Who scored it? I didn't see who got the final touch on it. Fuck.
Actually,
Looks like
somebody in
Malkin
the chat did call Malkin for winning.
Yeah, no, shout out. No, I even said that. It was
Yeah.
Garcias or something, right? Dennis Garcia. There we go.
Yeah.
Shout out him. He said Malkin ages ago in the first OT.
Yeah, you're right.
Yep.
Shout out
Great
him,
job.
man.
Great call of Kenny Malkin. Yeah. 4-3.
Or maybe it was
Wow.
JoJo. Excuse me. Sorry.
Great job, JRA. There it is. It's 1-0
Fucking
after the
shit.
second. Dallas Calgary. He's a winner with that second period. No goal at 50-1.
I'm going back
Congrats,
up.
JRA. That's phenomenal.
Man,
Way to
HD
go.
Tube, whoever that is,
Plus,
man. I
you said
feel
plus
so
7,000.
gutted by them.
Yeah.
Plus 7,000. Holy fuck.
Yep.
Or sorry, plus 5,000.
Still, I'll take that all day.
God damn.
Right, boys. Hey, thank you so much for having me on today, Ian. Thank you so much for having me onto the chat. I'm gonna go and watch.
Absolutely. Come on back anytime. We're going to be here every Tuesday night throughout the playoffs doing these.
Hey, I watch it every Tuesday, so I'm excited to be able to come back on once in a while.
Yeah, and we might increase it to 2 betcasts a week once we get to the conference finals. That's
Hell yeah, let's go, Ian.
Oh yeah, hey, yeah, exactly. You know I'm watching every game, betting every game. But thank you so much for having me on, Ian. Love the show, watching the show every day. I'll speak to you guys soon.
Yeah, 7 days a week. Thanks, Brian. Appreciate it. Class act. Very good. Great to have you. Come back anytime. Thanks. Keep watching.
Peace.
See ya. There he is. First time on the Betcast for Brian. Great job. It's nice to have those new people joining us. It's always good. It means that, Pittsburgh did deserve the win. If you look at the numbers, they did as it goes on. I mean, they had more shots, more expected goals were in their favor. Holy shit, 7.4 to 3.78 tonight. Gerard Gallant's not going to be happy with that for New York tonight, especially when they had a 2-0 lead.
Look like the fans
We're not done yet, Dennis. We're sticking around until the end of the Calgary game. So once that Calgary game is over, we're calling it. And if that game goes to overtime, I'm not sticking around for OT of that though.
Are you done?
I got worked. I'm done after the third period of that. If it's OT or not, we're wrapping this betcast up after the third period for Dallas and Calgary. And we'll see if we can find some live bets here in this. It's tough in a game that's like really, really dragged into the mud like it is by the Dallas Stars. All I would say is maybe hop on the draw live. If maybe Dallas can wrangle a tying goal out of this game, which it would so Dallas to like tie at 1-1 and then lose an OT. That's probably what might happen.
You're good.
Yeah, I got that game for a draw before the game started. I don't remember what my odds were though.
Yeah. Yeah, and Louis Domingue. How about the contributions of Louis Domingue to that win? In a very tough situation, he entered that game and made the saves he had to, and was pretty unflappable.
Yeah.
You got to give him credit. The contributions by Louis Domingue. I mean, just in a tough spot when Casey DeSmith suddenly gets hurt.
Yeah, coming in cold like that's not easy, especially at goalie.
Yeah.
So I just pulled it up. It looks like I had that draw on that Stars Flames at plus 350 before it started. So
I have the draw already. That's why I'm saying it's hard for me. Like, I wish I could give you something live, but it's a 1-0 game. I've already got Flames in regulation. Team total is probably done for Calgary. Doubtful they get to 4 unless they get 2 quick ones and then there's an empty netter in there. But I've got Calgary in regulation and I've got the draw.
They could get 1 more and then maybe get 2 empty netters. So, but yeah, it's not looking good overall for sure.
No, you're right about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dennis, great job. Dennis Garcia is on our chats on the Pub Sports Radio channel on a lot of shows there, which I'm part of a bunch of them. And we see Dennis Garcia there in the chat there. And great to see in the chat, Dennis, here on the Ice Guys tonight. And yeah, we do these every Tuesday. Guaranteed we have a betcast every Tuesday. You don't even have to ask. You don't even have to wonder. We are here every Tuesday night doing a betcast. But later on in the playoffs, maybe more likely the conference finals than the second round, but probably by the conference finals, we may have a Thursday betcast as well once we get it down to the Final Four. And, of course, we'll always have the Tuesday betcast. Cup final, we may have to change it around because there's going to be maybe some day, there may not be a Tuesday game in the Stanley Cup final. So we might have to adjust the day once we get down to that. But we'll cross that bridge when we get there. We still got tons of guests. Like, we have a shit ton of guests coming up still. Like, we haven't even scratched the surface. We've had 3 people on already. And we're going to have Danny Ehrman on tomorrow, Brett McLean on again Thursday, Stephen Fournier Friday. I've got Travis White coming on Saturday. He'll be with Vito and I. Josh Eunice, who's a goaltender in his hockey playing days. He'll be joining us on Sunday with me and Vito. Next week there's a little break. Like, next week there's going to be a few days where there's no guests. But there's still a few on the way. Derek Roy is going to be next week, by the way, with him. Carl Alsner's on the radar either this week or next week. Justin Peters is on the radar. Casey Nelson, Casey Bailey, 2 Caseys on the way. I mean, it goes on and on and on. Nate Prosser, that's a very interesting name to our guy Terry Edelman. He was a defenseman for the Minnesota Wild over the last, I'd say, 5 or 6 years. He's joining us later on in the playoffs as well. And there's more. We've got a shit ton of guests coming up on the Ice Guys, people that played the game or in some cases still play. So lots of, and it's great to get the perspective of someone that laced up the skates, played hockey at the professional level. That's always a benefit. It's good to have that kind of background. Like, you get to ask them questions like travel spots and kind of like what we asked Bobby on Sunday's preview show. Are these things real? Do the players factor these in? You get that kind of insight for sure. Speaking of Bobby Ryan, he's going to be back with us too for right before the Stanley Cup final. He'll be coming back, and we'll do a Stanley Cup final preview in June. So, no, these are going to be 2 great months of Ice Guys shows, no question.
Yeah, I don't know. They was someone saying earlier that FanDuel had the live goal scorer props?
They don't. Not my FanDuel. And I know there's differences because I was on Sports Grid over the weekend. I'm talking about, hey, bet USFL football, because there were some USFL games when we were on the air Saturday night. Apparently New York, FanDuel in New York, if you live in New York, they didn't have USFL lines. But FanDuel here in Ontario had them. Like, it's FanDuel, yet the New York FanDuel did not have USFL lines. FanDuel here for me in Ontario, Canada, did have them. Like, what the fuck? How does that make any sense? It's FanDuel. Why does one Ontario FanDuel have them and New York FanDuel doesn't have them?
Yeah, I don't know. I live in Denver, and some of the things that people bet, I don't have those options myself or whatever. Like, I don't know if if you know about that Prize Picks website.
Yes.
People like to play a lot of, people are all over that every day on Twitter. Here in Denver, all you can play is fantasy scores. You can't play just points or rebounds or assists, stuff like that. Because I have a friend doing it, but all he can bet is just fantasy points. So
Right.
I know there's different offerings by state or whatever all the rules are. But there's another one for the Avs.
Yeah. Oh, see, I'm just waiting for Dallas Calgary to get rolling here in the third period. I totally forgot to go back and check that. I shut my other screen. I just turned off my other television screen. Well, no, I put it on the basketball on the second screen. Golden State, Memphis.
Yeah, got it. I was kind of going back to that every once in a while, and then I just forgot about it.
Oh, it's great. I mean, it's down to the wire in that Golden State Memphis game. But yeah, Colorado 7-1 now. It's just an absolute beatdown.
Yeah,
for them.
Well, it looks like FanDuel will let me play live goal scorer props.
Yes.
So I might, let me see the odds. Someone to tie it up for Dallas.
Yep.
Like you were talking about Pavelski in the playoffs. He's 12-1. So that I don't mind putting a few dollars on that. Just something fun to sweat out for this last period.
Yeah, I don't mind that. Yep. Oh, Cogliano, by the way, got injured for Colorado, so he's not coming back. Just got an alert there. Injured, not returning to the game. I think they'll be fine without him for the rest of this 7-1 game, but you still you liked it. Look, he scored a shorty tonight. He's a good fourth line, forecheck, physical, brings a physical element. You will miss that if he's missing some time in this series, but he's not going to be back tonight.
Yeah, they'll need him back at some point for sure.
Yeah.
They probably could survive the series without him without much issue, but they're going to need him. I just switched over to the NBA game, and one thing I was talking to my boss at work today, the Warriors are guarding Jaw completely different. I don't know how much you watched of that first series against Minnesota, where they were trapping him, doubling, getting the ball out of his hands all series long.
They're playing him more straight up here. Yep.
They're just switching everything one-on-one. They're letting him have his thing. They're trying to shut other guys down, but looks like Jaw might finish him off tonight. He's having a great game.
Yeah, see John Massey, these sportsbook rules and regulations, like that's insane. That New Jersey, you can't bet St. Peter's basketball.
I always hear when I listen to Sports Grid Radio a lot in my car, and the guys are always talking about all the stuff you can't bet in New Jersey, New York, that area.
Yeah, pretty insane. Yeah,
can't bet on your own teams or something like that.
Man, how good is Ian Eagle, by the way? He's just phenomenal. I love listening to that guy.
Yeah. He's always so funny. Like when he's calling NFL games, man, like them never more exciting 4 or 5 yard runs when Ian Eagle's calling the game.
Yes. Green, don't get teed up here. There's a foul. Brent Norris, thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks for joining us. Have a good night. He's just Brent Norris in our chat saying good night. Yep. Good stuff. Sorry, it's late at night. We're down to just Dallas. Essentially, we do have Nashville, Colorado. We'll keep our eye on it. But, for all intents and purposes, it's I won't be going into any live bets there. 7-1. It's pretty much done for right now. What's Colorado's team total? I am curious. 7.5 minus 125. Could they put an eighth spot in? I don't know. Do they want to? Are they going to call the because sometimes too, when you get a power play with a lead this big, you end up just regroup time for Nashville. I mean, all they can do is look. They're stuck. I mean, they've got to just find some kind of goaltending from both of these guys. I think you're going to see Connor Ingram next game. At least with him, he's only given up 2 goals so far.
Yeah, definitely got to start off trying something different.
I think it's done for Dave Riddick. I really do. I think it's done for Dave Riddick.
Yeah, I don't know. They're just gonna have a hard time, I think, in this series. They need to try and turn game 2 into more like a neutral zone game. Just try and keep the Avs out of the zone so much, and then definitely not take the penalties they were taking early in this game.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, it's and that's the thing. You can't bury yourself with. You can't give Colorado a power plays right off the hop, and Nashville was guilty of that too tonight. That's not very good. All right, we're I think just ready for the third period. Dallas, Calgary, and by the way, Dallas. For those of you that are interested in joining me on the draw here, or you could take Calgary. No, you don't want to take Calgary in regulation. It's minus 280. You don't want to take it that. But if you want to take a shot on the draw, because I have Calgary in regulation, bigger bet there, which I'll probably make profit if one of those wins, because I have a slightly bigger bet on Calgary in regulation. So if that wins, that's more than I lose with the draw. If the draw wins, I'll make more money back with that than I'll lose with the Calgary in regulation. See what I mean? So if one of those bets wins for me, I'll be profitable. That was my point of betting both of those, Calgary in regulation and the draw. Yeah, I think Memphis is going to win.
Yep.
They're going to have a 3-point lead in the ball with 17 seconds left. Golden State's got a foul.
Yep, that was a mess of a possession there for Golden State.
Yep. And then Clay, what is it with travels? Like killing teams late in these games. Conley did it with Utah in that Dallas game, and Clay just did it. So there we go. That's your basketball update. I don't think we really have to say too much more about it. I think it's pretty much done. By the way, we got Peyton Clark is not done just yet. You think, where's Peyton gone? Is he out? First of all, he would have said goodbye but he's back on. His computer died though. Yeah, but he'll be back. He's going to at least attempt to be back with us. Yeah.
Yeah. So Ian, so who would you like to see in the final? What matchup would you like to see the most?
The matchup that I would like to see the most in the Stanley Cup final, obviously. It's the Stanley Cup final I picked, Colorado, Carolina. That's the one I would like to see, just because that's what I called before the season started. I'd love to see that. And it would be a great series. I really think so. But if
Yeah.
not that, Toronto and Colorado. If Toronto, it really means business, beats Tampa. If Toronto beats Tampa and continues to look as impressive as they did in game one, and that's a big if. That's a huge if for this franchise, which has been cursed for the last 18 years. But if they do look as good as they did in game one, they beat Tampa, they can go all the way to the Cup final. And if they do and they play Colorado, I'm telling you, a Leaf Avalanche series would be just incredible. The skill, the depth, the defense. They both have mobile defensemen. It would be a phenomenal series. And nobody picked Leafs Avs because nobody believed in the Leafs.
Right.
They even win a playoff series, let alone get to the Cup final. But if they indeed show that they're a different group this year, they beat Tampa, they are live to beat anybody else in the East. If they if they get past Tampa, they can beat Florida. They can beat, Carolina. They can beat anybody if they beat Tampa.
Yeah.
And they get the monkey off their back in the process, and they can go breathe, exhale. It's all right, guys. We won a series finally. And things totally change for them. Yep.
Yeah. I think the East is a 4-team race.
Yep.
I think Florida and I think Toronto is going to beat Tampa. I think it's Florida and Toronto, and then New York and Carolina, and then really I could see any one of the four making it to the finals.
Yes.
In the West, I just think it's between the Avs and the Flames. I don't feel like that one's quite as open as the East.
Mike's asking where's the late night guy. Oh, you're talking about John Massey. I don't know. Maybe he's busy. He's in the chat, but
yeah, he was in the
he
chat.
can't join us every week. He's been joining us most weeks, so that's all right. Ian, do you think Florida is in trouble after tonight? No, not yet. Not yet. Lose game 2 at home. They're not even in trouble if they lose that game. If they go down 2-0 and going back to Washington, believe it or not, I still don't think they are totally out of it.
Yeah, just don't trust Washington.
I'd be much more worried if they lose game 2, Florida, but I wouldn't say they're dead. They would not be dead to me unless they're in a position where they're down 3-0. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, he's working. There you go. Yeah. Nick, we gave you your praise, Nick Earl, earlier. You missed it. If you're actually watching the Betcast tonight, which oftentimes you do, I'm surprised you didn't tonight, but oftentimes you do. We gave you praise. Capitals got it done, and it was not one of these. I don't want to hear it. And look, I wasn't fully on board with Florida tonight. I had the team total, which fell short. The over is what pissed me off. That loss, that really bothered me. But we did get the over 5.5 in game. That was huge. I told you I dropped a bomb on that. Over 5.5 with the Caps and the Panthers. That really minimized the damage from the over 6.5 losing in that game. They just I don't know what happened. They didn't finish their chances, Florida. But this isn't about luck. This isn't about fluky, anything fluky, anything fraudulent. No. Washington went toe-to-toe with Florida, and for much of that game, they were actually better than Florida. That was a legit victory. That's not luck. That's not Vanacek stealing the game. That's not anything but Washington earned that win tonight. Totally earned it. And they were great. But, Florida will be better next game. We'll see if Washington can be just as good. I'd be stunned if this series is not 1-1 going back to Washington. But give the Capitals all the credit tonight. This is not Florida, getting hosed. This is not Florida, dominating the game and Washington stole it. It's none of that. It's Washington took the play to Florida tonight. And it started right from the get-go. Florida wasn't ready. There were lazy penalties they took, put Washington on that 5-on-3 early in the game, and they ended up winning, and they ended up getting that 1-0 goal. And that's when it started. It was right from the opening puck drop. Washington was just on their toes. They were ready. They took the game to this Florida group, and they earned the win. Totally. This is a Washington win that is not a fluke tonight. Yep. They earned it.
Shane just got another one.
Yep, Duchesne. Number 2 for it. It's basically 7. Colorado 7, Matt Duchesne 2. That's your score here in this Preds and Avs game. By the way, we are underway in the third period with the Stars and the Flames 1-0 Calgary. They just killed the remnants of a Dallas power play, and a good save by Ottinger on Tkachuk just now, who had a pretty good scoring opportunity.
Yeah, I think you can kind of see the roles reverse game too. I think Florida's going to come out and get after Washington early, and I could kind of see Florida rolling in that game, evening up the series.
Yeah, definitely. John Massey, of course, is I think going to attempt to join us here after the Colorado game ends. So there we go, and we've got Peyton. Still trying to get his computer back. This guy's just an absolute disaster right now, Peyton, with things that are falling apart in front of him. His air conditioning's broken. He already had a laptop basically go dead when he was on the Ice Guys show with us like a week or two ago. And now tonight, he's on the Betcast, and now his laptop goes dead again, or his computer dies again. I don't know what's going on with him. He can't get anything to work. Wow, Markstrom had to make a good save, and he had to kind of trap the puck against his arm because otherwise it could have went in. Any chance Nashville pulls? No. I am confident down 7-2 that will not happen. 4 goals even. I think the cutoff point for coaches is 3 goals when they pull the goalie. Yeah, they won't pull them down 7-2.
Yeah, it's got to be like the Stanley Cup Finals for anything, I need a Joe Pavelski goal to tie the game and send it to overtime.
Yeah,
that's what I'm looking for here this period.
This is dangerous for Calgary right now. I'm telling you right now, this is absolutely dangerous for Calgary right now. The crowd's tense. Dallas has this. Dallas is in their playground right now. Ooh. This isn't in Calgary's play world. This is Dallas's play world. Down by 1, it's turned into a, just a chip and chase fest. And that's what this has become here. And Dallas actually has had a nice start to the third. They've been in the Calgary zone. They've had the chances early in the third, not Calgary. You know what? I'm gonna tack on a little more draw. Plus 325 right now with the draw.
Plus 325.
Yep, I'm adding more of it into my. I've already got it. I'm going to add a little bit more into it. Dallas has had a bright start here in the third.
If this game does end up being a draw, I will have just missed my those draw parlays I like to do. I had 3 games. The only one I didn't have was the Avs game, and when Washington tied at 2-2 in the third, I thought I had that one, and then what was that? Oshie scored not long after that. But that was at 85-1 tonight. But.
Not a surprise that this is an under too. Daryl Sutter playoff hockey. I know. I'm pretty damn sure in LA he had more unders than overs in the playoffs. His LA teams.
Do you think every game could be a under in this series?
Well, it could get to the point where if game 1 goes under, this total was 6, remember, and then they drop it to 5.5 next game, And if that stays under, maybe game 3, 5.5 shaded to the under. And if that stays under, you could see by game 4 and game 5, if the first 3 have gone under, you could eventually see a 5 with the total. And at that point, maybe then you get interested, because I almost auto bet overs at 5. And you don't see 5s very often, if ever, right now in the NHL. But 5s are difficult for me to pass up an over just because it's just so low.
Right.
Last year in the NHL playoffs, says Raider 21, draws averaged up to about 1 in every 3 playoff games or so. I think you're right about that. I think you're in the ballpark. I don't have the exact number, but yeah. See, Dallas is going to play tight, low scoring if they can, and Daryl Sutter teams, that's typically the way they play. Like I guarantee you, go back and you tabulate all the playoff games the Los Angeles Kings played in the Daryl Sutter era from 2010 to that decade when they were winning multiple Stanley Cups. I guarantee you more unders than overs. I know it's definitely in favor of unders. Just a question of how much. He's an old school coach, defense first. You don't see that very much anymore. Him and Barry Trotz, they're the two teams, they're the two coaches that you can still get away with betting unders a lot of the time with them and their teams. He skates really well, Noah Hannafin. I just saw it there on that rush up the ice to get the breakout started. Really good. See, Sagan's grabbing Coleman's stick. That could have been a penalty there. Yeah, Sagan could have been called for holding the stick there, but no. Third period, 1-goal game. They'll usually let that go.
Yeah.
Although I shouldn't say that, as we've alluded to earlier tonight, there's been a lot of penalties in a lot of these games here in these game ones, but it looks like this crew is letting things go a little bit more. At least here in the third, they are.
Yeah, I feel like for the most part, when the games are tight and they're in the last period, they tend to let stuff go a little bit more.
Yes,
usually got to be something obvious.
Yeah.
Looks like Calgary's trying to reapply the pressure a little bit, trying to flip the ice.
But back to the drawing board for I just tweeted this too. Back to the drawing board for the Nashville Predators, but I don't know if there's anywhere they can turn to really fix themselves in this series and get it back on track. I mean, this defense is just too passive. It's just too easy to forecheck against them. They took too many penalties tonight. It's too easy to break them down. And the goaltending is just, you're talking about Big Siv Dave, who was brutal tonight. And Connor Ingram hasn't been that bad. He's only given up 2 goals, but he's such a young goalie. Yeah, I like Carolina. I'm with you there. I like Edmonton, Tampa in the first period. I like Edmonton in the first period. I'm not trusting Edmonton in the full game, but I know in the first period we should get them very ornery, very focused after the loss in game 1. They can't go down 2-0 at home in Edmonton, so I expect a good 20 minutes out of Edmonton early. So I like Oilers puck line first period. That's it. That's all I'm doing. I'm not doing any regulation or anything else with Edmonton. Just give me a good first period, which they damn well should deliver after losing in game 1. And then I'm fine with whatever happens after that. Same with Tampa. Tampa in the first period, but I don't know if I trust them totally to win the game. And then, of course, the Minnesota game. Look, St. Louis might be that good. Maybe they are that good. Maybe they're just on such a fucking heater right now, because they are. They're 14-2 in their last 16 games. But Minnesota losing 2 in a row at home is death for them. They can't afford it. I'm going to trust the Wild one more time tomorrow night, first period and full game. And if they lose tomorrow night, I'm probably won't be backing them. Certainly not in St. Louis. That would be really tough. That would be a hole that I can't see them climbing out of against a team as good as St. Louis is playing right now. If they go down 2-0, that cannot happen for the Minnesota Wild. That cannot happen if they want to win this series, because they're just not good enough on the road this year. So it's absolutely imperative. It's absolutely imperative for the Minnesota Wild to win that game tomorrow night. They're just not like they have actually one of the steeper declines and drop-offs in the entire NHL from their home record to their road record, the Minnesota Wild. They have I'll just bring it up here a sec, but I know it's wide. It's a very, very big gap with the home record versus the road record for the Minnesota Wild.
Yeah, you know that. I don't know. I'm thinking about that Toronto Tampa game.
No. There it is, Minnesota. Look, Minnesota 31 wins at home, 31-10 at home. On the road, they're a pedestrian. They're 22-19, barely above 500. That is an absolutely huge difference there. There he is. The computer has, I guess you got it going again.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
And I'm astonished to see that it's still.
Well, what a save by Markstrom. Holy shit. It was that close. It was the toe of his pad there that got a piece of that puck. Otherwise, it's 1-1 right now. This is just a nails on the chalkboard kind of style to have to play Dallas, just because they linger. They're like that little fly. You swat it and it just keeps buzzing around your face.
Yeah, I'm shocked. I did not see this game being so low scoring.
I should have, to be honest, because Dallas wants it that way. Daryl Sutter's totally okay with playing this way, as long as his team wins. That's all that he's cool with 1-0. He's always been cool with 1-0, 2-1. In fact, I think he likes it. I think he likes it when his teams win like a 1-0, 2-1 game. I really do. That's the way he always felt back in LA as well.
That's like a Belichick state of mind right there, winning those ugly, low-scoring games.
Look, Calgary's starting to fumble pucks in their own zone. Like Dallas's forecheck's getting in on them and causing some grief right now. That's why I took a little extra. I put a little more on that draw. The draws, by the way, going to get even better now, plus 350. So that price will just gradually matriculate up as long as this game remains 1-0. You know what? I might jump in for another. Grab me another little piece of it once we get to the last TV timeout of the third period with 5 minutes to go. See, look at that great block there. See, one thing about Dallas is they're not bad defensively. They're not. It's a lot of the times they just struggle to put the puck in the net. What's Johnny Gaudreau done tonight? There's a lot of pressure on him to show up and make it happen and make an impact in this series. I want to see what his numbers are. He feels like he's been pretty quiet tonight.
Well, especially, I think, isn't this year like a
no shots on goal, but he did have an assist on the Lindholm power play goal. But still, no shots on goal.
Isn't this like a contract year for him?
I should know that. I'm trying to think now.
I think it's a contract year. He might be a UFA after this.
Let me see what his current contract is here. Yeah. I think he's a restricted free agent after this year. Yeah.
I mean, like McCarr made a fat statement tonight. He has 3 points. McKinnon, he's got 3 points tonight.
Yeah.
That's pretty damn good.
Here's Calgary now with a great stop. Ottinger got the right toe on it.
Yeah,
he's
Ian,
giving him a shot here.
So yeah, Ian, your boy Nichushkin, he's got 2 points tonight.
Yep, he got a deflection. He got a stick on one of the Colorado goals. Yes,
and Gerard has an assist. Good call on that.
There we go. Yep. I think you did, right?
No, that wasn't me. That was you.
That was
on
someone
Gerard.
else did. Someone else thought it was worth it with the Gerard. It might have been.
I think it was you. It was either you or Kat.
Yeah, me or Brian maybe might have said something about it, but I think it was me or Cat. Cat might have, the Cat Man. You're a big fan of the Cat, I can tell, Peyton. Yeah,
the Cat just cracks me up.
He is, yeah.
And my camera's gone. Awesome.
Yep.
I love technology down in the South.
Took Calgary, Dallas over 2.5. Yeah, you know what? You could get 2 empty net goals. You could, because it could be 2.
Mm-hmm.
They'd have to pull the goalie at some point bonus. And Dallas ties the game, you win. That too. Yep. I'll hop on that too, Dennis. I will. Why not? I got plus 150 on it. I'll definitely hop in at that number. Plus 150 over 2.5. Why not? Pull the goalie, empty net goal. If it's 2-0, you can still pull the goalie again, Dallas, and they will, because everybody pulls the goalie down too as well. And there's your chance at another goal. Yeah, I already bet Colorado 4-0 series win before it started at plus 350. So you won't get quite as good of a price probably after tonight, but no, really good price. I got all I need in that series is Colorado to win in 4 or Colorado to win in 5. If one of those things happen, it's profitable with those 2 bets.
Yeah, that's still a good number on them to win in 4, especially after what we've seen tonight.
Oh man, I got to sit back. I've been sitting up the whole. Oh, that's better. There we go. You can tell it's getting late. We're hanging in there for you guys. We're hanging in there till the end of this Dallas-Calgary game. We might get our guy John Massey just checking in just for a couple minutes. It won't be long, John. Like we're fucking out of here after the Dallas game ends. But
well, Ian, just to chime in on the chat, I do this is for RMJ MI. Yeah. I do not think at the Avalanche will sweep. I think the Preds will sneak 1 game at least, maybe 2.
I can't see Nashville losing both games at that madhouse known as Bridgestone with that fan. No. They do love that team. They are allowed at playoff time.
Well, because like Nashville, their game is so physical. They're so tough and rough. I just don't. Yeah. They're not going to get swept.
I will say this though: they did defend Colorado moderately better in the last 2 periods, but still the damage was done. You can't have that kind of horrendous first period against a team like that. And it costs.
Yeah, whoever they put in goalie is going to have to be able to withstand some onslaughts, because the Avs, they definitely apply a lot of pressure offensively and get a lot of great chances. So for Nashville to win 1, I definitely don't see 2, but for them to win 1, they're going to have to withstand. Their goalie's going to have to play a good game for them to get 1.
Yeah, and is he capable of it? Connor Ingram, I'm sure it's going to be Connor Ingram. There's no fucking way John Hines can look himself in the mirror and go back to Civ Dave.
No way.
Yeah. I'm relentless with that. Well, when you play like that, you're going to hear it even more. Yeah. Yeah, Brent. Brent, I thought you were leaving. You're back. Good. I'm happy. Good to have you back. I think just because of how good they are, that crowd is good. It really does pump them up. Really does give them a nice little edge there. I could definitely see them end up coming on back there and at least winning 1 game in Nashville. That's probably all. With this goaltending though they've got right now, and the defense, was again better in the last two. How much of that was the defense being better in the last two periods, and how much of that was Colorado, parking the bus, probably taking a big fat foot off the gas pedal too with a huge lead, right? You have to consider that as well.
Yeah, I think Nashville might play like one close game against Colorado in this series, but they still might lose it if Darcy Kemper has one of his showings like he's had, in the last couple months of the season.
Yeah. So really, though, tonight the Rangers kind of hurt. Like I have them in the series, them losing hurt, and I had a small money line too that hurt, and I only got a push on the team total, so that game pissed me off a little. Washington, Florida definitely did. I at least got both teams to score first period. I at least got the live over 5.5. We lost the Panther team total. My two big bets were the over in that game, which lost. That really hurt. I was very frustrated with that. It ended 4-2. But the other big bet was Nashville, Colorado over 6.5, and that obviously got there. We had Colorado so many different ways there. First period puck line, team total. So that was a clean sweep, that Predator Avalanche game for me. And then this one, I'm profitable either way. Calgary and Reg cashes, it's profit. Draw cashes, it's profit. Especially now that I added plus 325 just now a few minutes ago on the draw. Look who's here. It's the late night owl. Here he is, John Massey. What's up, Mass?
What a shit day. First Ranger home playoff game in years and triple overtime loss.
Yeah. That's a tough one. That's a tough one to rebound from. This is going to take Gerard Gallant's coaching. This is going to take the leadership group of that Rangers team to, park that and get ready for game 2.
Like they tried to be too precise, too cute. They tried for all the diagonal passes.
Yeah.
Instead of just getting the puck in like they did in the first period, they score a goal and they got away from it. They didn't have the same jump in periods 2 and 3. I mean, Pittsburgh had the better chances throughout the game and deserved the win. Like, I don't know where you sit in that game should Pittsburgh have lost it. But now that's seeing how the Rangers react. But a couple of times tonight we've seen the team with the playoff experience come out on top. Both Washington and Pittsburgh in the Metropolitan Division, they're stalwarts, and they've been around at it for 15 years.
Yeah, and how about you're right. The grizzled playoff veterans, the cup winners, that we have seen from the last decade. Washington with Ovechkin and Backstrom and Kuznetsov that have won these cups, and Oshie. And then you've got Pittsburgh with Crosby and Malkin, and Gensel was part of that. Gensel was part of the Nashville win, when they beat Nashville a few years ago and won.
And Sullivan's a damn good coach. Yeah. I mean, and Laviolette's a good coach, and it is an interim coach. We don't know what Brunette is. How will Florida react? I don't know.
We don't know. Yeah, we're going to find out something about Brunette now. Brunette's got a little adversity right here at the moment. That's your President's Trophy champions. You are expected to win this. Everyone and his brother thinks you're beating Washington. And now all of a sudden you've been dealt a little blow. A little seeded out creeps in now. You've lost game 1 at home.
But it's also how they lost. It's similar to the way Minnesota lost. Undisciplined play at home, reaching stick penalties, early high stick, not controlling yourself, not controlling the emotion, and
not ready to play. I 1,000% agree with Florida about that, with Florida tonight.
I mean, but both the Rangers and the Panthers had leads, but they didn't put away their opponents. Look at Colorado. Yeah. You expect them to smash Nashville like a fly on the windshield, especially with Saros out, and they come out in the first period and do. Yeah,
they do. That was a good effort by Colorado. They didn't screw around tonight. We know we can beat this team and put the game away in the first period if we have the right mindset, and they did tonight.
I will say, and I said it in the chat earlier, I would very much look if Colorado destroys Nashville in 4, maybe game 3 or 4 in Nashville, the Preds steal, maybe. I would take in game 1 winner of the Minnesota-St. Louis series, getting an inflated price.
Against Colorado,
because much like Boston having to adjust to a team actually defending them against Milwaukee in game 1 of the NBA.
Yep.
it will be a whole nother level. And I think Colorado is capable of doing it. It's not that. It's just it takes time to adjust to that. And they'd be coming off probably a lengthy break, whereas Minnesota and St. Louis keep playing. And they have to adjust to that lack of space as opposed to what they saw and are likely to see in this Nashville series.
Yeah, which is just a defense that didn't play well. Like I said, I rhymed off all the games they gave up 4 or more goals, Nashville, late in the season, and now they're down to 2 goalies. Let's be honest, they're not playoff-ready goalies. So Riddick ain't, and Ingram's too young at the moment. Now, Ingram actually battled his tail off tonight. We'll give him credit. He didn't get lit up like Riddick did. And I think for that reason, Ingram's going to be the goalie in game 2. I think you have to. I mean, how do you have any faith in Riddick? He had his confidence completely blown up and obliterated. His confidence was shot into oblivion tonight with that first period.
His confidence was shot into oblivion by the Coyotes in the last regular season that made them play Colorado.
Was that No, that was Ingram that night.
That was Ingram that night?
Yeah, that was Ingram that night against Arizona. But that's why it's still shaky to trust him too.
I mean, maybe it was the Calgary goal in overtime that he never.
That's the one I'm talking about.
Softie.
That was a terrible goal. I remember that. Just brutal. It can't go in. But against Dave, it does, and it happens too often with him.
So this. I mean, are we surprised this is the Dallas-Calgary game?
No, it's like
this
1-0.
is like the epitome of what I thought the series would be like. Games like
Dallas is just
it's boring as shit.
Absolutely, but you know what? The clock keeps moving. It's just going back and forth.
And I'm pissed off because Ian's right. That's why I'm pissed, because I thought that the Flames were gonna pump them, and Ian was like, "No, Peyton, you're fucking retarded."
That's not.
But Ian's right.
I didn't say that. I didn't
boring
think
shit
that.
Game.
But I mean,
saying you're wrong and saying you're retarded are 2 different things. Yeah.
Well, it's just this is how Dallas plays and how Dallas has played all year, no matter against whom.
Yeah.
So we have the Stars. They just pulled their net. So we'll see if fucking Goudreau or we'll see if Goudreau or Chuck can get a cookie.
Yeah. Ryan Suter with the Dallas Stars reminds me of Michael Jordan with the Washington Wizards back in the day. I mean, it's just
that is a great comparison. Holy shit!
It's like, man, it's just
at least he's getting paid on Minnesota's dime.
Yeah. Yeah.
I can't. Yeah, that's good. Damn. Okay, I like that.
And I said it when I was in the chat with your preview show. Those opening lines between Boston and Carolina made no sense. Like if Freddie Anderson's in goal, what's that line? And are you telling me that it's 30 points? Are you telling me it's 140, 145 with Freddie Anderson over Antti Raanta, and the rest of the roster is that much of a difference between Carolina and Boston that would pick them?
Yeah, I think Carolina would have been minus 150 to minus 160 with Anderson, quite honestly, because that's where I would have had it.
I mean, Carolina played after the first period.
Yeah, anybody have doubts about Antti Raanta now after last night? The guy just came in there and actually was terrific in the first. Is a big reason why Carolina was able to get their feet under them and get going in the second, because he held the fort when they didn't play well in the first.
It's why I worry about Boston first period tomorrow, is because can't I anticipate Carolina coming out better in the first period? Because
they're going to want to.
Well, I mean, Raanta
they didn't play well there.
He had 35 saves.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's pretty good.
I mean, the first period and the first half of the third period after Boston had cut it to 2-1, Boston was very much on the front foot.
Yeah. How about this empty net situation for Calgary just to hang on here in game 1? Yeah.
Who's got the lead? Because it looks like Dallas is playing 4 corners. Get it?
Like maybe put the puck toward the net instead of just right around the periphery like that.
Why start now?
Yeah.
How many big saves?
Passing too, yeah. Reminds me of a certain blue shirt team earlier tonight. You're right. Just shoot the puck more on net. Yeah, that's what they had to do, New York.
And they have to get bodies in front.
Yeah, and they just iced it, Dallas. The Cardinals in 31 seconds. So Ottinger's got to go back in net. By the time you pull them, there's barely going to be enough time to get the sixth man out there.
If they can even control the faceoff.
Yeah.
I mean, but we knew Dallas was a great team. It's just they play this style of hockey against Calgary, who also plays that style of hockey, which means they're just going to stay in the game.
Yeah, it prevents them from being blown out. Yeah. And the funny thing is they play this way tight and these tight one-goal games like against anybody, everybody. It's the bad teams too, Seattle, San Jose, Anaheim, Arizona. Yeah.
But then they don't get a sniff late.
Yep. Look at this. They can't even get Ottinger out. Oh, my gosh. 5 seconds. It's not even worth coming out of the net. It's finished. It's icing. Oh, my God. This has got to be the worst I've ever seen out of a team down 1 goal in the final minute. Worst execution.
They didn't have to try for the empty net.
Yeah.
Dallas killed the clock themselves.
They did, yeah.
This is the most boring-ass game 1 this year.
Boring ass. Look at it, right down to the fucking miserable ending.
16 shots on goal all game.
And Sutter will consider that a work of art.
Yeah, he's going to say beautiful, guys. Perfect.
Averaging 5 shots on goal per period. What a fucking joke.
That's a Venus de Milo.
Yeah.
Cut off Dallas's arms and leave him with nothing.
Well, you know what?
Yeah.
Hey, you know what? They don't ask how. They ask how many.
That's true.
Whatever.
You know what that counts as? 1 for Calgary.
Yeah, right.
That's all. That is all.
Need 4. 1.
Yep.
That is all. That was wow. What a great evening. What a great evening.
That's a great game to go out on, that Dallas-Calgary game. Yeah.
You know what you say about that one for my coworkers? a 10 o'clock game that's done before 1 o'clock in the playoffs, that's a work of art.
Yeah.
It's better than melatonin. Thank you.
I'll listen to Daryl's post-game press conference, and some games they win and he's pissed off. He's angry. He's frustrated. This game they win 1-0. He's gonna be glowing. I just know it. Yeah.
It was how many chances did Dallas have? 2 in the game?
Yeah.
What are their expected goals? 0.2? 0.3?
Yep.
It can't be that high. And then how many power plays did they have? I mean, the second period was just special teams.
The expected goals for the game were, oh my fucking goodness. Are you shitting me? For 3 periods, they were 0.87 for Calgary to 0.77 for Dallas.
I can't believe it was 0.77 for Dallas.
Yeah.
That seems high.
That does. That is, actually. That's kind of surprising was that high. Still, that's terrible for a full hockey game.
Wow.
And then you look at the Rangers and the Penguins, 7.4 to 3.78.
That sounds about right.
For Pittsburgh.
Pittsburgh was all over them.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's
one of the issues. When you're too cute for the puck, you get these opportunities, on-man rushes the other way.
Do I go back? It's a tricky decision. Do they have the mental fortitude and the emotional wherewithal to drop this loss tonight, as painful as it is, in 3 overtimes? And do I back this team? Because I don't know if I'm ready to just jump ship with them yet.
I mean, whatever you can get from both teams.
Yeah. I think you just bet the draw again. I think it's going to be one of those series where it's every game's got the potential to go to OT here.
Yeah.
Yep. No question.
I think that's the same way with Calgary, Dallas.
Yeah. Calgary, Dallas is going to be a draw series. I think game to game. Rangers, Penguins. Tomorrow night, I could see mini St. Louis being a draw. I think Minnesota will win, but I think it's going to be tight. Like, they're not going to blow out St. Louis like St. Louis did to Minnesota. I think it'll be close. That could be overtime tomorrow night. Minnesota in overtime. I could totally see that tomorrow night. They have to work to win, but they do win.
Well, gentlemen, I am hopping off.
Well, actually, we're going to wrap up. So hang on while we wrap up, because we're going to say our goodbyes and our final thoughts right now. And because, I'm ready to wrap this up, too. It's almost 1 a.m. Eastern time. We gave you almost 6 hours. And we lasted through every game tonight. And we'll try to do that throughout the playoffs. We'll try to give you right till the end of the late game. Now that we're into the playoffs, unlike the regular season, where look, you weren't going to get me staying up for Anaheim, Seattle. All right, in the regular season, it's not going to.
You had action on it. Come on,
Yeah.
Ian.
Yeah. No, I'll watch the action on my own. Yeah, we won't stay and bore you to sleep with the betcast with two shitty ass teams like that. Playoffs is different. We'll stick it out for the late games. But great stuff to everybody that joined us earlier. Thanks very much, Josh, Peyton, as always, John. Great stuff. Josh, we'll start with you. Just put a bow on the night. Overall thoughts.
Overall thoughts. I thought it was funny. Like yesterday, just kind of comparing the 2 days. Yesterday you had some playoff experienced teams, Tampa Bay and Boston, lose, and then tonight the experienced teams came in and won, Washington and Pittsburgh. So you'd seen a flip flop there. So that was something I noticed. But other than that, just being a big Avs fan, I'm satisfied with the night, though. The way that game went, it should be more the same for the series, I think. But
it was a beautiful beginning for Colorado.
I think most of the series will be very competitive.
Yeah, I think Nashville will be a little more competitive after tonight, but still, they're just up against it with their goaltending depleted, and of course, the defense, like I said, didn't really play great down the stretch, and we saw signs of that tonight. But good start for Colorado. They meant business. They said we're putting this team away early. And they sure did tonight. So great job by them. John, some final thoughts. I know you weren't on long, but we still appreciate seeing you even for just a few minutes.
I think we've seen through yesterday, today, why the Eastern Conference seems so difficult to predict. When you have 8 teams that are over 100 points, and you have, even for the lower seeded teams, you have so much playoff experience on those teams that every game seems to be a coin flip, and you always expect them to fire another shot. And that being said, in the Western Conference, I think you saw Calgary and Colorado dominate in different ways today. And St. Louis had the special teams advantage in Game 1 against Minnesota.
Yep.
LA made the plays and took advantage of Edmonton mistakes to take Game 1. What happens to button-up issues, especially in the Western Conference, by teams that lost their Game 1?
Yep.
To clean it up, to compete in those Game 2s, and who actually turns around and grabs a win. And I don't have a great answer for that, because I don't know how much better the teams that made mistakes are to the teams that beat them in Game 1.
Yeah, and plus, particularly the St. Louis, and I really like Minnesota, and it pains me to say this, but it feels like, man, St. Louis just cannot do anything wrong right now. 14-2, I believe, their last 16 games. They've dummied Minnesota over and over and over again. Like, it's just unbelievable how one-sided it is. So it feels like, what am I doing taking minutes? Yet at the same time, it feels like it's all hands on deck for the Wild tomorrow night. And they've rarely lost 2 in a row at home. And they know they're almost a dead duck if they go down 2-0 going back to St. Louis. So
it'd be funny if that's a series where the home teams lose like the first 4 games in the series. Like
that would force Minnesota to go to St. Louis and do what St. Louis is doing right now to them.
Yeah, I mean, where you are so hyped up by your home crowd, you do stupid shit.
Yep.
You take stupid penalties, and you see Spurgeon do something that is completely out of the norm, and he's likely a Lady Bing finalist, and then you have doing something like that last night. So, I mean, it's interesting to see how this is all going to play out, because I think I kind of like the Blues, and I was chatting with you, Ian, in messages of like, hey, I bet on Husso and Ryan O'Reilly to win the Conn Smythe Trophy overnight at plus 8,000 on Husso and plus 12,000 on Ryan O'Reilly. So I don't know if the score just happened to not have updated their Conn Smythe bets when I was doing that at 2:00 in the morning, but
well, not bad for his first playoff start, Billy Husso last night for sure. That's certainly going to give the Blues a lot of confidence that, hey, they made the right decision going with this guy who flat out outplayed Jordan Binnington, the Stanley Cup champ from 3 years ago. Outplayed him for much of the season. Peyton, it's great to see you. You're one of the lifebloods of the Betcast the last few weeks. The energy, you're always keeping track of the chat for me. That's invaluable help and assistance to me because I missed so many of the comments, looking at them and responding to them. So great job there. Final thoughts for you, Peyton, tonight.
I mean, Ian, I do what I can for you. You're my guy. As far as like tonight goes,
how do you sum it up? It had a little of everything. Triple overtime, I mean, Colorado stomping Nashville, a Boar Fest in Calgary, a little bit of everything. Big upset, Washington. Yep.
No, yeah, you're right. I mean, I had the Panthers winning tonight. Fucked up on that. Penguins, Rangers, that's a coin flip. I did not see it going that to 3 OTs. Avalanche, I think we all saw the Avalanche just wiping the Panthers, and that's going to be like the premises for the entire series. And the Flames, that was upsetting to me. I definitely thought the Flames would have more than 1 goals. That was pretty boring, typical Dallas Stars hockey play right there. I think it's the first game, the first round. There can't be too much taken from like a service level standpoint. There's a lot to be said, going into the series. I mean, obviously, it's game 1 for every team the past 2 nights. So, most organizations want to establish some sort of dominance or taking control or this or that. So, I think once we hit like game 2, game 3, game 4, that's when like the meat, like that's like the whole like meat and potatoes of the premises.
That's when you find out if you have a series, game 3 and game 4.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to take some time, but I mean, I'm loving the Rangers Penguins. It's going to be fun to watch. Calgary
it was way
Stars,
more fun than a lot of people
boring as
thought.
shit. Yeah.
No, you know what it was fun for? Dallas, Calgary, Daryl Sutter. That's the one guy that game was fun for. He's going to love it. I can't wait to hear this. And it was a great game, really a great effort. You couldn't ask for much more than that. You couldn't ask for better than that. He'll say it in his own way, but he'll say something similar. Like he's not going to say anything bad about tonight. Not one thing. He's going to love this. It's perfect Daryl Sutter.
At the end of the day, it's like you want to get wins. That's like there's no OT points, like none of that shit. So it's all about like getting the W.
Yeah.
No
doubt.
But I think tomorrow. I think not to get too ahead, but tomorrow, we're heading into game 2, so that's gonna be fucking exciting. that's gonna be awesome.
Exactly. We see if they make who. We'll see if the teams that won in game 1 keep their foot on the gas pedal, bring the same level of focus, execution, and if not the same, maybe even raise their execution. Like Toronto in particular, you're going to think they can't play any better than they did in game 1. They may actually have to play better than they did in game 1 to beat what might be coming to them from Tampa tomorrow night, after that game 1 debacle. So that's one where, as good as Toronto was, they got to play it even better because what Tampa Bay, is going to be bringing now.
And I'm not putting too much stock into game 1s this year just because COVID and, December was a long month for the entire season. It's a prolonged season because of COVID and sickness and all that,
an Olympic break that never happened for an Olympics where they never even sent the NHLers to.
Yeah. So it's a little bit different. I think they're all tired, but they're also fired up. Just to be like contradicting. Yeah. I think it's going to be, I think yesterday and today was really just like finding their feet, getting the pace. And I think we're going to hit a lot of sparks coming into tomorrow and the next day.
Absolutely. And with that, we'll wrap it up. Great betcast once again, our first of many on a Tuesday night throughout the Stanley Cup playoffs. I think, like I said, once we get at least into the second round, more than likely more so in the conference finals, we might add a second betcast per week once we get it down to the Final Four. So, but definitely we'll have one every Tuesday, rest of the playoffs. No question, as we always do throughout the regular season. So great stuff with Josh, with Peyton, with John. I'm Ian Cameron. It's been a long night. We gave you almost 6 hours. It's been a crazy night of playoff action, a little bit of everything. Thanks for watching us. Make sure you join us tomorrow. We've got Danny Ehrman back on the show tomorrow. He's been on before. He'll be back on for a second time tomorrow, 2 p.m. Eastern, and we'll break down the 4 Wednesday night Stanley Cup playoff game 2. So join us for that. Ice Guys Betcast is out. Have a great night. We'll see you again tomorrow on Wednesday for another edition of the Ice Guys presented by the Hockey Podcast Network.